Chapter 2460. Although the Li family was not a major clan, it was still a superpower, second only to the Xiu family and the other major clans. Li Ruohong was the pride of the younger generation in the Li family, so his status was extraordinary. Normally, Li Ruohong liked to make friends with strange people. This was also the reason why there were many capable people in his mansion. When he first met Fang Qin, he wanted to get some treasures from him. However, after fighting with him, he realized that the latter had amazing potential. Therefore, he wanted to make friends with him. The Li family? Fang Qin muttered softly. My Li family is also a first-class force in the divine sword heaven. Although we can't compare to the Xiu family and the Zong family in Qingluo heaven, we are still very powerful, Li Ruohong said with a smile. Fang Qin looked at Li Ruohong and nodded slowly. He agreed to form an alliance with Li Ruohong, not because he was from the Li family in the divine sword heaven, but because it was his first time entering dark Cave Mountain and he needed a guide. Presumably, Li Ruohong's understanding of a mortal cave mountain surpassed his own. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Li Ruohong was secretly happy and hurriedly said, "Brother, what's your name?" Fang Qin. Li Ruohong thought about it, but there was no such person among the younger generation in the chaotic void. It seemed that the person in front of him was just as he had guessed. He was a rogue cultivator. Thinking of this, Li Ruohong admired Fang Qin even more. On the path of martial arts, the more difficult it was to cultivate in the later stages. The resources needed were even more frustrating. However, a rogue cultivator could cultivate to such a level with his own efforts. He must be an amazing person. Looking at his moves just now, it could be seen that his combat strength was not weaker than a mysterious Star Realm martial artist. Roar! The big black dog was a little angry and seemed unwilling to form an alliance with Fang Qin. Li Ruohong gently patted the big black dog's head and said with a smile, "Big Black, don't be angry. It's just some hair that fell off. It will grow back soon." The big black dog raised its head and glared at Fang Qin with its gong-sized eyes before finally turning around. "Brother Fang, don't mind him. That's just how my brother is." Li Ruohong chuckled. Fang Qin shook his head. He didn't mind. "Brother Fang, since I, Li Ruohong, have proposed an alliance, you should show some sincerity." With that, Li Ruohong pointed his finger at the sky and said, "I, Li Ruohong, swear a martial oath to form an alliance with Fang Qin in Dark Cave Mountain. If I betray him, I will suffer the wrath of heaven." Seeing this, Fang Qin was slightly moved. He didn't expect Li Ruohong to really swear a martial oath. "What do you think?" Li Ruohong said with a smile. This was Li Ruohong's principle of doing things. Since they had formed an alliance, they should show enough sincerity. "Ha ha ha, Brother Li is straightforward." Fang Qin laughed and was very satisfied with Li Ruohong. Immediately, he swore a martial oath without hesitation. "Let's get to know each other again." Li Ruohong stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Li Ruohong of the Li family." Fang Qin. The two big hands shook together. The big black dog was helpless at the side. After listening to Fang Qin's simple description, Li Ruohong knew that Fang Qin came from Void Star Heaven. "I didn't expect that such a talented genius like Brother Fang could appear in such a barbaric place like Void Star Heaven. It's really amazing." Li Ruohong sighed. Fang Qin's potential was beyond his imagination. He believed that the former could be ranked in the top 5 of the younger generation in the Chaos Void. This was a terrifying potential. "Brother Fang, this is your first time in Dark Cave Mountain. You don't know much about this place," Li Ruohong said. "In the past year, countless martial artists have died in Dark Cave Mountain. They were all fighting for the legendary treasure." Li Ruohong sighed. Some of his good friends had also died in the fight. "Who obtained the treasure?" Fang Qin asked. Li Ruohong shook his head. "It's extremely difficult to obtain the treasure. Every time there was a movement in Dark Cave Mountain, a powerful treasure would appear. Such a treasure could help a profound God realm sovereign step into the ancient God realm. Countless martial artists went crazy for it. The treasure has a spirit. Before the time is up, no one can obtain it. It's futile for them to fight for it now, Li Ruohong said. Don't they know? Why do they have to fight to the death? How can they not know? They know better than me. However, knowing is one thing, doing is another. Li Ruohong said, Many people know that the treasure won't recognize them as its master before the time is up. However, they can't suppress the restlessness in their hearts. They crazily fight for it and suppress other martial artists. They want to obtain the treasure at all costs. This was human nature. It was impossible for them to sit and wait for the right time. When Fang Qin heard this, he nodded gently. He had been too naive. Rip, just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden explosion in the forest. Someone is fighting. Li Ruohong pulled Fang Qin and leaped into the sky above the forest. Looking down, they saw two figures fighting. One of them was holding a saber in his hand. Every slash of his saber was deadly. He was extremely valiant. On the other hand, the other person was suppressed in terms of aura. He was restrained in all aspects and was forced to retreat step by step. Pucci, the old man with the saber, slashed with the back of his hand, instantly splitting the other person in half. His body was surrounded by a strong aura. Fang Chen was surprised. He felt that his Sumer ring was vibrating. He looked into his Sumer ring and found that the Jin family token he threw in the corner was trembling. What's going on? This token was obtained from Jin Longyang. After obtaining it, he found that it was impossible to open unless he had the Jin family's bloodline. Later, after returning from Kanglin Castle, he was forced by the three major forces to flee to the innate world. When his strength improved and he returned to Kanglin district from the innate world, the Jin family's patriarch had already dismissed all the Jin family members and hidden them in every corner of the stellar sky. In the battle with him, he also burned his blood essence until he died. For a long time, Fang Qin couldn't get the Jin family's blood and couldn't open the token. After so many years, he had forgotten about this token. In the forest, the old man with the saber seemed to have sensed something and slowly raised his head. To be able to cause the Jin family token to vibrate, is this person from the Jin family? Fang Qin thought to himself. Swoosh! The old man with the saber flashed and floated in the air, staring at Fang Qin. The two's gazes clashed. A strange look flashed in the depths of the cultivator, holding the saber. Immediately he said, I sense the Jin family's aura on you. You're from the Jin family? Fang Qin asked. Are you talking about the Jin family in Kanglin district? The old man with the saber asked. Fang Qin nodded. The old man with the saber said, Thousands of years ago, I left the Jin family and traveled the chaotic void to hone myself. I haven't returned since then. Before I left, I made a great vow that I would never return to the Jin family until I reached the profound God realm. The old man with the saber said, I didn't expect to find something from the Jin family here after thousands of years. Then the old man with the saber stretched out his hand and said, Give me back the token! You haven't returned to the Jin family for thousands of years. I guess you don't even know about the Jin family during this time, right? Fang Qin said. What happened to the Jin family? The old man with the saber asked. The Jin family has been removed from the Kanglin district. As for the token you mentioned, it has become mine, Fang Qin said. I have never taken the initiative to hand over anything that is in my hands. I don't believe you. Do you think you can destroy the Jin family? The old man with the saber went into a frenzy and shouted crazily. The vow he had made when he was young and frivolous echoed in his mind. Although he had worked hard for thousands of years, he had only reached the profound light realm. It was extremely difficult to reach the profound God realm. In order to encourage himself to work hard, he didn't go far away and didn't ask for any information about the Jin family. When he heard Fang Chen's words, his first reaction was to not believe it. Fang Chen shrugged. It's up to you to believe it or not. You, the old man with the saber, looked at Fang Chen angrily. Hand over the token. He roared word by word. His voice shook Fang Chen's eardrums to the point of ringing. Senior, I am Li Ruahong of the Li family of the divine Sword Heaven. This is my brother. Can you? Before Li Ruahong could finish, the old man with the saber stopped him. Humph! If an elder of the Li family came, I would give him face. But a junior dares to stop me? Chapter 2461. The elder sneered. How dare a junior ask him to give face to him? What a joke! His cultivation had already reached the mystic light realm. Even in a place like the innate world, he could be considered an ancestor. However, he had sworn that he would not return to the Jin family until he reached the mystic god sovereign level. But now, he heard the bad news of the Jin family. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. He wished he could tear Fang Chen into 10,000 pieces. Li Ruahong's expression changed when he saw this. He stepped forward and stood in front of Fang Chen. His intention was clear. If the elder attacked, he would attack as well. Are you sure you want to attack? The old man with the saber grinned. His words were full of threats. Li Ruahong was a disciple of the Li family. He did not want to kill him. It would be best if he could retreat. Senior, I have already formed an alliance with Brother Fang. We will advance and retreat together, Li Ruahong said. Then there is nothing more to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with the saber turned into a ray of black light and instantly shot in front of Fang Chen. Crack! The old man with the saber stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. Suddenly, the void shattered, and Fang Chen's body shattered into pieces. The old man with the war blade withdrew his hand and let out a soft sound. He immediately turned his head to take a look, only to discover that Fang Chen's figure was calmly strolling out of empty space. I didn't expect you to be so good at running away. The old man with the saber sneered. With a boom, the saber in his hand suddenly erupted with a vast power. Whoosh! The saber was like a dragon, and the saber chi was like a rainbow. The saber in his hand suddenly expanded and turned into a giant saber. It carried a shocking power and slashed at Fang Chen. Bang! Seeing this, Li Ruahong tried to block with all his strength. However, with a bang, his body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying. The old man with the saber did not stop. Instead, he charged at Fang Chen with an indomitable will. A cunning look flashed in the latter's eyes. When the elder's saber slashed at him, Fang Chen disappeared again. At the same time, he used the 10th move of the Shura sword skill. Boom! A deafening sound exploded from the center of the battle. Crack! The saber in the old man's hand shattered the Shura sword light with absolute strength. Then, the giant saber slashed at Fang Chen. Right at this moment, Fang Chen had been waiting for a long time. When the old man with the saber was close to him, he turned 180 degrees in a strange way and quietly appeared behind the old man with the saber. Furthermore, as he turned around, his finger quickly tapped the old man's body. Dong! The giant saber missed and slammed into the ground, creating a large hole. The old man with the saber did not notice that Fang Chen's finger was on his body. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen glanced at the scarlet spot on his finger. A trace of joy flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he secretly transmitted his voice to Li Ruahong. Brotherly, let's run! Whoosh! Li Ruahong didn't stop at all and quickly fled in a certain direction. The elder's target was Fang Chen, not Li Ruahong. He didn't even look at the latter as he fled. Hand over the token, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. The elder walked towards Fang Chen step by step. His powerful aura suppressed the latter. No, you're courting death. The elder was enraged. The aura of the mystic light realm exploded, filling the air with pressure. At this moment, Fang Chen grinned. I'm not playing with you anymore. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body turned into a streak of light and fled in another direction. You want to leave? The old man with the saber was very confident in his own speed. With the saber in his hand, he charged forward, chasing after Fong Qin. Although mystic light realm cultivators are fast, I'm not afraid. Fong Qin thought to himself as he fled. The space-time collapse art had reached a whole new level. His and the bone progenitor's comprehension of the Tao of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. Although he had only created the 15th level of the space-time collapse art, its speed had increased exponentially. Fong Qin used the space-time collapse art with all his strength. Even mystic light realm cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Half an hour later, Fong Qin easily got rid of the old man. On a certain plane, the saber-wielding old man was wildly swinging his saber in all directions. The ground below was a mess, and an extremely cold killing intent radiated from his body. Damn it! The elder was enraged. He didn't think that a mystic Qi realm cultivator would be able to escape right in front of him. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave. After shaking off the old man with the saber, Fong Qin continued to flee forward. This speed continued for about 6 hours before it finally came to a stop. This was a mountain stream surrounded by towering trees. Above the precipitous cliffs, there was a huge waterfall that flowed straight down. The waterfall flowed down and formed a river. A trickle of water flowed, and he spoke tirelessly. Fong Qin sat down on a large rock near the river and panted. Flying at such a high speed had used up a lot of energy. The blood of the Jin family. Since mystic light realm cultivators were too strong, Fong Qin wasn't stupid enough to fight the elder head-on. Therefore, he cleverly used his control of the space-time Tao to obtain a drop of blood from the old man with the saber. The elder was the ancestor of the Jin family. His bloodline was pure. This drop of blood was equivalent to the entire Jin family. Fong Qin quickly took out the Jin family's token. Then he placed the perfectly preserved drop of blood on his finger onto the token. Whoosh! Suddenly, rays of light shot out in all directions. Lines of words appeared above the token. Activated. Fong Qin was secretly delighted. He had finally activated the token. Buzz! The power that surged out from the token made Fong Qin's heart palpitate. Dong! Especially the vibrating sound from the token. When it reached Fong Qin's ears, it made him tremble. What's that sound? Fong Qin cried out involuntarily. This token came from Dark Cave Mountain. The spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail suddenly said with a heavy tone. What? Fong Qin was surprised and asked hurriedly, You recognize this token? Although I don't recognize this token, I am very familiar with the aura emitted from it. This token definitely came from Dark Cave Mountain. The spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail said with certainty. Fong Qin forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. His gaze fell on the many small words shrouded in light. Ancient God's token? The first line of words made Fong Qin speechless. How is this possible? Fong Qin shook his head hard. He could not believe it. The Jin family was just a force in the Kanglin district. How could they have the ancient God's token? This was impossible. Soon, Fong Qin finished reading all the small words. At this moment, the doubts in his heart were finally solved. I see. Fong Qin sighed. The Jin family is really stupid. They have the ancient God's token, but they don't know it at all. They only think that this token hides the Jin family's treasure. How ridiculous. According to the small words on the ancient God's token, this token was bestowed by a powerful ancient God to the founder of the Jin family. When the founder of the Jin family passed down the token as the most precious treasure of the family, he had decreed that only those who had reached the profound God realm in the Jin family could activate the token. Otherwise, they must not have any ideas about the token. The founder even threatened that if the token was activated before reaching the profound God realm, it would bring a fatal disaster to the Jin family. The Jin family had always followed the teachings of their ancestors and had always regarded the token as an existence to revitalize the Jin family. Unfortunately, in the end, it fell into the hands of Fangchen. This token is not the real ancient god's token. It was only bestowed by the ancient god to the founder of the Jin family, Fangchen said lightly. However, even so, this token still contains some secrets. Fangchen obtained an important piece of information from it. 9 Dragon Mountain, a special mountain in the dark cave mountain space. This mountain was the peak where the founder of the Jin family cultivated. With this token, one could go to the 9 Dragon Mountain and activate the treasure to obtain cultivation resources. Although he did not know what it was, Fangchen was quite happy. He came to the dark cave mountain to improve his cultivation. This happened to be an opportunity. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2462. I wonder where this 9 Dragon Mountain is. Fangchen kept the token and muttered to himself. Due to the lack of information, he knew very little about this place after entering Cave Ming Mountain. What he knew came from Li Ruohong. Now that he was separated from Li Ruohong, he knew nothing about this 9 Dragon Mountain. I'll find someone to ask around. Soon he made his decision. He planned to find someone to inquire about this so-called 9 Dragon Mountain. Where exactly was it? There were dangers everywhere in Cave Ming Mountain, but there were also opportunities everywhere. In a certain mountain range, a powerful force soared into the sky. Many monsters in the mountain range trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, looking into the depths of the mountain range in horror. At this moment, in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a lady in green. There was a hint of joy on her pretty face. This is indeed Cave Ming Mountain. Fortunately, I have the supreme treasure that Master gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a sweet voice. Ever since she was brought to the suicide cliff by her master, she had been cultivating diligently. Are you all right? A complicated look flashed across Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes. She remembered that she was brought away by her master when she was training in the divine sword sex territory. Bai Qingqing could no longer remember what happened after that. She vaguely remembered that a figure had shot towards her the moment she left. That figure was exceptionally familiar. It seemed to be the person she had been thinking about day and night. Is that you? Bai Qingqing murmured. She had no idea that Fangchen was enraged because of her and went on a killing spree in the divine sword sect. After that, he even used many forces to completely annihilate the divine sword sect. Boom! Bai Qingqing's long dress fluttered as a terrifying force surrounded her. Crackle! Lightning flashed and lightning patterns flashed. A lightning mark appeared on Bai Qingqing's forehead. She took a step forward and walked out of the depths of the mountain range. There were countless mystic Qi realm monsters in this mountain range. There were even legendary mystic star realm monsters. With her cultivation base at the profound heaven realm, it was naturally impossible for her to withstand the attacks of so many demonic beasts. However, with the treasure given to him by his master, he barely managed to break through the seal and reach the depths of the mountain range to obtain the inheritance. Whoosh! After spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Bai Qingqing's figure flashed and flew out of the mountain range. Roar! The deafening roar of a beast came from below. Some of the bird-type beasts spread their wings and whizzed through the air with tremendous power. Bai Qingqing did not panic in the slightest. She extended her fair little hand and flicked her finger. Immediately, a resplendent ray of light shot out explosively and entered the body of the bird closest to her. Boom! The bird's body instantly exploded. After that, Bai Qingqing left the mountain range with ease. After walking for a long distance, they could vaguely hear the furious roars of beasts coming from behind them. Right now, my cultivation has already reached the limit of the profound heaven realm. I'm only one step away from the profound Qi realm. Bai Qingqing said, "With my current strength and the treasure given to me by my master, I have no problem dealing with profound Qi realm martial artists. However, if I encounter a profound star realm martial artist, I'm still no match for him." While speaking, Bai Qingqing had unknowingly arrived at the foot of a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was very unique. It was as if 9 dragons were guarding it. It was very shocking. The 9 dragon heads surrounded the mountain peak in the center. Wisps of mist were coming out of the dragon mouths. Bai Qingqing exclaimed softly as she looked at the mountain peak in surprise. "This mountain peak is so magical," Bai Qingqing muttered to herself. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the distance. "There's someone here." The person in the lead was dressed in black. There was a small word on his collar. He was a disciple of the Sky Pillar sect. From the energy fluctuation on his body, one could tell that his cultivation base was at the profound star realm. Mississippi, the black-clothed man, came before Bai Qingqing and cupped his fists. "May I know your name? It's my fortune to be able to meet such a beautiful lady in a forbidden land like Dark Cave Mountain." Bai Qingqing remained silent and ignored the black-clothed man. The latter smiled awkwardly. "I'm the first disciple of the Sky Pillar sect, Zhong Xiangshan. If you don't mind, you can follow me to explore Dark Cave Mountain." "No need." After speaking, Bai Qingqing turned around and left. She hated Zhong Xiangshan. The latter's eyes were filled with greed. "Miss, why do you have to do this?" Zhong Xiangshan stretched out his arm and blocked Bai Qingqing's path. Bai Qingqing frowned. She turned around and continued walking. However, Zhong Xiangshan did not let her go. "Miss, I, Zhong Xiangshan, sincerely want to be friends with you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Zhong Xiangshan's words were filled with threats. "But I don't want to be friends with you." Bai Qingqing's face was cold as she said coldly, "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I, Zhong Xiangshan, am talking to you nicely. How dare you not give me face? Do you believe that I'll capture you and make you my servant?" Zhong Xiangshan said fiercely. Zhong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar sect was known for his lecherous nature. He was young, but he had a lot of wives. Whenever he met a beautiful woman, he would try his best to win her over. Now that he had met Bai Qingqing, he would not give up. Swoosh! Seeing Zhong Xiangshan's palm approaching, Bai Qingqing slapped it away. Her body flashed, and she was ready to leave. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Zhong Xiangshan was furious. He immediately attacked and suppressed Bai Qingqing. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhong Xiangshan carried Bai Qingqing on his shoulder and went up the 9-dragon mountain. In a forest, hiss! Fong Qin heard some commotion. He stared at his surroundings vigilantly. "Brother Fong, it's me." Suddenly a voice was heard. Then Li Ruahong walked towards Fong Qin. "Brother Li!" Seeing Li Ruahong, Fong Qin was surprised. He did not expect to meet the latter here. "Brother Fong, are you okay?" Li Ruahong looked at Fong Qin and asked. Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. After that, Li Ruahong asked about the old man with the saber. Fong Qin briefly explained. "Brother Li, do you know about 9-Dragon Mountain?" Fong Qin asked. 9-Dragon Mountain? Hearing this, Li Ruahong was surprised and said, "Brother Fong, are you going to 9-Dragon Mountain?" "Why?" Seeing Li Ruahong's strange look, Fong Qin asked directly. 9-Dragon Mountain is quite famous in Dongming Mountain. It is said that there were 9 true dragons that accompanied the ancient god and were buried on 9-Dragon Mountain. Li Ruahong said, "After the 9 true dragons fell, their bodies coiled around 9-Dragon Mountain and formed a supreme formation. Ordinary people would be trapped if they entered. A supreme formation? The formation on 9-Dragon Mountain is very strange. It is said that those below the profound star realm will get lost if they enter. Even profound star realm cultivators would not dare to enter 9-Dragon Mountain." Li Ruohong said in a low voice, because there are rumors that the resentment of an ancient expert on Nine Dragon Mountain has been revived after countless years. Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Brother Fang, are you going to Nine Dragon Mountain? Fang Chen nodded. Li Ruohong dissuaded him. Brother Fang, Nine Dragon Mountain is too evil. Let's not go. Fang Chen remained silent. Seeing this, Li Ruohong probed. Did Brother Fang discover something? After a long time, Fang Chen said, I want to take a look. Give me the map. I can go by myself. Li Ruohong shook his head. Brother Fang and I have formed an alliance. Since Brother Fang insists on going to Nine Dragon Mountain, I will accompany you. Many cultivators near Nine Dragon Mountain were whispering about a piece of news. Did you hear? Zhongxiong Mountain of the Sky Pillar Zhong family captured a beautiful woman and is holding a ceremony on Nine Dragon Mountain. What? Zhongxiong Mountain? I don't know which woman was captured by Zhongxiong Mountain. Many people knew Zhongxiong Mountain well and shook their heads when they heard the news. I heard that many experts of the younger generation are rushing over. Let's go and take a look. It seems that Zhongxiong Mountain wants to use this ceremony as an opportunity to gather the younger generation for a small meeting. Maybe it's about the treasure of Nine Dragon Mountain. Many cultivators spread the news one after another. Soon, many cultivators gathered at the foot of Nine Dragon Mountain. However, most of them were profound Heaven Realm and profound Qi Realm cultivators. They admired Zhongxiong Mountain's reputation and came to watch. As for the profound Star Realm prodigies, they had yet to arrive. Chapter 2463. Fang Chen was some distance away from Nine Dragon Mountain. Based on their speed, it would take them about half a month to reach there. During this process, Fang Chen was comprehending the Azura sword principle as he hurried along. 1. On the 8th day of his journey, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. A berserk power surged out from his body. Dense sword qi wreaked havoc in the surrounding air. What a terrifying aura! Li Ruohong's heart throbbed. Swoosh! Suddenly, an extremely illusory sword light appeared out of thin air. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a finger light gently hit the sword light. Ding! A crisp sound was heard as the sword light whizzed towards the mountain peak in the distance. Dong! When the sword light hit the mountain peak, heaven and earth shook. The sword light exploded, and the mountain peak was razed to the ground. Sword qi lingered in the void, and its aura shook the heavens. Crash! Fang Chen opened his eyes. His dark pupils stared at the razed mountain peak in the distance. What kind of move is this? It's too terrifying. Li Ruohong was frightened. He secretly rejoiced that Fang Chen did not display such a powerful sword move when he fought with him. Feeling the biting cold sword qi in the air, Li Ruohong did not even have the courage to resist. I, Li Ruohong, have seen countless sword cultivators, but I have never seen a sword cultivator like Brother Fang. Li Ruohong had a high opinion of Fang Chen. During the time he spent with Fang Chen, Li Ruohong truly understood what a monstrous genius was. He had cultivated for less than 20,000 years and was able to achieve such an achievement. In the entire chaotic void, he was considered a rare existence. Using slaughter, blood, time, and space as the foundation, combined with the strongest comprehension of the Azura sword principle, I created the 11th move. Fang Chen murmured. At this point, the 11th move of the Azura sword principle was officially created. The power of the move was countless times stronger than the 10th move. Originally, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to instantly kill a profound Star Realm cultivator. But now, with this 11th move, he was even more confident. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for so long. I've been thinking about how to fuse the Azura sword art with the space-time Tao. Fang Chen said, I didn't expect that we would actually succeed by chance. The space-time Tao was good at escaping, and its speed was extremely fast. As for the Azure Sword Dao, it was synonymous with killing and bloodshed. Taking the essence of the two and mixing them together, the power of the two greatly increased. Boom! Fang Chen's aura surged. The creation of the 11th level of the Azure Sword art had greatly increased his understanding of the Azure Sword Dao. The black vibration golden armor covered the surface of his skin, flowing with light. Its strong defensive power made people feel pressured. The Hidden Star Sword also released the aura of the chaotic space grade. Fang Chen's weapon-controlling Dao allowed him to easily control the Hidden Star Sword and increase its power. The Black Surge golden armor has become one with my body. It has even been refined by my blood and has truly reached the level of perfection. Fang Chen said, "Now, the Black Surge golden armor can be considered to have entered the level of chaos." Although the Black Vibration golden armor was also at the chaotic space grade, it was still lacking something. But now, after Fang Chen's refinement, it had reached the next level, and its defense had skyrocketed. Even if Fang Chen didn't move, a profound star realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his defense. As for the Hidden Star Sword, it could cut through the defense of any profound star realm cultivator. It could be used for both offense and defense. The current Fang Chen was truly invincible under the profound light realm. Whoosh! Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He was very happy in his heart. After entering the dark cave mountain, his cultivation speed had greatly increased. Although he had encountered some dangers, he had passed through them in the end. Congratulations, Fang Chen. You've become stronger. Li Ruohong grinned. I really hope that I can have a good fight with Brother Fang. Let me see Brother Fang's superb sword skills. Fang Chen turned his head to look at Li Ruohong and said, "Now is fine too." Soon, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The two sides of the battle were naturally Fang Chen and Li Ruohong. Sword Qi soared into the sky like a dragon. Bang! After exchanging blows for a while, Fang Chen sent Li Ruohong's body flying with a punch. Boundless sword light floated in front of Li Ruohong's head. If they were enemies, this massive sword light would have pierced through Li Ruohong's head and taken his life. Li Ruohong got up from the ground and patted the dust off his clothes. He looked at Fang Chen helplessly. What a monster! How long had it been? He couldn't even take one blow from Fang Chen. I think only Li Ruochu of the Li family can fight against you, Li Ruohong said as he shook his head. His heart was shaken. Compared to Li Ruochu, Li Ruohong was nothing. Li Ruochu was a true top expert among the younger generation in the Chaos Void. The Xian ranking was a ranking of the younger generation in the Chaos Void. Li Ruochu was an expert of the Xian ranking and was ranked in the top 10. One had to know that there were many powerful forces and large families in the Chaos Void. There were many young geniuses. It was amazing to be ranked in the top 10 of the Xian ranking. Brother Fang, with your strength, you should be ranked in the top 20 of the Xian ranking. Li Ruohong said with a wry smile. After cultivating for so many years, he was barely ranked in the top 50 of the Xian ranking. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to surpass him so quickly. Before entering Ming Cave Mountain, Fang Chen vaguely heard Venerable He Qi mention it. Xian ranking. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. One day, I will reach the top of the Xian ranking. After comprehending the 11th move of the Azure sword art, Fang Chen's strength had a qualitative leap. Half a month later, he arrived at 9 Dragon Mountain as scheduled. Why are there so many people in 9 Dragon Mountain? Li Ruohong looked in front of him with some surprise. Brother Fang, could it be that the outside world has already known about the secret you possess? Fang Chen shook his head. Even the Jin family didn't know the secret from the token, let alone others. Then what happened that made so many warriors gather here? Li Ruohong said. He found some experts on the Xian ranking on the top of the mountain. That's Su Guang? and Xian Xian and Mu Ku. Li Ruohong was in a daze. What important thing had happened for so many experts on the Xian ranking to gather here? After squeezing into the crowd, Li Ruohong asked, "What happened? Why are all the experts on the Xian ranking gathered here?" Some people around recognized Li Ruohong. "So it's young Master Li Ruohong. Nice to meet you. Young Master Li, don't you know?" Zhong Xiangshan, who ranked 9th on the Xian ranking, captured a female warrior and held a sacrificial ceremony on Nine Dragon Mountain. He took this opportunity to gather many young geniuses to discuss important matters. Someone said, "I see." Soon, Li Ruohong returned to Fangchen and told Fangchen all the news he had heard. Tianqing Zhong family? Fangchen's eyelids twitched when he heard about Zhong Xiangshan. "Brother Fang, what should we do?" Li Ruohong asked. "Let's go up." A cunning grin appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then took a step forward and ascended the Nine Dragon Mountain. "Brother Fang." Seeing this, Li Ruohong exclaimed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Isn't that Li Ruohong? Why is he here? Who's the man with him? Why does he look so unfamiliar? On the top of Nine Dragon Mountain, 9 dragon heads surrounded and guarded the central peak. The majestic aura of array Dao permeated the air. Fang Qin sensed it when he was halfway up the mountain. 9 dragons killing array? Fang Qin exclaimed. There was a record of the 9 dragons killing array in the 3,000 scrolls of array principles, but he had not comprehended it to that level. According to the 3,000 scrolls of array principles, the 9 dragons killing array was at least at the chaos level. If I'm not wrong, the 9 dragons killing array in front of us is a legendary supreme grade chaos level array. Fang Qin took a deep breath and slowed down his pace. A supreme grade chaos level array was something that even profound God realm sovereigns were afraid of. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a beautiful figure shot over from the distant sky and entered the 9 dragons killing array. She turned into a blur and flew toward the peak of the 9 Dragon Mountain at an unbelievable speed. "Sister Ruochu?" Li Ruohong exclaimed in surprise. The person who came was the 10th on the Xian ranking, the most outstanding female genius of the Li family, Li Ruochu. Chapter 2464. The Divine Sword Heaven was one of the top 10 heavens in the chaotic void. The martial artists in this heavens revered the way of the sword. Every martial artist's goal was to become the way of the sword. The way of the sword had reached its peak in the divine sword heaven. There were many experts, and the way of the sword was at its peak. It was said that there was a peerless divine sword in the divine sword heaven that came from the dark void across time and space. It was stuck in the divine sword heaven as if it had existed since ancient times. The way of the sword that was passed down in the divine sword heaven all came from this peerless divine sword. The Li family was lucky to be recognized by the peerless divine sword and became its guardian. As a result, they developed rapidly and rose rapidly, becoming the overlord of the divine sword heaven. Li Ruochu of the Li family was known as the Little Sword God. She was so strong that she could compete with the big families. Hearing Li Ruohong's voice, Li Ruochu turned around. "Ruohong, why are you here?" Li Ruochu stopped and looked at Li Ruohong. The latter laughed and said, "It's so lively here. I came to take a look." Li Ruochu's body was filled with coldness. It was as if she was not a young girl, but an ice sculpture. Li Ruochu nodded and ignored Li Ruohong. She went straight to the peak of the mountain. "This is the most outstanding genius of the Li family, Li Ruohong. He has cultivated for 40,000 years and stepped into the Black Star realm. He has also mastered the strongest way of the sword in the divine sword heaven, the Qinkuin sword principle." The Qinkuin sword principle could be ranked in the top 5. It was stronger than the Azura sword principle and the demon-killing sword principle. No wonder her sword chi could suppress my Azura sword chi, Fangchen said. A fiery look flashed across his eyes. As a sword cultivator, it was better to compete with the way of the sword than to compete with heaven and earth. It was the first time he had encountered a way of the sword that was stronger than the Azura sword principle. He wanted to learn from it. Brother Fang, don't challenge Ruochu. Li Ruohong seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and warned him. Why is that? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. If Ruochu is able to rank in the top 10 of the profound division, you can imagine her methods. The Qian Kuan sword Dao was said to be able to assimilate all kinds of sword Dao. It's impossible for you to win against her. Oh. As such, Fang Chen became even more interested in the Qian Kuan sword Dao. However, before that, he still had one more thing to do. His gaze surveyed the surroundings and finally landed on an inconspicuous place halfway up the mountain. Many geniuses thought that the 9 dragons killing formation could be resisted with their physical strength, but they were all wrong. How could they imagine the true 9 dragons' fatal array? 3,000 scrolls of array Dao. Fang Chen closed his eyes and spread his arms. A strong aura of the Dao formations began to spread. He was trying to communicate with the core of the 9 dragons killing formation. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Brother Fang, let's go. Hearing Li Ruohong's urging voice, Fang Chen nodded and walked up to the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the 9 Dragons Mountain, a piece of wood was inserted into the ground and Bai Qingqing was tied up tightly with ropes. Her cultivation was sealed and she had no power to resist. The grand ceremony of worship begins now. Seeing that many experts on the profound division had arrived, Zhong Xiangshan finally began. Both of his hands formed a complicated seal, and inscriptions appeared in the void. These inscriptions gathered together to form a series of unfamiliar words. Every word contained a strong power. Zhong Xiangshan mumbled under his breath. Zhong Xiangshan's strength has increased again. The experts on the profound division who came here were not as strong as Zhong Xiangshan. The true geniuses of the major clans were not here. For example, the Dark Blood clan. Master. Bai Qingqing's face was filled with helplessness. She gritted her teeth and her mind vibrated. A majestic power burst out from her body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the majestic power quickly condensed into a shadow. Zhong family's boy, how dare you touch my disciple? The shadow stared at Zhong Xiangshan and interrupted his worship. The appearance of the shadow immediately caused the peak of the 9 Dragons Mountain to exclaim, What, this girl is Blackstone's disciple? Blackstone really dotes on his disciple. He even left a trace of his mark on her. I wonder how Zhong Xiangshan will deal with this. Many experts on the profound division were discussing. Li Ruochu, who was in a pink dress, stood quietly on the peak. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she watched the scene. Blackstone? Even Zhong Xiangshan was surprised. He did not expect the girl in front of him to be Blackstone's disciple. Release my disciple, or else. Before Blackstone could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhong Xiangshan. Zhong Xiangshan glanced at the devastatingly beautiful Bai Qingqing and licked his dry lips. His throat trembled as his eyes were filled with greed. You want to threaten me with a mere mark? Zhong Xiangshan sneered. No matter how strong Blackstone was, it was impossible for him to enter the space of Dark Cave Mountain. Once he left Dark Cave Mountain, there would be experts from the Zhong family waiting for him. There was no need to worry about Blackstone. Others might be afraid of you, Blackstone, but my Zhong family is not. Zhong Xiangshan said proudly, I, Zhong Xiangshan, have taken a fancy to your disciple. So what? Come and save your disciple if you have the ability. Hearing Zhong Xiangshan's words, Blackstone's face turned gloomy. He clenched his fists and wanted to slap Zhong Xiangshan to death. Geniuses, Can you save my disciple this once? Blackstone turned to look at Li Ruochu and the others. As long as you stop the Zong family's boy from worshipping my disciple, I will owe you a favor. Everyone was shocked. A favor from a peak honorable was quite amazing. For a moment, many people's hearts were stirred. Only Li Ruochu did not say anything. Damn it! Zong Xiangshan cursed inwardly as his aura surged. Scram! Zong Xiangshan yelled and threw a punch at the shadow of the Blackstone old monster. Dong! A rumbling sound was heard as He sure barely managed to block Zong Xiangshan's punch. Zong family's boy, are you sure you want to do this? Don't threaten me, Zong Xiangshan said as he pulled Bai Qingqing's body into his arms. Seeing this, Blackstone was even more furious. Good. It seems that I, Blackstone, have not come out for a long time. The younger generation has forgotten my existence. Blackstone stared at Zong Xiangshan and said, If you dare to touch a hair on my disciple, I will personally go to the Zong family and ask for justice. Then, the Blackstone old monster's shadow disappeared. This was only a trace of his mark, and its attack power was not strong. Staying here was just asking for humiliation. Qingqing, Master will avenge you. Blackstone's voice entered Bai Qingqing's ears. Bai Qingqing's expression was gloomy, and her face was covered with frost. She had made a decision. Humph! Zong Xiangshan snorted and continued the ritual. Suddenly, Li Ruochu stepped forward and said, Zong Xiangshan, why do you have to be so ruthless? Li Ruochu, what do you mean? Zong Xiangshan said in a deep voice. This girl is Blackstone's disciple. If you touch her, Blackstone will go crazy. Li Ruochu said, Give Blackstone some face and let her go. Humph, Li Ruochu, others may not know, but do you think I don't know you? Don't you want Blackstone to owe you a favor? Zong Xiangshan said fiercely. Today I, Zong Xiangshan, will make it clear. This girl belongs to me, and whoever dares to touch her will be going against me. His words were targeted at Li Ruochu. Li Ruochu's expression changed, but in the end, she shook her head and gave up. Zong Xiangshan's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Bai Qingqing. What a stunner! The ritual continued. Fang Chen and Li Ruohong finally reached the peak after climbing for a while. Brother Fang, why do you have to go through so much trouble? Li Ruohong asked while panting. He could have come up directly, but he did not understand why Fang Chen had to go around in circles. Brother Li, there are some things that you will soon understand, Fang Chen said slowly. Just as he was about to say the next sentence, he suddenly saw the beautiful figure in Zong Xiangshan's arms. That is, his body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. His mind was in a mess. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2465. Fang Chen's head buzzed. He stood at the peak of Nine Dragon Mountain and stared at the lady in green in front of him. Qingqing. He could not believe what he was seeing. The scene of him going on a killing spree in the divine sword sex territory appeared in his mind. All this while he felt extremely guilty. He blamed himself for not arriving in time and causing Bai Qingqing to die in the divine sword sex territory. However, he saw Bai Qingqing with his own eyes now. Qingqing, is that you? Fang Chen's body trembled as he was awakened by the priest's voice. His face was filled with excitement. He walked towards Zongxiong Mountain step by step. Brother Fang. Seeing this, Li Ruohong hastily stopped him. Zongxiong Mountain could not be offended. However, it was too late. Fang Chen had already walked out from the crowd and stood at a particularly eye-catching position. Who is this guy? What is he doing? I've never heard of such a guy on the profound roll. How dare he climb to the peak of Nine Dragon Mountain when he's merely in the profound Qi realm? Many division profound martial artists were unhappy with Fang Chen. Only Li Ruochu from the Li family had a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. What is he doing? In Li Ruochu's opinion, she would not have noticed Fang Chen at all if Li Ruohong was not with her. The latter's cultivation was very weak, and there was nothing outstanding about him. He was not on the same level as her, a top 10 sky pride on the profound roll. Qingqing. When Fang Chen was infinitely close to Zhongxiong Mountain, his voice was choked with sobs. Bai Qingqing, who was originally filled with despair, was prepared to die to protect herself when she suddenly heard a voice that haunted her. She raised her head abruptly and saw Fang Chen. She shook her head vigorously, thinking that it was an illusion. Is this an illusion? Bai Qingqing asked weakly. Qingqing, is it really you? Fang Chen was ecstatic. He couldn't care less. He quickly rushed towards Bai Qingqing. However, when he got close, he was suddenly forced back by a wild wave of qi. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Chen, who had just stabilized himself, finally reacted. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes as he glared at Zhong Xiangshan. Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you disturb my sacrifice? Get out of Nine Dragon Mountain, or I'll take your life. Zhong Xiangshan scolded. Fang Chen chuckled with a crazed look on his face. Who are you? Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart and asked calmly, Humph, you don't even know who I am, and you dare to disrupt my ritual? You really are a newborn calf that doesn't fear death. Zhong Xiangshan said coldly, I am Zhong Xiangshan, 9th on the Xian ranking. Tianqing Zhong family? Fang Chen asked. You're the 9th on the Xian ranking, the young supreme talent of the Tianqing Zhong family. Do you only have the ability to bully weak girls? Zhong Xiangshan's face darkened as he faced Fang Chen's ridicule. Bang! Zhong Xiangshan threw out a palm strike, and a wild palm wind whistled. Dong! The vast palm wind bombarded Fang Chen's body. The latter stood still and took Zhong Xiangshan's punch with his body. Many people shook their heads when they saw Zhong Xiangshan's attack. They looked at Fang Chen with disdain, thinking that he would definitely die. However, out of everyone's expectation, Fang Chen blocked Zhong Xiangshan's attack with his body. Interesting. Zhong Xiangshan licked his dry lips and said eerily, At the peak of Nine Dragon Mountain, many division profound martial artists were surprised. Looks like this brat is quite capable. So what if he's capable? Zhong Xiangshan is the 9th on the Xian ranking. How can a profound qi realm compare to him? Wait and see. Offending Zhong Xiangshan will not end well. Many martial artists glanced at Li Ruochu from the corner of their eyes when they were talking. Even Li Ruochu, who was the 10th on the Xian ranking, did not want to offend Zhong Xiangshan. What could a profound qi realm martial artist do? Fang Chen stood quietly and did not even activate his black, vibrantly golden armor. Let her go. Fang Chen pointed at the weak Bai Qingqing and said. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said worriedly, You're not his opponent. Leave this place quickly. Qingqing, don't worry. I won't leave you alone. Hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Fang Chen felt his heart ache. Today, no matter what, I'll take you away. Whoever dares to hurt you, I'll make him pay back 10 times. Shameless boasting. Zhong Xiangshan was completely enraged. His body emitted a cold aura. At this moment, Li Ruohong hurried over and advised Fang Chen, Brother Fang, Zhong Xiangshan is very powerful. Before Li Ruohong could finish his words, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Brother Li, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Fang Chen said. Li Ruochu frowned slightly. Obviously, he did not want Li Ruohong to be involved in this matter. Ruohong, come here. Li Ruochu said coldly. Li Ruohong was in a dilemma and hesitated. Fang Chen patted Li Ruohong's shoulder gently. In fact, the fact that Li Ruohong stood up at this time was enough to prove that he was honest with him. Fang Chen engraved this in his heart. Don't worry. You go back first. I'll take care of things here, Fang Chen said. but no buts. I won't let go of anyone who hurts Ching-Ching. Fong Chin said calmly. His calm words contained a cold killing intent. What an arrogant guy. Some dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. What right does a guy in the profound Qi realm have to climb to the top of Nine Dragon Mountain? That's right. This is the place where the experts on the profound ranking gather. Get out of here. Some warriors who wanted to curry favor with Zhong Xiangshan scolded. Fong Chen sneered. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Who do you think you are to hide your head and show your tail?" Everyone present was an expert on the profound ranking. They were furious to be insulted by a profound Qi realm warrior. Immediately, a few people stood up. They were all experts ranked in the top 20 on the profound ranking. Kid, you've gone too far. If you want to show off, you should pick a weaker target. You're nothing here. Let me teach you a lesson. A profound star realm warrior immediately attacked. A violent force instantly enveloped Fong Chen. Die. Fong Chen's aura fluctuated. The black vibration golden armor covered his body and a terrifying force gathered on his fist. Dong! This was Fong Chen's most powerful punch so far. Crack! The black fist light tore through the sky and smashed into the profound star realm cultivator like a meteor. A deafening sound was heard. The next moment, his body flew out like a kite. Pucci! He spat out blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Everyone hurriedly looked over and shockingly discovered that there was a very frightening wound on his chest. The man opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, his injury was too serious and he fainted. His primordial spirit is collapsing. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone was shocked. Only now did they notice. How is that possible? Many warriors of division, profound, shook their heads and couldn't believe what they saw. A profound Qi realm warrior killed a warrior ranked in the top 20 on the profound ranking with one punch. Is there something wrong with my eyes? This can't be real. Oh my God, how strong is this guy? Even I can't do that. When the warrior who wanted to kill Fong Chen completely died, the entire Nine Dragon Mountain was in an uproar. The warriors of division, profound, who had mocked Fong Chen and wanted to attack him retreated and hesitated. They looked at Fong Chen with fear. How can this guy be so strong? Li Ruohong was secretly delighted. The stronger Fong Chen was, the safer he would be. Li Ruochu, who was standing to the side, had a confused look on her face. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fong Chen, as if she was trying to see through him. After the shock, many warriors began to attack Fong Chen. Boy, how dare you kill my brother? Several experts of the profound ranking from Zhongxiang Mountain jumped out and accused Fong Chen loudly. Don't talk too much. If you want to kill me, just do it, Fong Chen said coldly. You're too arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a strong body? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. As he spoke, a profound star realm warrior attacked again. Chapter 2466. Humph, he's just physically strong. As long as I don't fight him in close combat, killing him will be a piece of cake. This mysterious star realm warrior was ranked 19th on the profound ranking and was much stronger than the previous one. Boom! Fong Chen punched out again. The black, vibrantly golden armor appeared on his body, with black runes flashing on it. Dong! Dense black runes gathered on his fist. Like a spatial storm, they devoured the power of origin in the air. Kill! Fong Chen let out a low roar and suddenly punched out. Crack! Wherever the fist light passed, the void shattered. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Swoosh! The expert ranked 19th on the profound ranking had expected Fong Chen to do this in advance. With a flash of his figure, he cleverly dodged and pulled some distance away from Fong Chen. Hiss! Hiss! Even so, when he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that there were signs of burning on his sleeve. Seeing this, the The 19th warrior on the Xian ranking was shocked. He looked at Fang Qin seriously. Where did this guy come from? His physical strength is too strong, burning Li Shi's clothes from a distance. Unless one's strength is at the pinnacle, it is impossible to do so. That's right. I really didn't expect that a profound Qi realm warrior could actually possess such powerful strength. Perhaps this fellow himself is a body refinement martial artist? There were many martial arts in the vast chaotic void. Some cultivated the primordial spirit, some cultivated the physical body, and some cultivated the martial arts. Those who cultivated the physical body were called body refining martial artists. When the body refining martial artist reached the peak, he could break a mountain with one punch and suppress the sea with one punch. Let's end this quickly and kill him. Li Shi thought to himself and soon moved again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He displayed his best skill, the phantom body technique. In the blink of an eye, 9 Li's eyes appeared around Fang Qin. They were all identical, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. The 9 Li's eyes surrounded Fang Qin and closed in on him. At the same time, a long spear appeared in their hands. Sky-piercing spear. The 9 Li Shis roared at the same time, and 9 long spears whistled out. A shocking power erupted from the long spear, instantly suppressing Fang Qin. It seems that Li Shi has also realized that he is no match for this fellow in close combat. He wants to kill him with his spear. Li Shi's phantom movement technique is getting more and more powerful. Even I can't tell which one of the 9 is his true body. That's right. Now that Li Shi has made his move, that kid will probably be suppressed. While everyone was discussing, Li Ruochu was the only one who remained silent. This was because her intuition told her that this guy, named Fang Qin, seemed to have a trump card. Keep him alive, Zhong Xiangshan suddenly said. Zhong Xiangshan is the one who dares to provoke us. I want him to see how his woman is being ravaged by others. Fang Qin, who had been standing there quietly, had a sullen expression on his face when he heard Zhong Xiangshan's words. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Looking at the 9 spears that were rapidly approaching him, the anger in his heart exploded. Crack! The black, vibrantly golden armor was pushed to the maximum, and the myriad sword territory was instantly unleashed. Condense! He roared in his heart. Seeing the 9 spears that were approaching him, they suddenly stopped and continued to move forward. However, due to this stagnation, regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength, they were significantly weakened. Fang Qin did not dare to use the weapon controlling Dao openly, as he was afraid that the other elites would recognize him. However, it was enough to use it secretly. Die! Fang Qin roared as he clenched his fists and punched out. Dong dong dong! In an instant, Fang Qin punched out 9 times consecutively. Every fist radiance struck a long spear fiercely. The 9 consecutive fist radiance struck the 9 spears to the ground. Seeing this, Li Shi's face changed drastically. His 9 phantoms rapidly changed their positions. This is too scary, Li Shi thought to himself. He did not dare to get close to Fang Qin and wanted to win with his speed. Phantom body technique? Fang Qin grinned. His smile was so cold. What kind of expression will you have when I break your movement technique? As soon as his voice fell, Fang Qin opened his palm and the hidden star sword suddenly appeared. Whoosh! A dazzling sword radiance shot out without any hesitation. Puchi! The power of the Shura sword radiance was too strong. With just one slash, it destroyed one of the phantoms. Damn it! Li Shi was enraged. The remaining 8 phantoms moved even faster. However, they still could not escape the attack of the Shura sword radiance. Puchi! 7 consecutive sword radiances shot out and destroyed the 7 phantoms. With a bang, Li Shi's body suffered a strong backlash and flew out before falling to the ground. Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and walked towards Li Shi step by step. Stop it! Zhong Xiangshan's roar came from behind him. However, Fang Qin ignored him. He raised his sword and cut off Li Shi's head. At the peak of 9 Dragon Mountain, everyone was shocked. They were tongue-tied and could not believe it. Ever since they came to the peak of 9 Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen gave them the feeling that his physical body was extremely strong, but his realm was too weak. However, it was only now that they realized that they had been indulging in the wildest fantasies. The latter's swordsmanship was so overbearing that it was an eye-opener. His physical body is already strong enough, but even his swordsmanship is so heaven-defying. He destroyed Li Shi's phantom body technique with one slash. This boy's swordsmanship is amazing. Hey, I seem to have seen it somewhere. I remember now. Shura Sword Dao. This boy is a Shura Sword Dao warrior. Voices of shock were incessant. Many martial artists who wanted to attack no longer dared to. They were scared of Fang Qin. A warrior in the profound Qi realm had killed Li Shi single-handedly. Whether it was long-range or close combat, Fang Chen's strength was a threat to them. The peak of 9 Dragon Mountain was in an uproar. Li Ruochu's delicate body trembled slightly. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Li Ruohong, who was beside her, laughed loudly. Boom! When Fang Chen killed Li Shi, Zhong Xiangshan had already made his move. The majestic fist radiance was imprinted on Fang Chen's back. However, just when everyone thought that he would be severely injured, his figure abruptly disappeared. Where is he? Many people looked around and their eyes were filled with shock. Swoosh! Bai Qingqing looked around and was very worried about Fang Qin. Suddenly, a large hand supported him, and a gentle voice entered his ears. I've made you suffer. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's nose twitched. She plunged into Fang Chen's arms and cried. Fang Chen's heart was in pain. If he had not come, he did not know what kind of humiliation Bai Qingqing would have suffered. Thinking of this, he felt a lingering fear. He gently stroked Bai Qingqing's hair and comforted her. You would never understand that when you were about to lose all hope, you met the person of your dreams who came to your rescue. Bai Qingqing burst into tears, venting all the grievances she had suffered and the yearning she had for Fang Qin all these years. I thought that I would never see you again, Bai Qingqing said intermittently as she wept. Silly girl, with me around, no one can hurt you, Fang Qin said gently. At the peak of 9 Dragon Mountain, many supreme talents stood quietly. Only Zhong Xiangshan roared into the sky and was in a state of rage. Not only did Fang Qin disturb his memorial ceremony, but he also killed a few of his subordinates right under his nose. This was intolerable. Brat, I will let you taste the cruelest punishment in this world. I will make you wish you were dead. Zhong Xiangshan gritted his teeth and said. After venting for a while, Bai Qingqing finally stopped crying. Her fair hands held onto Fang Chen's sleeves tightly. Wait for me here, Fang Qin said to Bai Qingqing with a smile. Bai Qingqing was a little worried, but after seeing Fang Chen's confident smile, she nodded heavily. She knew the man in front of her very well. As long as he had decided on something, no one could change his mind. After checking Bai Qingqing's injuries, he found that she was fine. She had just used up too much energy and could rest. Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Zhong Xiangshan. Now can we settle the score? Fang Qin said as he spread out his hands. Chapter 2467. Zhong Xiangshan laughed. His laughter was very wild. He did not rely on coercion or threats to get to where he was today. Instead, he fought with real swords and spears to conquer the world. Being the 9th expert on the Xian board was an honor that everyone in the chaotic void could be proud of. Everyone present knew the importance of the Xian board. The Xian board was written by the clan leaders of the 5 great clans to encourage the younger generation and to discover geniuses more intuitively. There were a total of 1,000 spots on the Xian board. Anyone who could be listed on the Xian board was considered an outstanding genius. The top spots on the Xian board had always been occupied by the great clans and many top forces. Zhong Xiangshan was the most outstanding disciple of the Tianqing Zhong family, but he was only ranked 9th. In front of him, everyone was like an insurmountable mountain. Now, a Xianqi realm martial artist had killed 2 experts on the Xian board. If this feat were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a stir in the chaotic void. Now, he did not have any respect for Zhong Xiangshan. Instead, he was provoking him. Li Ruochu frowned. He thought that this guy was smart and that he might be able to survive if he left Julong Mountain quickly after saving his beloved. But now he was going against Zhong Xiangshan. He would not have a good ending. Ruohong, don't hang out with this kind of person in the future. Li Ruochu looked at Li Ruohong and said in a deep voice, "Why?" Li Ruohong asked, "Don't you understand? A person's strength does not depend on his potential, but on his combat power." Li Ruochu said, "This guy's potential is incredible. Even Zhong Xiangshan is no match for him. However, he is only a Xianqi realm martial artist. If he was in the outside world, there would be a great clan trying to rope him in. But this is Dongming Mountain. Do you think he can escape from Zhong Xiangshan?" Li Ruochu's words sentenced Fang Chen to death. "If you befriend him, you will definitely anger Zhong Xiangshan. This is extremely unwise." Li Ruochu said, "Although the Li family was the overlord of the divine sword heaven, they were still weaker than the Tianqing Zhong family. Even the higher-ups of the Li family would not hesitate to support Li Ruochu's decision. When big clans did things, the first thing they considered was benefits. Making friends with someone who was about to die and offending Zhong Xiong Mountain was not a wise choice." Hearing Li Ruohong's words, Li Ruohong frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. "Don't tell me that for the sake of our family's interests, we can disregard our friends." Li Ruohong retorted, "Ruohong." Li Ruochu raised her voice. "Have you forgotten who you are? Have you forgotten the patriarch's warning before leaving?" Hearing Li Ruochu's words, Li Ruohong's face turned ashen. He lowered his head and stopped talking. In fact, he was struggling internally. Although he had formed an alliance with Fang Qin and made a martial oath in order to gain the latter's trust, it was still not enough. However, after interacting with Fang Qin for a period of time, Li Ruohong felt Fang Qin's charm. He was honest with the latter. He sincerely wanted to befriend the latter. But now the latter was in trouble, and because of the rules of the clan, he could only sit by and watch. Thinking of this, Li Ruohong clenched his fists, feeling as if his heart was being cut by a knife. "Settle scores with me?" Zhong Xiangshan sneered. "I'd like to see how you're going to settle scores with me." Fang Qin took a few steps forward, looked at Zhong Xiangshan and said, "I don't care what kind of person you are. I don't care if you bully other women. But of all things, you shouldn't have extended your hands to Qingqing." Back then, because of Bai Qingqing, he went on a killing spree in the territory of the divine sword sect. At that time, he was on the verge of breaking down. He thought that Bai Qingqing had died and blamed himself. After more than 20 years, he finally found out that Bai Qingqing was not dead and was right in front of him. How could he not cherish her? He would not let go of anyone who touched Bai Qingqing, even if that person was an expert ranked 9th on the profound ranking. Moreover, Fang Qin had a lot of grudges with the Tianqing Zhong family. Not to mention other things, just the fact that his wife was taken away by the elders of the Zhong family was enough to put Fang Qin on the opposite side of Zhong Xiangshan. What a joke! It's her fortune that I, Zhong Xiangshan, value her. Zhong Xiangshan said, "Kid, now you should think about your last words." Fang Qin shook his head. Zhong Xiangshan still did not see the situation clearly. "Looks like we can only fight." Fang Qin said, "I hope you can still be so calm later." Zhong Xiangshan roared, and a thick black aura emerged from his palms. Then he swung his hands in the air, and the black aura gushed out, covering the entire peak of the 9-Dragon Mountain. You should be proud to die in the hands of Zhong Xiangshan. Boom! He grabbed the air, and the black aura was caught in his hands. Then he punched with both fists. Isn't your physical strength very strong? I will use my iron fists to shatter your body. Zhong Xiangshan was very confident in his own strength. He even activated the power of the Zhong family's bloodline and merged it into his fists. The punch was like a mountain, and it blasted towards Fangchen. On the peak, many division, profound martial artists were shocked. Child's play. Fangchen said indifferently and punched out. Dong! There were no fancy moves, only a solid punch. When the two fists collided with each other, a deafening sound erupted. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the thick fog. Bang! Both of them took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Zhong Xiangshan's face turned pale. His knuckles were broken, and blood flowed out from his fingernails. His heart was filled with killing intent. Zhong Xiangshan is injured. The crowd could not accept it. Someone as strong as Zhong Xiangshan was actually injured in a clash of strength. Only the blood on Zhong Xiangshan's knuckles could prove that his physical strength was completely suppressed by Fangchen. Damn you, I've changed my mind. I'll tear you into pieces with my own hands and make your woman a plaything for my Zhong family disciples. Zhong Xiangshan said viciously, You dare to humiliate a woman like this? Do you still have the nerve to live in this world? Why don't I send you to hell? Zhong Xiangshan was enraged. He roared to the sky, and a war blade appeared in his hand. Kill! Zhong Xiangshan stomped his foot, and with the war blade in his hand, he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Fangchen. Azura sword technique, 11th move. Originally, he had planned to save this move as a last resort. However, Zhong Xiangshan's actions had thoroughly angered Fangchen. Swoosh! A sword radiance pierced through the sky and appeared in front of Zhong Xiangshan. Boom! Suddenly, Zhong Xiangshan felt immense pressure. He took a step back, and the war blade in his hand slashed towards the sword radiance. Kacha! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded as the sword radiance sent Zhong Xiangshan's war blade flying. Dong! Zhong Xiangshan's body was pierced by the sword radiance, and he flew out, shocking everyone. The entire Nine Dragon Mountain was in an uproar. The 9th expert on the Xian ranking was forced to such an extent by a profound Qi realm martial artist. It was unbelievable. Li Ruochu's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart trembled. She was the only one who knew how powerful the sword move that Fangchen had just executed was. It's too powerful. There is actually such a powerful sword technique in the world. Li Ruochu's heart palpitated. Facing Fangchen, she did not even have the courage to attack. The divine sword sky was known as the heaven for sword cultivators. As the ruler of the divine sword sky, the Li family's understanding of the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. Li Ruochu was the hope of the Li family. She was born with the sword body, and her potential in the way of the sword was unparalleled. She was also known as the Little Sword God. Even the top experts of the big clans had said that if there were no accidents, Li Ruochu would have a place in the chaotic void in the future. Moreover, the way of the sword would be dazzling in the future because of Li Ruochu. It was not easy to be praised by the top experts of the big clans. But now, Li Ruochu kept shaking her head. Her proud heart had been completely defeated. She could not accept the fact that a profound Qi realm martial artist's way of the sword was not weaker than her. How is this possible? Li Ruochu murmured. He only cultivates the Azura sword Dao. The Qianquan sword Dao cultivated by the Li family was even stronger than the Azura sword Dao. However, she could not forget that stunning sword strike just now. Too strong. Unbelievable. Li Ruochu said in a daze. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2468. Fang Qin stood at the peak of Nine Dragon Mountain with a hidden star sword in his hand, looking down on the world. His aura alone had suppressed many division, profound martial artists. Many people looked at him with fear, afraid that he would kill them all if he was unhappy. Zhong Xiangshan quickly got up from the ground. There was a deep sword wound on his chest, and blood was flowing out. His eyes were red, and he was in a state of madness. I, Zhong Xiangshan, have never been defeated by anyone in the younger generation. You are the only one who can force me to this extent. Zhong Xiangshan said, Today if I, Zhong Xiangshan, do not kill you, then I am not human. After that, Zhong Xiangshan released a monstrous aura. Some people cried out involuntarily when they saw this. Oh no! Zhong Xiangshan has completely activated his bloodline power. He is going to use a forbidden technique. Let's go. Many division, profound martial artists were frightened and quickly retreated, leaving Nine Dragon Mountain in the blink of an eye. On Nine Dragon Mountain, a violent aura was raging. Li Ruochu looked at Fang Qin, and then looked at Zhong Xiangshan, who was in a state of madness. Finally, he shook his head and turned to leave. Let's go, Li Ruochu said. I'm not leaving. Li Ruohong's eyes were firm. Seeing this, Li Ruochu ignored him and quickly left Nine Dragon Mountain. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Qin, Zhong Xiangshan, Bai Qingqing, and Li Ruohong were left on the peak of the mountain. Brother Fang, although I, Li Ruohong, can help you, we have formed an alliance and made a martial arts oath. No matter what the result is, I, Li Ruohong, will accompany you in this madness. At this moment, Li Ruohong's heart was open, and he threw caution to the wind. You are harming the Li family. Zhong Xiangshan threatened in his madness. Fang Qin's heart was warm, and he nodded to Li Ruohong and said, Brotherly, help me take care of Qingqing. With that, Fang Qin flicked his finger, and the burning Heaven Nine Changes formation enveloped Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing. The following battle would be fierce. Fang Qin could foresee that. He was afraid that the energy fluctuations would affect Bai Qingqing and Li Ruohong. Do you think this will save them? Zhong Xiangshan said with a sinister expression. The ninth expert on the profound ranking was forced into such a sorry state by a warrior in the profound Qi realm. He even had to use a forbidden technique. At this point, you still have the face to be arrogant? Fang Qin mocked. Zhong Xiangshan smiled sinisterly and stopped arguing with Fang Qin. No matter what the situation was, the fist was the absolute truth. After I kill you, who will remember you? People would only remember the victors. As for the losers, they would be forgotten by history. Although being forced to this point by a profound Qi realm martial artist was not good for his reputation. However, once he left the Nine Dragon Mountain alive, who would care about that? Everyone from the Tianqing Zhong family deserves to die. Fang Qin said indifferently, Killing you is just the beginning. Your stupidity will ruin your life. Zhong Xiangshan approached Fang Qin step by step. At the same time, the black aura around him became thicker. Roar! A beastly roar could be heard. Zhong Xiangshan had used a forbidden technique. Behind him, an ancient black bear quickly condensed in the void. The moment the black bear appeared, the entire Nine Dragon Mountain trembled. The 9 dragon heads that surrounded the 9 Dragon Mountain opened their eyes and spat out dazzling flames. Kill! The ancient black bear stomped its feet and the 9 Dragon Mountain trembled. In a few steps, it was in front of Fang Qin. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand my sword? The 11th move of the Shura sword principle was used again. This move contained Fang Qin's lifetime comprehension of the sword principle. The offensive power that it could unleash was the strongest so far. Compared to the 10th move, it was more than 100 times stronger. When Fang Qin created this move, he was destined to be able to kill a mysterious star realm martial artist easily. Even Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the mysterious ranking. After using a taboo technique, your body is still somewhat weak. Fang Chen stared at the ferocious primordial black bear and said indifferently, "Swoosh!" The hidden star sword burst out with the power of a chaos-level weapon. It carried the powerful Shura sword chi and stabbed at the ancient black bear. The latter was pierced through before it could release its power. Just as Fang Chen had said, no matter how strong you are, can you block a single sword strike for me? The answer was obvious. No. Hiss! Hiss! The ancient black bear was pierced through by the sword. A large hole appeared on its body, and a majestic aura escaped from it. It roared to the sky and waved its claws, trying to break Fang Chen's head. A beast will always be a beast. The hidden star sword turned around and slashed out, breaking the ancient black bear's claws. Roar! The ancient black bear's huge body wobbled. Again, the hidden star sword slashed at the ancient black bear's legs. With a crack, its legs were cut off. Dong! A deafening explosion rang out. The ancient black bear's huge body was mercilessly defeated by Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Crack! The ancient black bear fell to the ground and turned into mist before dissipating. Without the protection of the ancient black bear, Zhong Xiangshan was vulnerable. The soul power spear formed and shot out instantly. At the same time, the 11th move of the Shura sword art flashed. Under the two-pronged attack, Zhong Xiangshan's primordial spirit was directly crushed. At the foot of the Nine-Dragon Mountain, many experts on the profound ranking stood at the front and stared at the mountain peak. What's the situation now? Zhong Xiangshan's forbidden technique is no weaker than the 8th-ranked expert on the profound ranking. He should be able to kill that kid. Not necessarily. I have a feeling that he still has some tricks up his sleeve. A sword cultivator, a pure sword cultivator. His attack power is beyond our imagination. Many martial artists were discussing in low voices. Suddenly, the ancient black bear appeared, and everyone exclaimed. However, not long after, the ancient black bear's huge body slowly fell to the ground, and the entire Nine-Dragon Mountain shook. Even the ancient black bear can't do anything to him? Following the collapse of the ancient black bear's huge body, the plains were in an uproar. Then, Zhong Xiangshan's miserable cry came from the mountain peak. Everyone was shocked. The 9th-ranked expert on the profound ranking, Zhong Xiangshan of the Tianqing sect, had fallen on the Nine-Dragon Mountain peak. Many people were still in a daze as they stood on the plains in a daze. Of course, there were also many people who were burning with desire. After today, the top 10 of the profound ranking would be in the limelight again. Li Ruochu was a little regretful. He shook his head and sighed. Now he could only hope that Li Ruohong and Fang Chen's friendship could bring him to the Li family's camp. Awoo! Suddenly, wolf howls could be heard from the distant horizon. What's that sound? The Dark Blood tribe, a branch of the werewolf. Soon, many martial artists were shocked. In the void, there was a patch of blood red. A few shadows appeared and climbed to the peak of Nine-Dragon Mountain. The werewolf tribe is here too? It's over. The werewolf tribe is known for their ferocity. That kid is dead. The werewolf tribe was a branch of the Dark Blood tribe, and it was an extremely important branch. It was said that the werewolf tribe had sent many Iron Wolf to seize the treasure of Nine-Dragon Mountain. Who would have thought that this battle would attract the attention of the werewolves? Many martial artists sighed. On the peak of Nine-Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen had just killed Zhong Xiangshan and collected his summer ring when he sensed the arrival of the werewolf tribe. Crash! 3 werewolves suddenly appeared on the peak of the mountain. The blood of the wolf god. The 3 Iron Wolf sensed the blood of the wolf god and looked at Fang Chen greedily. Oh no! Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He activated the array power in his body and infused it into the array on Nine-Dragon Mountain. Kid, you're the one who took the 5th wolf god's remains? One of the Iron Wolf asked. I've heard that 2 Iron Wolf guards died in your hands. The wolf god's remains aren't something you can touch. Hand it over quickly, and we'll consider leaving you a complete corpse. The werewolf tribe was determined to get the wolf god's remains. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Fong Qin. The Iron Wolf was the vanguard of the werewolf tribe. Each Iron Wolf's cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and their combat power was close to the mystic true realm. Therefore, Fong Qin didn't have the courage to fight against the 3 Iron Wolf. I hope the array on 9 Dragon Mountain is effective. Fong Qin prayed in his heart. The 3 Iron Wolf quickly closed in. Powerful auras exploded from their bodies and pressured Fong Qin. Chapter 2469. The strength of the 3 Iron Wolf was stronger than the first on the profound board. Because they were too old and had cultivated for too long, they were no longer on the profound board. Fong Qin did not dare to be careless. He knew how powerful the Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe was. Speaking of which, it was thanks to the Iron Wolf that the Chiu family of Mashacian could be destroyed. They were existences that could compete with experts of the mysterious realm. Seeing the 3 Iron Wolf approaching, Fong Qin's body was filled with an extremely dense array Dao aura. Die. The 3 Iron Wolf attacked together, and a majestic force blasted towards Fong Qin. Seeing that it was about to be attacked by the 3 tyrannical forces, the peak of 9 Dragon Mountain suddenly shook violently. Buzz! The 3 great Iron Wolf guards swayed. Their attacks had actually been shattered by the black hole. What's going on? At this time, the 3 Iron Wolf seemed to have realized something. They exclaimed and immediately turned their heads to look, only to find that Fong Qin had disappeared. Oh no, it's an array! One of the Iron Wolf roared and desperately clawed the void, trying to tear the array apart. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The 9 dragon heads that guarded the 9 Dragon Mountain also opened their eyes in an instant. Loud and clear cries continuously rang out. The blue sky instantly darkened, and everything became dark. Below, many warriors retreated and looked at the peak of 9 Dragon Mountain with fear. What's going on? Did the 3 Iron Wolf attack? It shouldn't be. The 3 Iron Wolf strength is comparable to experts of the mysterious realm. Looking at this space, they are invincible. It's easy for them to kill a mysterious Qi realm warrior. No, the situation has changed. Many of the weaker martial artists had already retreated and disappeared without a trace. Some warriors who were ranked at the top of the Xian ranking stood closer. Their dark eyes were fixed on the sky. Li Ruochu's beautiful eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Li Ruohong, his eyes were already wide open. On the mountain peak, Fong Qin was wrapped in a violent aura of array Dao. His bright eyes scanned the surroundings as he grinned. This is a true peerless formation. When Fong Qin ascended the 9 Dragon Mountain, he discovered this peerless formation. After some observation, he discovered that the true peerless formation was hidden within the 9 Dragon Mountain and had not been activated at all. This was also the reason why many division profound warriors could easily reach the top. He didn't climb to the top of the mountain right away. Instead, he used a strange method from the 3,000 scrolls of ancient arrays to communicate with the array. When they reached the summit, Li Ruohong asked Fong Qin why it was so troublesome. At that time, Fong Qin only smiled. Now he was finally seeing results. A magnificent formation was summoned, encapsulating the peak of the 9 Dragons Mountain. No matter how powerful the 3 Iron Wolf were, they couldn't break it. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? The 3 Iron Wolf didn't know much about formations. They couldn't break the formation even after using all their strength. This made the 3 Iron Wolf roar in anger. Attack together, attack the same point. One of the Iron Wolf roared. Boom! The attack that was powerful enough to make mysterious realm experts fearful fell on the peerless formation. Dong! The formation only shook slightly, but it still stood firm in the end. Seeing this, the 3 Iron Wolf's face turned gloomy. At the center of the formation, Fong Qin murmured, "How can a formation set up by a mysterious god realm honorable be broken so easily?" As he spoke, Fong Chen's face changed slightly. Controlling the formation consumed too much of his energy. "We have to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to maintain the formation for long," Fong Qin said. "However, with my current cultivation, wanting to control the peerless Grand Formation to kill the 3 great Iron Wolf Guards is not too realistic." After pondering for a while, Fong Qin came up with a plan. "Open!" Fong Qin shouted. A crack suddenly appeared on the impregnable formation. Of course, the crack was well disguised. The 3 Iron Wolf didn't notice it at all. Dong! Their attacks just so happened to land on the crack. When they discovered that the peerless formation was shaking, they laughed loudly. "Get out!" After saying that, the 3 Iron Wolf Guards continued to strengthen their attacks. Very quickly, a gap appeared in the peerless formation. Using this opportunity, the 3 Iron Wolf Guards all left. Phew! When they left the exceptional great formation, their bodies were battered and exhausted, gasping for breath. "Damn it! What should we do? This kid can control the formation. As long as he's still on the 9 Dragons Mountain, we can't do anything to him. Let's get out of here first," the leader of the Iron Wolf Guards muttered. Just in case, it was better to leave first. After all, they had seen the power of the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky was clear again. The 3 blood-red shadows whistled and left. The peak of the 9 Dragons Mountain was completely shrouded by the majestic formation. A shocking aura spread out. Below, many warriors were shocked and tongue-tied. What is that? How is it possible? The 3 great Iron Wolf Guards were actually defeated? It must be that strange formation. Can that kid control the 9 Dragons Mountain formation? After hearing this, the entire plain was in an uproar. Many warriors were stunned and shook their heads. Fong Qin killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking, with 1 sword. Then, with the help of the 9 Dragons Mountain formation, he suppressed the 3 Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe. As the news spread, the entire cave, Confidant Mountain, was astounded. Countless martial artists were shocked at the first moment. One must know that this guy was only in the profound Qi realm. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. For a time, the top powerhouses of the profound ranking also looked at the 9 Dragons Mountain. The young talents of the Dark Blood tribe and other big clans were interested in Fong Qin. The 3 Iron Wolf fled in embarrassment, which made the werewolf tribe very angry. Even the Dark Blood tribe gave the order to kill. However, with the existence of the formation, they did not dare to take the risk easily. Unknowingly, Fong Qin had become famous in the immortal cave mountain. As the protagonist, he did not know that at this moment he was exploring the mystery of the Jin family token. "Are you okay?" Bai Qingqing's pretty face was full of joy. She was very excited to meet Fong Qin here. She recalled that when her master asked her to come to the immortal cave mountain to cultivate, she was very reluctant and helpless. If she did not come, she would not have met Fong Qin. After experiencing the situation of Bai Qingqing's fake death last time, Fong Qin's inner feelings were very fluctuating. He stared at Bai Qingqing, seriously sizing up this peerless beauty. She had waited for him her whole life. She had been silently supporting him behind his back, all for nothing more than to see him. But Fong Qin clenched his fists with a complicated look on his face. At this moment, Bai Qingqing's small, fair hand held him. Her red lips were close to his ear, and her breath was like orchids. "You don't have to feel conflicted. All I want is to be able to see you a little longer." Bai Qingqing knew that Fong Qin already had a wife, and she was as beautiful as her. She did not want to destroy someone's family, but she could not suppress her inner feelings. "I won't disturb you." After saying that, Bai Qingqing turned and walked to the edge of the mountain peak. The cold wind blew, and her blue robe fluttered. Bai Qingqing stood there quietly, which made Fang Qin feel very complicated. In the end, Fang Qin did not say the last sentence. Qingqing, I don't deserve you. After saying that, Fang Qin shook his head and turned to Li Ruohong. Brother Fang. Li Ruohong looked at Fang Qian with a smile. He had now regarded him as his idol. Opening his palm, the Jin family token appeared in Fang Qian's palm. According to the information in the token, this is the cultivation place of the Jin family's ancestors. Let's split up and see if we can find any clues, Fang Qian said. If they could find the inheritance of the profound God realm supremacy's cultivation place, their strength would definitely skyrocket. Moreover, when he was controlling the Peerless Formation, he vaguely felt that 9 Dragon Mountain was unusual. It was very likely that there were secrets that even he did not know. Perhaps the inheritance treasure was far more than that. Okay, let's split up. Li Ruohong nodded and began to search. Bai Qingqing turned her head and looked at the busy Fang Qian with a smile on her face. Chapter 2470. The origin energy here seems to be even denser. Fang Qian searched carefully and found a strange place. After careful inspection, he found that this place was isolated from probing with his primordial spirit. His divine sense could not penetrate into the ground. Brother Fang, how is it? Li Ruohong asked. Fang Qian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Try the token? Li Ruohong asked. Fang Qian took out the token and activated it with his power. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from the token. Immediately, a loud and clear cry was emitted. The next moment, the 9 dragon heads at the top of 9 Dragons Mountain roared continuously. Seeing this, Fang Qian was overjoyed. The token in his hand flew out of his hand and floated in the air. Buzz! After the token spun a few times, a ray of bright light shot into the ground. Crack! A gap suddenly appeared on the smooth ground. Upon closer inspection, the gap happened to be in the shape of a stone door. It's really here. Li Ruohong shouted excitedly. Fang Qian, who was at the side, kicked the stone door. Immediately, the stone door opened with a clang, and pitch-black darkness entered their eyes. Let's go in and have a look. Fang Qian said. You and Qingqing follow behind me. Fang Qian grabbed the token that was floating in midair and jumped into the darkness first. Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing followed, closely behind. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of the ground. Whoosh! A flame appeared in Fang Qian's palm, illuminating the entire underground. What is this place? Li Ruohong looked around and asked hurriedly. There were walls all around, but at the front there was a small palace. This palace should be the cultivation place of the Jin family's ancestor, right? Buzz! The token vibrated and made a slight sound, leading Fang Qian to the front of the palace. Crack! Immediately, a groove appeared on the palace door, and the token was inserted. Then the heavy palace door opened. Creak! The door of the palace opened, and a bright light pierced into the eyes of the 3. Let's go in and have a look. After adapting to the light with great difficulty, the 3 of them entered the palace. The surroundings were in a mess, with all kinds of materials placed everywhere. Fang Qian casually picked up a stone and looked at it carefully. He was shocked. This is meteorite iron. Fang Qian was speechless. This place did not look like a place for cultivation, but more like a storehouse. Then, Fang Qian picked up another piece of wood. Golden wood. Ha ha ha, Brother Fang, we're rich. Li Ruohong laughed excitedly at the side. This should be the profound God realm sovereign's storeroom. There are countless rare materials here. The golden wood that the outside world regards as a treasure for crafting artifacts is actually being used as firewood here. Following Li Ruohong's finger, Fang Qian saw a shocking scene. He was tongue-tied. He swore that this was the most spectacular scene he had seen so far. In the center of the palace, there was a slightly old futon, and in front of the futon there was a small fire. There were some golden wood that had not been burned out. It seems that the profound god realm sovereign obtained a lot of good things in a mortal cave mountain, Bai Qingqing said. After cultivating with her master for so many years, she had seen many treasures on the suicide cliff, but she had never heard of such extravagance like the owner of the palace. Fang Qin shook his head hard. The use of the golden wood by the owner of the palace had really refreshed his worldview. However, he was very excited. The more it was like this, the more it proved that there were many treasures in the palace. The golden wood could only be considered as trash. It was unimaginable. If even the golden wood was trash, what kind of treasure would the owner of the palace have? What is this? It's quite heavy. When Fang Chen and Li Ruohong looked at each other, Bai Qingqing's voice was heard. Fang Chen turned his head to take a look and was immediately dumbfounded. Black vibranium! At this moment, Bai Qingqing was holding a palm-sized piece of black vibranium in her fair hand. The color of this piece of black vibranium was much better than the one he had obtained before. It was definitely a top grade. Fang Chen was speechless. He had gone through so much trouble to obtain a little bit of black vibranium. Even a master like the master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion regarded it as a treasure. It took a long time to forge it into black vibranium armor. Fang Chen looked elsewhere and suddenly realized that there were more than 300 kilograms of black vibranium in front of Bai Qingqing. After a long time, Fang Chen finally calmed down. The owner of the palace was too rich, wasn't he? If the 300 kilograms of black vibranium were in the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath and even cause a great loss of life. Needless to say, there were even more precious materials than black vibranium. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Li Ruohong lay on the ground and kept rolling. Even the Li family couldn't take out such precious materials in such a short time. It was unimaginable that the warehouse of a dark god realm honorable could be compared to the overlord of the divine sword heaven, the Li family. Swordwood. The densely packed sword would made Fang Chen's eyes blurry. After an hour, Fang Chen and the other two finally calmed down. Refining materials, alchemy materials, talisman materials, all kinds of materials. There are simply too many to count, Li Ruohong said. These materials are enough to build a Li family. After checking, Fang Chen was shocked to find that there were a lot of materials. There were a total of thousands of materials in the warehouse, and the quantity of each material was huge. What should we do? After the surprise, the three of them were thinking about how to bring these things out. Li Ruohong looked at Fang Chen and asked. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the palace suddenly shook. A wisp of aura emerged from the futon and then turned into a hazy shadow. Do you want to bring these things out? The shadow asked. Who are you? Li Ruohong looked at the shadow warily. Who I am is not important. What's important is your choice. Hearing this, Fang Chen roughly guessed the identity of the shadow. He should be a trace left by the Jin family's ancestors. When they entered here, they should have activated the mark in the futon. Thinking of this, Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he wanted it. Originally, these were left for the descendants of the Jin family. Unfortunately, for countless years, none of the descendants of the Jin family were able to come here. You have the token, which means that the Jin family will either decline or perish. The illusory figure sighed. Instead of letting these treasures be buried here, it's better to give them to the fated ones. Fang Chen secretly muttered in his heart. If the shadow knew that the Jin family was destroyed by him, how would he feel? Because you are not from the Jin family, the difficulty of your test has been increased by 3 times. There are a total of 3 tests. If you pass the first test, you can take some things away. If you pass all 3 tests, you can take away everything in this warehouse. What test? Li Ruohong couldn't wait. The first test is a test of martial Dao comprehension. The shadow said, release your martial Dao aura and cover this gourd. When its color turns red, it will pass the test. Whoosh! While speaking, a green gourd appeared in front of Fong Qin and the other two. Seeing this, Fong Qin and the other two were speechless. Isn't this too extravagant? The material of this gourd was better than black vibranium. It was the legendary Dragon King iron. Legend has it that Dragon King iron was scraped from the two horns of a real dragon. There were very few iron shavings on the horns of each true dragon. How much Dragon King iron was needed to refine such a large gourd? While Fong Chen and the other two were sighing, the Phantom's next words made them speechless. A bunch of ignorant bumpkins. It's just a wine pot. What's there to be surprised about? Fong Chen felt his throat move, and he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by an ignorant country bumpkin? This was Dragon King iron. It was too wasteful to use it to make a wine pot. All right, stop dilly-dallying and accept the test. The mysterious man said impatiently, If you can't pass the test, then stay here with me forever, until someone can pass the third test. It can't be. Hearing this, Li Ruahong pulled a long face. Wait until you pass the test. There will be plenty of good stuff. At that time, you will also turn your nose up at this gourd, said the mysterious man slowly. Sometimes don't just look at the surface. You have to look inside. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2471. The Dragon King iron was used as a flagon, and the black vibranium weighed more than 300 kilograms. The sword wood was densely packed, and the golden wood could only be used as firewood. Fong Qin did not dare to think further. He quickly walked to the gourd. I'll go first. Li Ruahong was full of confidence. He closed his eyes, and his martial Tao comprehension emerged and shrouded the gourd. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound was transmitted into the ears of the crowd. Not bad. Fong Qin nodded. Although Li Ruahong seemed unreliable, he was still a disciple of the divine sword heaven's overlord Li family. His martial Tao comprehension was not bad. This was the foundation that a big family valued. Soon, under Li Ruahong's martial Tao comprehension, the green gourd gradually turned red. However, before it was completely shrouded in red, his body kept retreating and he was gasping for breath. Did I pass? Li Ruahong did not have time to rest and asked hurriedly, You barely passed. The shadow said, After passing the first level, you can take some things away. Oh, Li Ruahong's eyes lit up when he heard that. The first level of the test had forced him into a desperate situation, and he almost failed. The next two levels of the test were destined to be difficult. What can I take away? Some firewood. Li Ruahong's fiery gaze instantly dimmed. He replied weakly, Then I'll continue with the challenge. Bai Qingqing and Fong Qin, who were standing at the side, also smiled. After passing the first level of the test, he could only take away a pile of firewood. Obviously, this was not the result that Fong Qin and the others wanted. Let me do it. Bai Qingqing, who was in a green robe, walked to the gourd. A strong martial Tao aura emerged instantly. Bai Qingqing waved her fair hands, and the gourd turned red in the blink of an eye. It was very transparent. Isn't this too exaggerated? Li Ruahong curled his lips. He had worked so hard to pass, but Bai Qingqing passed in an instant. It seemed that her martial Tao comprehension was much stronger than his. Not bad. The illusory figure nodded. Your comprehension of martial arts is very strong. Your potential is stronger than that guy. Li Ruahong was speechless at the virtual shadow's comment. All of this was within Fong Chen's expectations. To be able to be taken in as a disciple by an almighty, one could imagine that Bai Qingqing's talent was definitely not too bad. Next, it was his turn. Fong Chen closed his eyes, and a mighty martial aura gushed out from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the gourd. However, nothing happened to the gourd. What happened? Li Ruahong exclaimed in shock. Impossible. Fang Chen was better than him in every aspect, so there was no reason for the gourd to remain calm. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Even after 15 minutes, the gourd was still green. Seeing this, the virtual shadow shook his head and denied Fang Chen's claim. Li Ruahong was very anxious. He tried to wake Fang Chen up, but to no avail. As for Bai Qingqing, she bit her lips tightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She believed that Fang Chen would definitely succeed. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with rich martial Tao comprehension. On the path of martial Tao, fighting with heaven and earth is endless fun. Fang Chen thought to himself, without a fearless heart, the path of martial Tao will definitely not be long. Thinking of this, he was suddenly enlightened. Buzz! The gourd that was originally motionless started to tremble. Hiss! The gourd kept shaking as if it was about to be torn apart. Suddenly, a red dot flashed on the gourd. Then, a black color instantly submerged the gourd. The moment Fang Chen's eyes turned black, the green gourd turned black. Why did it turn black? Li Ruahong asked with his eyes wide open. Bai Qingqing was also a little surprised. Only the virtual shadow that was suspended in midair remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled bitterly. He also didn't understand. He was just following the rules to test his martial Tao comprehension. Why did it turn black? What does black represent? Fang Chen pondered. After a long time, the virtual shadow finally spoke. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chen as a scorching light flashed in his eyes. How long have you been cultivating? Less than 20,000 years, Fang Chen said. Buzz! The virtual shadow's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. Amazing! I didn't expect that in this era where the power of heaven is lacking, there would be such a talented genius like you. The virtual shadow said with a little regret. Unfortunately, I can't witness the arrival of this glorious era. Speaking of this, the virtual shadow looked at Fang Chen again and grinned. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the first test. What's the difference between black and red? Li Ruahong couldn't help but ask. Red means that you have great potential. You are a talent that can be molded. In the future, you will definitely step into the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm, the virtual shadow said. Honorable realm of the mysterious God realm? Li Ruahong laughed. Black means that you have great potential. I don't dare to say that you are the only one in history, but you are also the top genius in the chaotic void. If this kind of person doesn't die prematurely, his achievements in the future will not be limited to the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm. The virtual shadow didn't finish his words, but Li Ruahong and Bai Qingqing were shocked. Not limited to the mysterious God realm? Didn't that mean that Fang Chen had hopes of reaching the ancient God realm in the future? That was the ancient God realm. In the entire chaotic void, there were only a handful of ancient gods who stood at the top of the chaotic void. Congratulations, Brother Fang. After being stunned, Li Ruahong hurriedly cupped his fists and congratulated him. In response, Fang Chen just smiled. Having great potential didn't mean that one would be strong. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? At the current stage, even the honorable realm of the mysterious God realm was a little far from him, let alone the legendary ancient God realm. As a person, one shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should be down to earth, step by step, to strengthen the foundation. Only then could one walk to a higher level in the chaotic void where martial arts were prevalent. All right, let's begin the second test. The virtual shadow glanced at Fang Chen and said, the second test is the power of bloodline. Throughout history, the experts who could reach the top all had the strongest bloodline. If one didn't have a super strong bloodline, he wouldn't be qualified to get this. Splash! With a wave of his hand, a bronze mirror appeared in front of the three of them. Drip your essence blood on the bronze mirror. The virtual shadow said, if the essence blood spreads to the size of a palm, you pass. The rules were simple. They just needed to drip their essence blood on the bronze mirror. This bronze mirror is not simple. Fong Qin frowned and stared at the bronze mirror. He seemed to have seen records about this bronze mirror somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. This is the bloodline bronze mirror. Bai Qingqing said from the side. What? Li Ruohong asked. Although he was a disciple of the Li family, he had never heard of the bloodline bronze mirror. I followed Master to cultivate at the suicide cliff and saw it a few times. Master got it from a dangerous place. However, the size of it couldn't be compared to the bloodline bronze mirror. It was only the size of a palm. Bai Qingqing explained, the bloodline bronze mirror is known as the most precious treasure of the present age. It can test any bloodline. Moreover, if the bloodline bronze mirror is used to nurture the bloodline for a long time, it can make the bloodline stronger and stimulate the power of the bloodline hidden in the depths of the bloodline. To put it simply, the bloodline bronze mirror was a precious treasure in the chaotic void that could only be found by chance. In the present age, only the 5 great clans had it. If one wanted to make the bloodline bronze mirror, one had to be an ancient god blacksmith. No one below the ancient god realm could make it. I remember now. Li Ruohong patted his head and said, I once heard from the elders in the clan that Honorable Soldier Wu, who is famous in the stellar sky, obtained a bloodline bronze mirror to nurture his bloodline. In the end, he managed to nurture the invincible Soldier Vane. At that time, I didn't quite understand. So the bloodline bronze mirror they were talking about is this guy. Li Ruohong looked at the bloodline bronze mirror in front of him with envy. Not bad. It seems that the few of you are quite knowledgeable. This bloodline bronze mirror was made by an ancient god emperor. If you can pass the 3rd test, this bloodline bronze mirror will belong to you. Really? Li Ruohong was in a frenzy. He immediately bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the bloodline bronze mirror. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood gradually dispersed on the bloodline bronze mirror. However, in the end, it only spread to the size of a palm. Li Ruohong's face was ashen. He shook his head and sighed. Failed. Don't be discouraged. Although you didn't pass, your Li clan's bloodline is still very strong. Fong Qin comforted him. Indeed, the Li clan's bloodline was very strong. It was just that Li Ruohong's bloodline was not pure enough. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2472. Li Ruohong nodded. I'm fine. Next, it was Bai Qingqing's turn. Logically speaking, Bai Qingqing's bloodline power should be weaker than Li Ruohong's. After all, Li Ruohong was a disciple of the divine Sword Heaven's overlord Li family, while Bai Qingqing was just a disciple of an ordinary family in the miniature universe. However, nothing was absolute in this world. When Bai Qingqing's test result came out, Li Ruohong was shocked. On the bloodline copper mirror, a palm-sized blood-red mark was imprinted in his eyes. Li Ruohong was dumbfounded. Pass. The phantom seemed to have seen Bai Qingqing's bloodline and said, Your bloodline shouldn't be this strong. It must have been nurtured by the bloodline copper mirror? Bai Qingqing cupped her fists and nodded. The bloodline copper mirror is really powerful. Fong Qin couldn't help but exclaim, It's your turn. The phantom asked curiously, How's your bloodline? Fong Qin bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the bloodline copper mirror. Hiss! The essence blood spread rapidly, and when it reached a certain extent, it gradually stopped. Seeing this, Li Ruohong heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone with a weaker bloodline than him. If Fong Chen's bloodline was also stronger than his, he would really go crazy. Fong Chen's essence blood spread much less than Li Ruohong's. My bloodline is from the Luo clan in the lower world of the universe. It's a bit weak, Fong Chen said. When he was in the lower world, his Luo clan bloodline was very strong. But in the chaotic void, what was the Luo clan bloodline. However, just as Fang Qin was about to give up, the wolf god's blood hidden in the essence blood suddenly spread out. Whoa! The wolf god's bloodline quietly came out and directly entered Fang Chen's Luo clan bloodline. Hiss! Hiss! The essence blood that had stopped spreading started to spread again. What's going on? Li Ruohong opened his mouth and was shocked. Rip! A moment later, the blood essence had expanded to the size of a palm. However, it did not stop there. It was still expanding wildly. The illusory figure was also a little surprised. He looked at the bloodline copper mirror nervously. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen's essence blood expanded to cover half of the bloodline copper mirror surface before finally stopping. Isn't this too exaggerated? Li Ruohong said weakly. Bai Qingqing smiled faintly. No matter what, she would always support this stalwart figure in front of her. The virtual shadow sensed a little and felt relieved. So that's how the wolf god bloodline works. The shadow looked at Fang Qin and said, the wolf god bloodline is one of the top bloodlines in the world. If it's nurtured by the bloodline copper mirror, it might even evolve into the legendary darkness bloodline. The werewolf race was a branch of the current great race, the dark blood race. The wolf god's bloodline contained the dark blood race. Of course, the number of werewolves who had activated their dark bloodline was so small that it was almost negligible. Even the 5 wolf gods of the werewolf race could not do it. Isn't that too bold and powerful? Li Ruohong's admiration for Fang Qin had reached an extreme level. The wolf god's bloodline was one of the legendary bloodlines. No wonder his essence blood could occupy half of the bloodline copper mirror's surface. If I'm not wrong, there's only one possibility for a human like you to have the wolf god's bloodline. That is, you have refined the wolf god slew. The blood shadow said, the wolf god slew was shed when the werewolf race transformed and became the wolf god. It contains the purest wolf god's blood. Although the wolf god's bloodline in your essence blood is very thin, it is the purest and most likely to evolve into the darkness bloodline, the virtual shadow said. Evidently, he felt incomparable reverence for the bloodline of darkness. I hope you can pass the 3rd test and get the bloodline copper mirror, the virtual shadow said solemnly. Then, after a short rest, the 3rd test began. This test was strange. He thought it would be very difficult. Who would have thought that it would be an illusion? This illusion is a test of the martial artist's heart. If you can break through it within 100 years, you will succeed, the virtual shadow said. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of them were sent into the illusion. Buzz! As soon as he entered the illusion, Fang Qin felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He was the best at illusions. How could a mere illusion resist him? Master, this is not an ordinary illusion, the mysterious heaven cone nail said. This illusion has been tainted with the ancient god's aura, so it became powerful. Tainted with the ancient god's aura? Fang Chen's heart trembled, but he was barely holding on. This illusion is a test of the martial artist's heart. I can't help you, Master, but I have to remind you that if you want to walk out of the illusion, you need to have a normal heart. A normal heart was easy to say, but it was very difficult to do. Don't. As soon as the mysterious heaven cone nail finished speaking, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into a coma. This place is so nutritious. It's a waste not to eat it. A ray of light shot out from Fang Chen's body and disappeared into the messy storeroom. The virtual shadow exclaimed softly, as if he had sensed something. He looked around and finally set his eyes on Fang Chen. In Dark Cave Mountain, as time passed, the number of casualties increased. The Iron Wolf of the werewolf clan attacked again, but this time there were many of them. There was even the son of Sirius of the werewolf clan. He was a fierce person who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. He boasted that he was the strongest martial artist of the werewolf clan's younger generation. Although he was not as strong as the Iron Wolf, he could challenge a mystic light realm martial artist. This time he personally led the Iron Wolf to Nine Dragon Mountain. Son of Sirius, Nine Dragon Mountain is right in front of us, one of the Iron Wolf said softly. Humph, a mere mystic chi realm martial artist dares to covet the wolf god slew. He's really courting death, the son of Sirius said indifferently. Follow me to Nine Dragon Mountain and grind his bones to dust. Rumble. The werewolves rushed up the Nine Dragon Mountain in great numbers. Buzz. The sound of a dragon's roar filled the sky. They were blocked by a powerful formation at the bottom of Nine Dragon Mountain. You want to stop me with a mere formation. The son of Sirius attacked the formation with lightning speed. However, his attack did not cause any ripples. Roar. The son of Sirius roared and transformed into his true form, rushing toward the formation. With a bang, his body flew out. Holy Sun, be careful! Several Iron Wolf hurriedly supported the son of Sirius. Holy Sun, this formation is very strange. If you don't understand formations, you won't be able to break it with brute force. Yes, we were at a disadvantage because of this formation last time. Let's work together. I don't believe that there is any formation in this world that can stop us, the son of Sirius said after recovering slightly. Boom! Many Iron Wolf attacked together. The majestic attack landed on the formation, causing it to distort greatly. But in the end, it still managed to withstand the attack. Damn it, the son of Sirius cursed. A piece of news quickly spread throughout Dark Cave Mountain. The son of Sirius of the werewolf clan had paid a huge price to invite an array master to help him open the Nine Dragon Mountain formation. Once this news spread, many array masters were eager to take action. Of course, more warriors guessed the son of Sirius's intention. The werewolf clan can't help but take action. A warrior in the profound Chi realm forced the three Iron Wolf clans into a corner by himself. Although he had the help of the Nine Dragon Mountain formation, it's still quite impressive. The werewolf clan can't afford to lose face like this. The son of Sirius must get it back. The Nine Dragon Mountain formation is very powerful. Ordinary people can't break it at all. Many warriors at the top of the profound ranking also expressed their opinions. There were even rumors that the Holy Son of the Dark Blood clan was rushing toward the Nine Dragon Mountain. The purpose of his trip was to break the formation of the Nine Dragon Mountain. The Holy Son of the Dark Blood clan? Is he going to take action too? That's right. The Werewolf clan is a branch of the Dark Blood clan. Now that the son of Sirius is in trouble, the Holy Son of the Dark Blood clan won't stand by and do nothing. The son of Sirius wasn't enough to cause a stir. However, the appearance of the Holy Son of the Dark Blood clan had caused a great commotion. After all, the Dark Blood clan was one of the 5 legendary clans of the current era. They stood at the top of the chaotic void. In the primal chaos void, such a force could simply do whatever they wanted with a flip of their hand. I wonder if the Holy Son of the Dark Blood clan can break the formation? This was what everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 2473. Nine Dragon Mountain Underground Palace. In the dreamland, Fong Qin sat cross-legged, surrounded by an extremely strong aura of illusion. Illusion is the art of the mind. Fong Qin murmured to himself. Only with a clear mind could one achieve success in illusion. Now he had fallen into an endless loop of illusion and had lost himself. If he wanted to get out, he could only rely on himself. No one could help him. Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing's illusion attainments were not as good as Fong Chen's. They were completely lost and would not wake up for a while. The aura of illusion in the dreamland was getting stronger and stronger. In Fong Chen's heart, his understanding of illusory skills was constantly improving. Illusion. Fong Qin sighed in his heart. Under Nine Dragon Mountain, the Son of Darkness, the Holy Son of the Blood Clan, was so powerful that even the experts on the profound ranking were shocked. It was said that the dark bloodline in the Son of Darkness was very pure and was about to reach the level of atavism. The arrival of the Son of Darkness directly excited many warriors. What's going on? The Son of Darkness, dressed in black, exuded a cold, dark aura. He came from the distant sky and looked indifferently at the peerless formation on Nine Dragon Mountain. Holy Sun, a warrior in the profound Chi realm, got the slough of the fifth wolf god of the wolf clan and hid it on Nine Dragon Mountain, the son of Sirius said. Is this formation very powerful? The Son of Darkness asked. The son of Sirius's expression kept changing and finally nodded. Let me do it. The Son of Darkness was a man of few words. He took a step forward and rushed to the top of Nine Dragon Mountain. You want to stop me with a mere formation. The 9 golden dragons roared to the sky and spewed out scorching dragon breath, trying to stop the Son of Darkness. Break! The Son of Darkness shouted and spread out his palm. Black thunderbolts flashed out. When the black thunderbolts hit the Peerless formation, there was a sudden explosion and the whole 9 Dragon Mountain shook. However, the Peerless formation finally held on. Seeing this, the expression of the Son of Darkness turned completely gloomy. I don't believe it, the Son of Darkness said coldly. Then he took out a pitch-black long sword from his bosom and ruthlessly slashed at the Peerless formation. Crack! The pitch-black long sword quickly cut through the Peerless array as if it was cutting vegetables. Voila! The Peerless formation directly collapsed. At the foot of Nine Dragon Mountain, the hearts of many martial artists trembled when they saw this. The Sword of Darkness. I didn't expect the Son of Darkness to bring it here. As expected of the most powerful treasure of the dark vampires. Truly powerful. It is said that the Sword of Darkness is very compatible with the bloodline of the Son of Darkness. While everyone was discussing, the Son of Darkness had already broken through the Peerless formation and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Where is he? The Son of Darkness frowned. There was no one on the mountain peak. Hoo! Soon the son of Sirius arrived. When they saw the empty mountain peak, they were a little surprised. Did he escape somewhere else? The son of Sirius wondered. But soon he shook his head and denied it. He had studied before and found that the Peerless formation had to be controlled by someone to maintain it for a long time. Now that the Peerless formation had been enveloping Nine Dragon Mountain, it meant that the person must still be on Nine Dragon Mountain. Look carefully. While the son of Sirius and the others were searching, Fong Chen, who was in the underground palace, finally had a slight reaction. He sat quietly like an old monk in meditation. In his mind, the illusory world had taken shape. This is the real illusory world, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Comprehending the illusory world seemed to take countless years. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. But it also seemed like it was just a snap of the fingers. Buzz! At a certain moment, his heart beat rhythmically. In the next moment, the illusory world in his mind opened and crazily absorbed the aura of the illusory world. Hoo! When the aura of the illusory world was completely absorbed, the illusory world expanded and soon reached a state of saturation. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Crack! The illusory world that enveloped him collapsed. Who? He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and grinned. I didn't think that I would be able to comprehend it here. At this moment, Fong Chen was extremely excited. After the illusory world was formed, his understanding of the illusory world had reached a new height. Whoosh! With a thought, the illusory world instantly opened and covered the entire underground palace. Being able to do as he pleased was the highest level of the illusory world. If I use the illusory world now, I can even fight against a mystic light realm cultivator. As for a mystic star realm cultivator, no one would be able to stop him. After putting away the illusory world disappeared and Li Ruohong and Bai Qingqing woke up one after another. What's going on? The two were confused, but when they saw the smiling Fong Chen, they hurriedly asked, Brother Fong, did you pass the test? Fong Chin shrugged his shoulders and said, Probably. He wasn't too sure either. Who? The figure appeared again and looked at Fong Chen excitedly. You bastard, even I have misjudged you. The figure was full of praise for Fong Chen. He waved his hand and a key fell into his palm. To be able to walk out of the illusory world, your mental state has reached a very high level. You are qualified to have everything here, the figure said. This key is the key to the treasury. After you drip your blood on the key, you can put away the treasury and leave as you wish. Hearing this, Fong Chen was very happy. Thank you, Senior. The figure shook his head. You don't have to thank me. If you die in the martial path, everything will be in vain. These are just worldly possessions. Just treat them as some opportunities for you. All right, the 9-Dragon Mountain is about to collapse. You can leave now, the figure said and disappeared into the darkness. Fong Chen and the other two looked at each other. In the end, they dripped their blood on the key and put the treasury into the sumo ring. Then, they quickly left with Bai Qingqing and Li Ruohong. At the top of the 9-Dragon Mountain, the Son of Darkness and others were looking for Fong Chen. Suddenly, the mountain trembled. Then, a light rainbow soared into the sky. When they saw it clearly, they found that Fong Chen and the other two were wrapped in the light rainbow. It's him. One of the Iron Wolf roared angrily. The Son of Sirius and the Son of Darkness quickly surrounded Fong Chen and the other two. Boy, are you the one who took away the slough of the 5th wolf god? The Son of Sirius licked his dry lips and asked grimly. Fong Chen frowned. He felt several powerful forces. Brother Fong, be careful. This is the holy son of the werewolf clan, the Son of Sirius, who ranks 9th on the profound list. The other one is the Son of Darkness of the Dark Blood clan, who ranks 5th on the profound list. Li Ruohong hurriedly reminded him. Hand over the slough of the wolf god, and then kill yourself here, the Son of Sirius said coldly. The Son of Darkness stood quietly as if he was an outsider. His face was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with a playful look. The werewolf clan is really haunting me. Fong Chen said, Seeing Fong Chen's expression, the Son of Sirius was immediately furious. Die. The Son of Sirius attacked in person. His powerful attack made many warriors tremble. Rumble. The Son of Sirius stretched out his claws and grabbed at the void. Suddenly a big hole was torn in the void. Whoosh! Facing the Son of Sirius, Fong Chen did not hold back and slashed out with his sword. The hidden star sword released a dazzling sword light, and the 11th move of the Azura sword art burst out without reservation. Zhong Xiangshan, who ranks 9th on the profound list, was unable to resist the power of my sword. I wonder if you, who ranks 8th on the profound list, are worthy of your title. Fong Chen said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the hidden star sword and the Son of Sirius's claws violently collided. Dong! The 9-Dragon Mountain trembled. The violent energy caused the mountain to collapse, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Ah! At the same time, a miserable cry came from the Son of Sirius. His body flew out, and one of his claws flew in the sky. Blood splattered all over the sky. The scene was dead silent. The Son of Sirius of the werewolf clan, who ranks 8th on the profound list, was unable to resist this person's sword. How powerful was his swordsmanship! The sound of his sword cutting off the Son of Sirius's claws would cause a shock in the chaotic void. I'm going to kill you, the Son of Sirius roared crazily with a ferocious face. Chapter 2474. Come back. The Son of Darkness, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His rebuke immediately pulled the Sky Wolf Holy Sun, who had dashed out back. Holy Sun, the Son of Sirius, looked at the Son of Darkness unwillingly. Can't you see? The Son of Darkness said he cut off your claw with his Qi realm cultivation. Not only did you not wake up, but you were blinded by hatred." But the son of Sirius still wanted to explain, but the son of darkness waved his hand to stop him. "A loss is a loss. There's nothing to be afraid of." The son of darkness lectured, "Failure is not terrible. The most terrible thing is to give up after failure. As the holy son of the werewolf clan and the most outstanding genius of this era, you have endless cultivation resources that the werewolf clan enjoys. In the future, you are very likely to become an ancient god. Why are you so obsessed with this?" The holy son is right. The son of Sirius lowered his head and said in a low voice. The son of darkness waved his hand. "You can leave first. Leave this to me." You hit the small one and the big one jumped out. Fang Qin said, "It's indeed the style of the big clans." The son of darkness exuded a vast aura when he heard this. He said coldly, "Do you know that what you just said is enough to kill you 10,000 times? The big clans of the world could not be humiliated. A mere Qi realm warrior dared to criticize the big clans of the world. This was a capital offense. You can do it, but you don't allow others to say it?" Fang Qin said. Haha. Many people had already realized that the son of darkness was angry. However, he did not make a move. He just stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes and said, "Hand over the wolf god slew." Just when everyone thought that the son of darkness was going to make a move, he said such words. "I did get the wolf god slew." But after a pause, he continued, "Why didn't you take the so-called fifth wolf god skin with you? You left it there for hundreds of years. After I got it, you chased me for thousands of miles to get it back? What were you doing earlier? Brat, don't be disrespectful to the fifth wolf god." An iron wolf scolded. The son of Sirius also glared at him. "What can these things change?" The son of darkness asked softly, "They can't change anything. If I make a move, you will die without a doubt. I've already used up the wolf god slew. It's useless for you to find me." Fang Qin spread his hands and said, "I hope you won't bother me in the future." With that, Fang Qin prepared to leave. The figure of the son of darkness suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Must it be like this? Fang Qin stared at the son of darkness, knowing that the latter was about to make a move. The son of darkness, who was ranked 5th on the profound ranking, was still a little afraid. Moreover, 9 Dragon Mountain was about to collapse. Fang Qin did not want to stay any longer. Moreover, there were many Iron Wolf here. Once a battle broke out, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Voila! With a thought from Fang Qin, an illusion instantly appeared. The illusory world in his mind opened and directly enveloped everyone. "Let's go." He took Li Rua home and by Qing and quickly left 9 Dragon Mountain. What's going on? Fang Chen's illusion was too strong. The weak warriors could not resist at all and instantly fell into a coma. Only a few Iron Wolf, the son of Sirius, and the son of darkness could barely resist. Damn it! The son of darkness bared his fangs. He regarded Fang Qin as an enemy who must be killed. Break! How could a mere illusory realm stop him? Crack! The son of darkness slashed out with his sword and immediately split open a crack in the illusion, but it quickly healed. Seeing this scene, the son of darkness's face turned completely gloomy. At this moment, 9 Dragon Mountain shook and swayed. Rumble! 9 Dragon Mountain is about to collapse. The son of Sirius shouted loudly. The son of darkness held the sword of darkness and rushed into the storm. 9 Dragon Mountain completely collapsed. The entire mountain was razed to the ground. The son of Sirius, the son of darkness, and the others disappeared without a trace. 9 Dragon Mountain collapsed. Where did the son of darkness go? Could it be that it was flattened by the son of darkness's sword of darkness? How strong is that guy called Fang Qin? It's too terrifying. It's unbelievable. In a dense forest, Fang Qin sat cross-legged on a towering tree. His face was filled with a peaceful smile, and he was relaxed. Beside him, Bai Qingqing leaned on a thick branch and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. What if they could see each other the moment they opened their eyes every day? What would that be like? "Brother Fang, don't you find it tiring to sit up there?" Li Ruahong shouted from below. "Why? Do you want to come up too?" Fang Chen said. "I'm not going up." Li Ruahong glanced at Bai Qingqing and said with a smile, "But Brother Fang, you've completely offended the son of Sirius and the son of darkness this time." Li Ruahong was a little worried. The son of Sirius was fine, but the son of darkness was a thorn. The blood race of darkness was one of the 5 major races in the world and ranked 3rd. It was much stronger than the Zhong family of Tianqing and the Xiu family of Qingluo Heaven. As the pride of the blood race of darkness, the son of darkness would definitely hunt down Fang Chen all over the world after being humiliated like this. It was fine in Dark Cave Mountain, but once he went out it would be terrible. "Don't worry. The son of darkness is nothing in my eyes," Fang Chen said. Li Ruahong was speechless. After the news of the collapse of 9 Dragon Mountain spread, the Li family also knew. Li Ruachu's expression was complicated, and her heart was full of emotions. How is he so strong? Reality proved that Li Ruahong's eyes were much better than hers. However, thinking about how she had offended the son of Sirius and the son of darkness, Li Ruachu's expression softened. "So what if he's strong and has great potential?" Li Ruachu said. "If he's stupid enough to offend a major race, he'll die in the end." "Rushu, according to the witnesses, that guy called Fang Chen's strength is comparable to the mystic light realm," an elder of the Li family said. "Yeah, he cut off the son of Sirius's wolf claw with one sword. That's something that few people in the younger generation can do. Wouldn't it be great if such a prodigy was a member of the Li family?" Many people sighed. Fang Chen offended the blood race, and Li Ruahong is with Fang Chen. From today onwards, I, as the strongest person in the younger generation of the Li family, expel Li Ruahong from the family, Li Ruachu said, coldly. "This." Many elders looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. Li Ruachu's status in the Li family was too high. She had the right to expel Li Ruahong. However, it was a pity for Li Ruahong. However, none of the elders present dared to plead for Li Ruahong. After Li Ruahong heard this news, he was dumbfounded and only reacted after a long time. Brotherly, Fang Chen patted his shoulder and comforted him. "All of this happened because of me. You can announce to the public that you've cut off all ties with me, Fang Chen. I'm sure Li Ruachu won't be so heartless." It was as if Li Ruahong had lost his soul. He kept shaking his head, looking dispirited. "She won't. I know Li Ruachu very well. She's cold and ruthless. Once she makes a decision, no one can change it." At this point, Li Ruahong laughed wildly. "I really didn't expect Li Ruachu to be so ambitious." Li Ruahong spread out his hands and said, "It's gone. Everything is gone." Fang Chen remained silent and let Li Ruahong vent. After a long while, Li Ruahong finally finished venting. He sat on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fang, do you know what my life goal is?" Before Fang Chen could speak, he continued, "When I was a child, I made a vow that one day I would become the man of the Li family and become an existence respected by tens of thousands of people. All these years, I've been working hard and getting closer to my goal. I'm a son of the Li family. I'd rather die on the battlefield than be expelled from the family. At the end, Li Ruahong choked with sobs. Fang Chen's expression was cold. The scene of the first time he saw Li Ruachu appeared in his mind. He clenched his fists and was filled with murderous intent. At some point, Bai Qingqing's small hand grasped Fang Chen's big hand. Warmth flowed from her palm to his heart. "Don't be impulsive." Bai Qingqing put her red lips close to Fang Chen's ear and whispered. He turned his head and saw Bai Qingqing's pretty face. Her eyelashes Eyes, nose, and red lips could be seen clearly. She nodded gently. She didn't want Fong Qin to lose his mind because of this. Chapter 2475. After the Battle of Nine Dragon Mountain, Fong Qin had completely offended the Son of Darkness. The huge Nine Dragon Mountain collapsed in an instant. All the martial artists in the entire dark cave mountain were shocked. Rumor had it that someone had seen the Son of Darkness escape from Nine Dragon Mountain with the Sword of Darkness. As for the Son of Sirius and the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan, they were also in a sorry state. Unbelievable. The Blood Clan of Darkness was one of the 5 major clans in the Chaos Void, and it was ranked 3rd. Its foundation was unimaginable. And all of this was caused by a martial artist in the profound Qi realm. Thinking of this, everyone's face fell. If it was in the outside world, there would definitely be other major clans trying to rope him in. In a certain land of inheritance, a dense forest completely blocked the mountain stream. There were some strange stones near the mountain stream. Suddenly, a thick black smoke emerged from these stones. Then a few figures coughed loudly and staggered out of the forest. Whoosh! After everyone walked out of the mountain stream, their faces were covered with black soot. They took a deep breath, and their hearts were finally at ease. Among the few men, there was a woman in a thin veil. Although the black smoke covered the white veil, it still couldn't hide the woman's beauty. She was the little disciple of Venerable by Xian, a Siamese Senshi. Qian Yan, are you okay? The leader looked around and hurriedly asked after confirming that there was no danger. Asayama Senshi shook her head gently and said, I'm fine. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They had risked their lives to enter this land of inheritance. Who would have thought that the danger inside was far beyond their imagination? They had almost been wiped out here. Fortunately, they had found a way out at the critical moment. Moreover, what made them the happiest was that they had successfully brought the inheritance out. Let's leave here first. Soon, the group quickly left the dense forest. A moment later, they found a safe place. Everyone sat down on the ground, panting. They had used up all the energy in their bodies and were very tired at the moment. Damn it, we're finally out. The owner of that land of inheritance should have been a venerable in the profound God realm. We've really struck gold. Let's see what kind of inheritance it is. Their gazes fell upon a Siamese Senshi. Fairy Qian Yan nodded her head and took out the inheritance scroll that she was about to obtain. The dossier was slowly opened. Everyone was extremely nervous. Hoo! The sudden wind was very strange. Before they could react, a black shadow appeared with a whistle. Not good. A Siamese Senshi wanted to put away the file, but it was too late. Pucci! When the file was snatched away, the senior brother at the side retaliated. His arm was scratched by the black shadow, leaving a bloody wound. This is the werewolf race. After seeing the wound on his arm, everyone exclaimed and retreated. The Son of Sirius slowly appeared in the air. Son of Sirius? After seeing the Son of Sirius, a Siamese Senshi and the others were completely stunned. They didn't have the courage to fight the Son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound list. What do you want? The file has been snatched away by you. Do you want to kill us? The Son of Sirius smiled eerily, raised his paw, and pointed at a Siamese Senshi. You, come with me. No. The senior brothers immediately refused. When they entered Immortal Cave Mountain, their master, Venerable by Xian, kept reminding them to protect their junior sister. We will block the Son of Sirius. Junior sister, you go first. The senior brothers emitted powerful auras and blocked the Son of Sirius. A bunch of trash. The Son of Sirius sneered. I heard that you have some dealings with Fong Qin? Fong Qin? A Siamese Senshi was a little surprised. She didn't know why the Son of Sirius mentioned Fong Qin. However, she still nodded mechanically. That's good. The Son of Sirius waved his hand, and several iron wolf appeared in the void. Oh no! The senior brothers were shocked and retreated. The iron wolf was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. The werewolves had disappeared, and so had Asayama Senshi. Damn it! Junior's sister was taken away by them. The leader clenched his fists and said, coldly, "What's going on? We have never offended the werewolves." The heavenly wolf, Holy Sun, mentioned Fong Chin before. Could it be that he offended the werewolf clan and implicated Junior's sister? It must be this guy. Asayama Senshi's senior brothers were in a daze and felt guilty. Recently, they had been in the land of inheritance and didn't know anything about the outside world. 3 days later, when they were walking on the empty land of a mortal cave mountain, they finally heard news about Fong Chin. How is that possible? Is this guy so powerful? He's just a martial artist in the profound sky realm. How? He must have obtained an inheritance treasure in a mortal cave mountain and broken through to the profound Qi realm. But even so, he can't be so strong, right? Especially when they learned that Fong Chin killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking, and cut off one of the claws of the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. Moreover, he retreated calmly under the attack of the Son of Darkness, which made the Son of Darkness extremely embarrassed. Every single incident was like a sledgehammer that hammered deeply into their hearts. The few of them looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. "What should we do now?" one of them asked. "With just the few of us, we can't even defeat the Heavenly Wolf Saint, let alone the Iron Wolf Guards and the Son of Darkness. Junior's sister Qianyan was implicated by him. He should be responsible for this matter. That's right. Let's go find him and ask him to help save Junior, Sister Qianyan. With his strength, it should be very easy to save Junior's sister Qianyan as long as the plan is right." Soon, they reached a consensus and began to look for Fong Chin. However, before they could find Fong Chin, the son of Sirius released the news. On a hill, Fong Chin was sitting cross-legged, and Bai Qingqing was sitting quietly beside him. As for Li Ruohong, he looked absent-minded and hadn't recovered from being expelled. Suddenly, Fong Chin opened his eyes. Li Ruohong came back from afar with a slightly gloomy face. "Something happened. What's the matter?" Fong Chin asked. "The son of Sirius released the news that he captured a woman named Asayama Senshi and threatened to let you go to the ruined cave to accept your punishment within 3 days. Otherwise, he will defile Asayama Senshi and strip her naked so that all the warriors in Dark Cave Mountain can see it," Li Ruohong said. "Pa!" Fong Chin clenched his fists tightly, and the void trembled. A cold glint burst out from his eyes. "He's courting death." Fong Chen's heart was filled with rage. "Brother Fong, do you know this Asayama Senshi?" Li Ruohong asked. Suppressing his anger, Fong Chin said, "The one who sent me to Dark Cave Mountain was Venerable Hei Qi of the Xiu family in Azure Net Heaven. Asayama Senshi's master, Venerable Asayama Senshi, is friends with Venerable Hei Qi. We crossed the Wave Lake together, and Asayama Senshi talked to me. We're not close, we're just acquaintances." Because of this, Fong Chin was even angrier. The werewolf tribe, such a large tribe, had actually threatened a weak woman to deal with him. Were they not afraid of being ridiculed? "The son of Sirius has gone too far," Fong Chin said. "Asayama Senshi is innocent and was implicated by me. If I don't save her, I won't be at ease." "But this is obviously a trap, waiting for you to take the bait," Li Ruohong dissuaded. Bai Qingqing, who was at the side, slowly stood up and walked over to Fong Chin. She said softly, "I agree with you. Fairy Qianyan is innocent. She was implicated because of you. We should not sit by and do nothing. However, we can't be reckless. We need to think about it at length. First, we need to confirm whether the Son of Darkness is involved in this matter. Secondly, we need to find out more about the situation in the Cave of Ruins," Bai Qingqing said. "We need to be fully confident before we act. Although the son of Sirius has said that you have 3 days to accept your punishment, his goal is to deal with you. As long as you don't appear, Asayama Senshi shouldn't be in danger. After hearing by Qingqing's analysis, Fang Chen's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Qingqing is right. I was too impulsive just now, Fang Chen said apologetically. You've made your decision? Li Ruohong asked. Chapter 2476. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. He had already made his decision. Asayama Senshi was implicated because of him. If he didn't save her, the son of Sirius and the others would become even more unrestrained. At that time, even a stranger who had only met him once would be in trouble. This wasn't something that Fang Chen wanted to see. Since he had already offended the son of Sirius, there was no need for him to worry about anything. In any case, the Wolfman race wouldn't let him go. The wolf god Slew was very important to the Wolfman race, and he had raised it for the demon tiger and beast. Then let's go, Li Ruohong said. Brotherly. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and patted Li Ruohong's shoulder. He grinned. You don't have to go. You're afraid that I'll be implicated? Li Ruohong said. I'm alone now. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Chen smiled faintly at Li Ruohong's words. Then he said, Okay, then let's fight side by side. Annihilation Ruins Cave, a relatively famous cave in the western part of Dark Cave Mountain. According to legends, peerless experts had fought in this cave in the ancient times, causing the cave to collapse and forming the extremely dangerous Annihilation Ruins Cave. There were many treasures in the cave, but it was also very dangerous. Even Mystic Light Realm cultivators would be in danger, let alone Mystic Star Realm cultivators. At the entrance of the Annihilation Ruins Cave, the son of Sirius's pitch-black eyes stared into the distance. I wonder if that guy will come? The son of Sirius wasn't completely confident. He didn't know if Fang Chen would come here because of a woman. As long as he comes, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The son of Sirius had already set up many traps here. Once Fang Chen came, he wouldn't have any chance to escape. Asayama Senshi, who was trapped on the wooden stake, had a grave expression on her face. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Holy Son, don't worry. I've already asked around. It's said that Fang Chen is a very loyal person. I'm sure he will come, an Iron Wolf said. Is everything ready? The son of Sirius asked. The Iron Wolf nodded and said, Don't worry, every Iron Wolf is hiding in the Cave of the Ruins. Once that guy comes in, I guarantee he won't be able to return alive. The son of Sirius nodded in satisfaction and said, When the time comes, leave one alive. After receiving the order, Iron Wolf quickly returned to the Destruction Ruins Cave. The son of Sirius stared at the blue sky, his mind filled with complicated thoughts. In the western part of Dark Cave Mountain, many martial artists were paying attention to the situation in Annihilation Ruin Cave. 3 days are almost up. I wonder if Fang Chen will appear? I don't think so. He knows that the son of Sirius has set up a trap. Fang Chen won't be so stupid as to come and die, right? That might not be the case. I heard that the son of darkness seemed to have left because of some matters. The son of Sirius alone isn't enough to make Fang Chen afraid. But the son of Sirius has many Iron Wolf behind him. Every Iron Wolf was a Mystic Light Realm expert. With so many Iron Wolf, it was more than enough to deal with a Mystic Qi Realm martial artist. As the crowd discussed, Fang Chen's group of 3 quickly rushed toward the Destruction Ruins Cave. Brotherly, this is the model of the Burning Sky 9-change formation. Take it. Fang Chen escaped from his embrace and handed it to Li Ruohong. You and Qingqing hide in the dark. After I attract the attention of the son of Sirius and the others, you two wait for an opportunity. Don't worry. Li Ruohong nodded heavily. Remember, don't be rash. Think of yourself first. After Li Ruohong and by Qingqing hid, Fang Chen turned into a streak of light and shot out. Hoo hoo hoo! 2 hours later, a shocking ray of light shot over from the distant horizon. Look, Fang Chen is here. The martial artists surrounding the extermination ruin cave all shouted loudly. This fellow really dares to come and die? Many people were discussing, not understanding why Yishuin would come and die. Dong! The terrifying light was like a meteor that heavily smashed into the mountain outside the destruction ruins cave. Kacha! The entire mountain trembled and debris collapsed from the mountainside. The mountain shook as if there was an earthquake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the violent power, Fong Qin appeared in front of everyone. I thought you were going to be a coward. The son of Sirius sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Let her go, Fong Qin said. A Siamese Senshi, who was tied up with ropes, widened her eyes. She also did not expect Fong Qin to come and save her. She was slightly touched. Want to save her? Come to the destruction ruins cave. As he spoke, the son of Sirius grabbed a Siamese Senshi and entered the destruction ruins cave. Swoosh! Fong Qin turned into a streak of light and rushed into the cave. Rumble! A deafening sound erupted from within the Annihilation Ruin cave, causing many martial artists outside to be shocked. This fellow is too fierce. He actually chased into the Destruction Ruins cave? His cultivation is still too weak. I'm afraid he will die in the Destruction Ruins cave. Many people shook their heads, slightly, not optimistic about Fong Chen's chances. At this moment, Fong Chen, who had rushed into the Destruction Ruins cave, was plunged into darkness. Looking around, he did not find any clues. The son of Sirius seemed to have evaporated. He must be nearby. Fong Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Boom! Suddenly, a huge fireball emerged from the darkness and smashed towards Fong Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The fireball contained a scorching aura, and everywhere it passed, the air became chaotic. Bang! Fong Chen fiercely punched and blocked the fireball. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power in the fireball, the black vibration golden armor instantly covered the surface of his skin, blocking the impact of the fireball. At the same time, he took out the Hidden Star Sword and executed the 11th move of the Azura Sword Arts, slashing at the fireball. Kacha! The fireball was split into two halves, and the flames dimmed. Roar! A wolf's howl was heard, and a shocking power rushed towards him. Wang! Fong Chen's mind moved, and the illusory world in his mind instantly opened, trapping the Iron Wolf, who attacked him. Let's go! Casting the space-time collapse spell, Fong Chen's figure disappeared into the darkness. Time was disrupted and space collapsed. By the time the other Iron Wolf guards appeared, Fong Chen had already fled without a trace. Damn it, he actually has such a strong illusory technique. An Iron Wolf cursed. The guy escaped into the depths of the Destruction Ruins cave. The depths of the Destruction Ruins cave are getting more and more dangerous. In the end, even we don't dare to take risks. This guy can have escaped far. Let's chase. Having said that, several Iron Wolf quickly chased after him. Outside the Destruction Ruins cave, many martial artists saw that it was shaking and could collapse at any time. Whispers of shock spread out. Everyone was exclaiming about the earth-shattering battle in the Destruction Ruins cave. However, what they didn't know was that on the other mountain, a truly shocking battle was taking place. The Son of Darkness versus the Holy Warrior. The Blood Race of Darkness was ranked third among the 5 major clans. The Holy Warrior race was ranked second among the major clans. The battle between the geniuses of the 2 major forces was definitely an earth-shattering battle. The Son of Darkness held the Sword of Darkness and stared at the Holy Warrior with his dark eyes. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He had the aura of a weak scholar. This was the intuitive feeling that the Holy Warrior gave people. I heard that the Son of Darkness was forced into a sorry state by a guy in the profound Chi realm. It seems that the rumors are true? The Holy Warrior grinned. Their Holy Warrior race was a major clan and was not weaker than the Blood Race of Darkness. As a young genius of the Holy Warrior race, he was naturally not afraid of the Son of Darkness. If the heavenly warriors of your holy warrior race were here, I might be afraid. But you are just a holy warrior. Who do you think you are? The son of darkness's face was gloomy and somewhat unhappy. The battle on Nine Dragons Mountain was the most humiliating experience for him in all these years. He didn't want to be mentioned by others. Obviously, this holy warrior had touched his reverse scale. All right, stop pretending. Didn't you take a fancy to my item? The holy warrior race spread out his hands and said, The item is on me. If you have the ability, come and take it. But I have to tell you that once you make a move, you will bear the consequences alone. At this point, the holy warrior looked at the sword of darkness with a smile and said, I am also slightly interested in the holy sword of the blood race of darkness. I would like to borrow it to take a look. A threat, a blatant threat. The son of darkness sneered. His black clothes turned scarlet and a terrifying aura escaped from his body. The sword of darkness let out a deafening sword cry, as if it was responding to its master's emotions. Chapter 2477. The Destruction Ruin Cave was very dangerous. Fong Qin used the space-time collapse technique to escape into the depths and felt a heavy pressure. Dang, 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 dang. The violent force forced him to stop in his tracks. His expression was a little gloomy and kept changing as he fell into deep thought. Let's go. After thinking for a while, he quickly entered the spatial storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Iron Wolf caught up. After seeing the spatial storm, he changed directions and continued to look for Fong Qin. Bai Qingqing and Li Ruahong silently entered the Destruction Ruin Cave. I wonder how Brother Fong is doing. Li Ruahong was a little worried. There was a change in the plan, and they were forced to enter. He held the burning Heaven 9 Change Array model tightly in his hand. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately activate it. Look. At this moment, Bai Qingqing said softly. Following the voice, Li Ruahong turned his head and saw the son of Sirius walking out of the darkness with a woman. A Siamese Senshi? After all, Li Ruahong was a disciple of the divine sword heaven's dominant force, the Li family. He was quite familiar with the various forces in the chaotic void. Before this, he had heard of a Siamese Senshi's name. Of course. The reason why he had heard of her was because of her master, Reverend Bai Xian. She was an expert who could compete with Reverend Hei Qi. She was not someone that those reverends who had just entered the profound god realm could compare to. He recognized a Siamese Senshi at a glance. Do it. Li Ruahong and Bai Qingqing looked at each other and then pinched their fingers. Suddenly, a vast power exploded from the model. Whoosh! The burning Heaven 9 Change Array model instantly filled the Destruction Ruin Cave. Flames circled around and trapped the son of Sirius. The son of Sirius, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt danger approaching. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Damn it. The son of Sirius's clothes were instantly burned to ashes by the flames. His expression was ferocious and incomparably furious. Li Ruahong wholeheartedly controlled the burning Heaven 9 Change formation. He used the killing power within it and the soaring flames to forcefully separate a Siamese Senshi and the son of Sirius. Rip! Space was torn apart, and a Siamese Senshi appeared out of thin air. Li Ruahong caught her. Take her away. Li Ruahong handed a Siamese Senshi to Bai Qingqing while he used the burning Heaven 9 Change formation to deal with the son of Sirius. Boom! The raging power continued to batter the array. Pucci! Li Ruahong suffered a strong impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. Let's go! Li Ruahong shouted. Bai Qingqing saw that the situation was not good and quickly brought a Siamese Senshi to the entrance of the Destruction Ruins. Die! The son of Sirius unleashed a strong power and attacked the burning Heaven 9 Change formation wildly. Li Ruahong was too weak and could not fully unleash the power of the array. He was severely injured by the impact of the array, but he continued to hold on. Swoosh! Bai Qingqing's figure flashed, and she instantly took out the destruction ruins. Boom! At this moment, the burning Heaven 9 change formation could not hold on any longer, and it shattered. Li Ruahong's figure was also sent flying. Crack! His body smashed into the wall, shattering the stone. Li Ruahong's body was covered with wounds. His internal organs were already shattered. Whoosh! After the son of Sirius smashed the burning Heaven 9 change formation, he rushed out and wanted to chase after Bai Qingqing. When Li Ruahong saw this, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly charged toward the son of Sirius. He used his body to block the son of Sirius. His hands held the latter's body tightly, not allowing him to move. Qingqing, leave quickly. A cry of agony could be heard coming from the cave of ruins. In the outside world, Bai Qingqing had not gone far when she heard the cry behind her. Her face quickly turned pale. However, after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and left quickly. You are courting death. The son of Sirius was furious. He grabbed Li Ruahong and tore off the latter's arm. Blood spurted out. Even if I die, I will not let your plan succeed. Li Ruahong spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. He looked very miserable. He was already prepared to die. He was very happy when he was with Fang Qin. However, ever since the Li family expelled him, he was in great pain and was struggling. In the blink of an eye, his countless years of bitter cultivation, countless years of hard work, all went up in flames. He could not accept this fact. In addition, there was an unforeseen event when he was rescuing a Siamese Senshi. If he did not die, Bai Qingqing would die. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to use his own life to delay the son of Sirius. Li Ruahong, the son of Sirius, shouted coldly, If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Originally, the son of Sirius did not want to kill Li Ruahong. After all, Li Ruachu of the Li family was a warrior ranked 10th on the profound ranking. His strength was comparable to his own. But now, Li Ruahong had completely infuriated the son of Sirius. Go to hell! The son of Sirius's sharp claws grabbed Li Ruahong's head. Useless guy! Crack! The sharp claws pierced Li Ruahong's head. Li Ruahong's head directly exploded. His primordial spirit was also affected. Whoosh! Whoosh! The son of Sirius was ruthless. He did not give Li Ruahong any chance and directly shattered his primordial spirit. Li Ruahong's body slowly fell to the ground. Then, the son of Sirius rushed out of the cave of destruction and chased after Bai Qingqing. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the Iron Wolf, telling them to kill Fang Qin. In the depths of the cave of destruction, Fang Qin appeared in a place with complicated circular patterns. What is this? Vaguely, he felt that there seemed to be an ancient array here. These complicated circular patterns should be a part of the ancient formation. After pondering for a moment, Fang Qin decided to use the comprehension of the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles to try to communicate with it. Buzz! The violent aura of formation principles escaped from his body and gradually merged into the circular patterns. Dong! After absorbing the aura of formation principles, the circular patterns actually changed. This scene made Fang Qin very excited. However, he soon realized that no matter how he communicated with it, the circular patterns were indifferent. This ancient array is very powerful. It is not even recorded in the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles. Fang Qin murmured. He guessed that the other end of the array should be an independent space. It could also be an inheritance treasure in the cave of destruction. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could not activate the circular patterns. At the thought of this, he did not waste any more time and continued forward. Roar! The roars of beasts were incessant. Terrifying killing power, accompanied by powerful demonic beasts, whizzed out. Ding! Feeling the fierce wind behind him, Fang Qin's figure quickly moved horizontally and then slashed out with his sword. Bang! The hidden star sword slashed on a dark beast, causing it to roar to the sky. Not good. Fang Qin could feel that the dark beasts were too powerful. He once again used the space-time collapse skill and quickly escaped from this place. After a long while, he could still feel the vast power behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! After leaving the territory of the dark beasts, Fang Qin saw a glimmer of light. Fang Qin was a little surprised that he had made a detour to the exit. I wonder how those Iron Wolf are doing. Fang Qin muttered to himself. However, what he did not know was that not long after he left, several Iron Wolf appeared in the territory of the dark beasts and had a conflict with them. When the battle broke out, the Iron Wolf had no time to care about him. Let's go. Soon, Fang Qin arrived in front of the cave entrance. When he was about to take a step out, his body suddenly stiffened. He widened his eyes and looked at the ground in front of him in disbelief. There was a cold corpse. Its head was crushed by a sharp claw, and it was lying on the ground dripping with blood. His body began to tremble, and his head kept shaking. His face was pale, and he was unwilling to believe the facts in front of him. Brotherly, Fang Qin took a step forward and came in front of Li Ruohong. His voice was filled with grief. How could this be? His heart was filled with guilt. Beside Li Ruohong, he found a broken array model. Fang Qin immediately understood that the son of Sirius must have broken the burning sky 9-change array, destroyed the array model, and then killed it. Thinking of this, Fang Qin clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. He picked up Li Ruohong's corpse, and his heart was filled with grief. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2478. Cold winds rustled in the air. The sorrowful atmosphere quickly infected the entire cave of annihilation. One could vaguely hear the sound of sobbing within the cave of annihilation. Even the heavens were grieving for Li Ruohong. The son of the first wife of the Li family had outstanding talent. Everyone had thought that he was the hope of the Li family. Even the upper echelons of the Li family had thought so. However, when Li Ruohong had stood out among the younger generation and made a name for himself in the chaotic void, Li Ruoqiu had emerged from the Li family, a woman who had forcefully made a name for herself in the Li family. She hadn't cultivated as long as Li Ruohong, but her potential had far surpassed the latter's. Li Ruohong's rise to prominence had caused Li Ruohong's status in the Li family to drop significantly. However, Li Ruohong had never given up. He was a son of the Li family. He could give up everything for the Li family. It could be said that in Li Ruohong's heart, the Li family of the godly sword heaven was his home. However, he hadn't been able to return to the Li family until his death. He had been banished by the Li family because of Luo Yunyang. Now, he had been laid to rest here because of Luo Yunyang. Fang Qin closed his eyes in pain. He hoisted Li Ruohong's body over his shoulder and dragged his heavy footsteps out of the cave of annihilation. 3 days later, Fang Qin arrived at the old site of the collapsed 9-Dragon Mountain. He stood on a huge rock and looked down. The surroundings were a mess. This was the place where Li Ruohong's fate had changed. It was also the place where he had forged a deep friendship with the former. Brotherly, I'll bury you here. Fang Qin put down Li Ruohong's body and quickly dug a big hole to bury him. When the last bit of dust covered Li Ruohong's body, Fang Qin's heart was in turmoil. His scarlet eyes stared unwaveringly at the pile of dirt. He had prepared a tombstone long ago and inserted it into the ground. Your lifelong wish was to return to the Li family. Although you've fallen now, I, Fang Qin, swear that while I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you back to the Li family in a dignified manner. I will even get the approval of many of the Li family's upper echelons to bury you in the Li family's cemetery. Fang Qin stood in front of the tombstone and said each word. Li Ruohong's death was a huge blow to Fang Qin. He stayed with Li Ruohong at the old site of 9-Dragon Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. After that, he resolutely turned around and left. son of Sirius? Fong Chen's Fong Chen was dead after asking around. He found out that the heavenly wolf Holy Sun was hunting down a woman in green all over the world. After receiving the news, Fong Chen took a shortcut to kill the son of Sirius. The son of Sirius had been the most depressed in recent days. Damn it, he was only a profound heaven realm martial artist. How could he be so fast? The son of Sirius was very confused, but he still chased with all his might. You can't escape. After chasing for more than 10 days, he finally caught up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bai Qingqing brought Asayama Senshi to a mountain peak. Rip! The void was torn apart, and the son of Sirius whizzed over. He stared at Bai Qingqing and said coldly, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Bai Qingqing's expression was grave. Asayama Senshi said, "You go first. I'll stay behind." Bang! The son of Sirius clawed at Asayama Senshi, leaving a few bloody marks on her body. "Both of you stay." For a moment, the two women were in danger. "Stop!" A few voices came from the foot of the mountain. They were Bai Xian's disciples. After receiving the news, they had been following the son of Sirius and finally arrived before he attacked. After they reached the peak, they looked at the son of Sirius with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, "Son of Sirius, please let Junior's sister go on account of my master, Bai Xian. Junior's sister Qianyan is Master's favorite disciple. If you attack her, Master will not let you go. Scram!" The heavenly wolf, Holy Sun, roared when he heard that. He waved his claws, and a terrifying force forced them back. Humph! If Bai Xian was here, I might have given him face. Trash like you want to use supremacy Bai Xian to coerce me? The son of Sirius didn't want to kill them and only asked them to scram. However, if Junior's sister was in danger, how could they sit back and do nothing? Son of Sirius, don't go too far. Rip! The son of Sirius pulled hard with his claws and left a few bloody marks on Asayama Senshi's fair arm. So what if I'm going too far? The son of Sirius said arrogantly. Junior's sister, let's go. They looked at each other and then roared angrily. At the same time, a shocking force erupted from their bodies and rushed toward the son of Sirius. You can't even withstand a single blow. The son of Sirius's eyes were full of ridicule. Rip! He waved his claws and tore one of them into pieces. Then he waved his claws a few more times and instantly disintegrated their attacks. Miserable screams came out from their mouths. Seeing this, Asayama Senshi closed her eyes in pain and burst into tears. However, Bai Qingqing pulled her and quickly left the mountain peak. Crack! A few people who were struggling at death's door still wanted to stop the son of Sirius, but what responded to them was sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples under Bai Xian, except for Asayama Senshi, had died. You can't escape. The son of Sirius looked at Bai Qingqing's disappearing figure with a playful expression. With a thought, he turned into a shadow and chased after her. After a long while, Bai Qingqing was forced into a dead end again. Run! The son of Sirius sneered. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi kept retreating and stared at the son of Sirius warily. At the same time, Fong Chen was also rushing over. Son of Sirius. When the latter attacked Bai Qingqing, Fong Chen had already arrived. Swoosh! In the distant sky, Fong Chen was suspended in midair. The star-hidden sword was like a rainbow that rushed into the sky and slashed out. The 11th move of the Azura swordsmanship burst out. The majestic sword light pierced through the void and shot toward the son of Sirius. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and the entire sky trembled. Rip! In front of the son of Sirius, a vortex like a black hole appeared. Then, the star-hidden sword burst out from it. Crack! The extremely sharp star-hidden sword, with a shocking force, fiercely slashed the son of Sirius's remaining claw. The sword struck and the wolf claw fell. Blood splattered in the sky. The son of Sirius let out a miserable cry. Swoosh! A long rainbow covered the entire sky. Fang Qin stepped on the star-hidden sword and appeared in front of Bai Qingqing and Asima Senshi like a god of war. His scarlet eyes stared at the son of Sirius. Fang Qin. Seeing this, Asima Senshi's face was full of complex emotions. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. "It's you, bastard." The son of Sirius cursed in pain. As the holy son of the werewolf clan and the 8th expert on the profound board, why are you so cruel? Fang Qin asked calmly. Li Ruohong is just an ordinary warrior on the profound board. In your eyes he is like an ant. You won't let such a person go? Humph! Anyone who dares to offend the werewolf clan deserves to die. The son of Sirius said, Li Ruohong colluded with you and openly opposed the werewolf clan. It won't be enough for him to die 10,000 times. Fang Qin stepped out and came in front of the son of Sirius. Li Ruohong is my brother, but you killed him. Tell me, how should I treat you? Bai Qingqing, who was behind him, trembled. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she kept shaking her head. A sad aura shrouded her body. That kind of trash, killing him will only dirty my hands. The son of Sirius said, and you not only offended the werewolf clan, but also the noble son of darkness. So what if you have great potential? In the end, you still can't change your fate. Fang Qin shook his head. You're really a dog. You, the son of Sirius, was furious. But after thinking of Fang Qin's incredible strength, his eyes flickered, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Fang Qin didn't give the son of Sirius a chance. His heart was filled with killing intent. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he was like a peerless sword god, incomparably dazzling. The sword chi surrounding his body soared into the sky like a dragon and a rainbow, and its momentum shook the sky. From now on, I will fight the werewolf clan to the death. Fang Qin said, and you, son of Sirius, I declare your death sentence. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being the enemy of the werewolf clan? The son of Sirius sneered. Whoosh! The hidden star sword whistled and slashed out. Seeing this, the son of Sirius's body surged with a dark luster, desperately resisting. Kacha! The hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense like cutting tofu. In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2479, Wrath of the Heavenly Wolf. The son of Sirius roared angrily. The violent power around his body whizzed out, desperately resisting Fang Qin's attack. However, it was to no avail. The sword light that erupted from the hidden star sword was too powerful. It was so powerful that the son of Sirius's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Kacha! The sharp hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense. The latter's face finally became dignified. No, the son of Sirius wanted to shift his body and then dodge Fang Qin's attack. Unfortunately, the latter was attacking in anger. How could he let him escape so easily? Puff! Another fierce and overbearing sword light ruthlessly pierced the son of Sirius's body, piercing through it. Die! Fang Qin said coldly. His palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword pierced the son of Sirius's chest. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. The next moment, the son of Sirius's head directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spewed out in the air. Xiu! The hidden star sword issued a cheerful sword cry, as if telling its master that he had avenged his great hatred. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Qin stared at the son of Sirius's body that had already decayed. He suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the son of Sirius's heart, and threw it into the sumo ring. Brotherly, I have avenged you. As for your wish, I will help you fulfill it. After saying that, Fang Qin took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and turned to look at the two women. When Fang Qin and the son of Sirius were fighting, Asima Senshi was very worried. But now her face was full of shock. She never dreamed that the guy who was inferior to her in the past would reach such a level now. On the other hand, Bai Qingqing had always supported Fang Chen. She was also very clear about Fang Chen's strength. Seeing the son of Sirius fall, her heart did not fluctuate too much. She only smiled at Fang Chen. "Thank you for saving my life." After a moment of shock, Asayama Senshi finally recovered from her shock. She walked gracefully to Fang Chen and bowed to Fang Chen with her small white hands. "Asayama Senshi, you don't have to be like this. You were captured by the son of Sirius because of me." "I still have to apologize to you," Fang Chen said. Asayama Senshi shook her head. "Even without you, with the character of the son of Sirius, he would not let me off." Asayama Senshi still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Let's leave here first," Fang Chen said, and then left with the two girls. The news of the son of Sirius's death had not yet spread. However, another piece of shocking news quickly swept through the entire cave Ming Mountain. After the shocking battle between the Son of Darkness and the jihadists, the Son of Darkness was the one who was defeated in the end. This news caused a great sensation. The Son of Darkness was a master ranked 5th on the profound ranking, while the jihadists were only ranked 6th. Moreover, everyone knew that the Son of Darkness carried the most powerful weapon of the Blood Clan, the Sword of Darkness. The Sword of Darkness was very compatible with his bloodline and could greatly enhance his attack power. However, even so, he was still defeated by the jihadists. Everyone was in disbelief. On a mountain peak, the Son of Darkness was panting and his face was a little pale. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Sword of Darkness lay across his knees and lay there quietly. Occasionally, it would emit a trace of dark light. "Damn the jihadists! How dare they sneak attack me?" The Son of Darkness roared in his heart. This time he had underestimated the strength of the jihadists. He also did not expect that the jihadists had taken the last step. His attack power had reached an incredible level. However, although the jihadist strength was beyond his imagination, he could still barely suppress the latter with the Sword of Darkness. However, no one expected that the jihadists would take out a treasure at the critical moment and forcibly suppress the power of the Sword of Darkness. This made the Son of Darkness's heart tremble. "What is it?" Recalling the scene of the battle with the jihadists, the Son of Darkness frowned and pondered. "That treasure is too powerful. It can actually suppress the Sword of Darkness. This matter must be reported back to the clan," the Son of Darkness said in a deep voice. Just as he was pondering, there was a sudden vibration in the Sumer ring. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. "The son of Sirius has fallen." The Son of Darkness's face was gloomy. In the Beast Pagoda, Fang Chen threw the Son of Sirius's heart into the mark of the demon tiger and beast. Buzz! A powerful aura was released from the mark and instantly swallowed the Son of Sirius's heart. The many fire spirit beasts on the side were full of greed. Roar! Suddenly, a loud cry came from the second level of the Beast Pagoda. Fang Chen was overjoyed and quickly went to the second level. At this moment, the second level was filled with colorful light. A violent power swept across the entire land. In the center of the storm, the six-feathered sky sparrow was soaring and transforming. "Master." The three-eyed bear king came to Fang Chen's side and explained to Fang Chen. After listening to the latter's explanation, Fang Chen instantly understood. The six-feathered sky sparrow's potential was very strong. In addition, it was infected by the demon tiger and beast's aura and consumed a lot of cultivation resources. It was time for it to advance. As the six-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings, the entire second level of the Beast Pagoda trembled. It consumed a lot of energy. Fang Chen noticed this detail and thought to himself. He found some energy resources from the warehouse in the Nine-Dragon Mountain and threw them to the six-feathered sky sparrow. After the six-feathered sky sparrow swallowed them, its energy recovered and it continued to transform. The entire process lasted for about a month. A month later, the one standing in front of Fang Chen was no longer the 6-feathered sky sparrow, but the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Their race could eventually evolve into the 9-feathered sky sparrow. However, it had been a long time since a 9-feathered sky sparrow had appeared in the chaotic void. In the current situation, the 8-feathered sky sparrow was already considered one of the best in this race. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion and even lead to a bloody battle. Many mysterious God Realm honorables would probably be drooling over the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Master. The 8-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings and transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. You just evolved. Consolidate your power. Master, when are you going to let us out to fight? It's so boring here. The 3-eyed bear king giggled. Cultivate well. There will be a time for you to fight. Back then, he couldn't even control the beast pagoda. But now, Fang Chen could control the beast pagoda as he wished. He had even trained an army of demonic beasts. Although most of the beasts were in the mysterious heaven realm, if they joined forces, even a mysterious Qi realm warrior would be crushed in minutes. Fang Chen's goal was to let them out when they all entered the 2nd level and reached the mysterious Qi realm. By then, with so many beasts practicing a battle formation, they would be able to threaten the top 20 experts on the mysterious ranking. After leaving the beast pagoda, Fang Chen's mood was obviously much better. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi were chatting happily, as if they were talking about something happy. What are you talking about? Fang Chen asked. Seeing this, the 2 women stood up. Bai Qingqing said, We're talking about something interesting. Fang Chen, you killed the son of Sirius. The werewolf clan will definitely not let you go. Asayama Senshi reminded him. Don't worry. No one was there when I killed the son of Sirius. Without sufficient evidence, what can the werewolf clan do to me? Fang Chen said. Besides, he had completely offended the werewolf clan because of the wolf god slew. Why should he care about what they thought? The son of Sirius was fully responsible for Li Ruohong's death, so he had to die. The son of darkness seems to be very angry about the death of the son of Sirius. Asayama Senshi glanced at Fang Chen and whispered, I heard some news from the other sky prides. The son of darkness seemed to have been defeated by the jihadists. Asayama Senshi said, I thought that he would hide and concentrate on cultivating. Who knew that not long ago, when he heard the news of the son of Sirius's death, he was immediately furious and pushed all the blame to you. Fang Chen already knew what Asayama Senshi meant. She was a little worried that the son of darkness was looking for him. The son of darkness? Fang Chen said nonchalantly, The son of darkness is very strong. Seeing Fang Chen's nonchalant look, Asayama Senshi emphasized, Although the son of darkness was defeated by the jihadists, you can't underestimate him. Fang Chen didn't have much thoughts about the son of darkness. Instead, he was very interested in the jihadists. If I'm not wrong, the jihadists should be from the jihadist clan, right? I heard that this clan is born to be belligerent, and the more they fight, the braver they become. They have a secret technique to cultivate battle intent, which is very terrifying, Fang Chen said. There were countless legends about the jihadists' clan in the Chaos Void, but the most popular one was the secret technique to cultivate battle intent. In a battle between experts, sometimes the strength of battle intent could completely turn the situation around and change the overall situation. Seeing Asayama Senshi's expression, Fang Chen shrugged and said helplessly, Don't worry. If he wants to kill me, he will have to pay a high enough price. The son of darkness is not as simple as you see on the surface, and Dark Cave Mountain is not what you see now. Asayama Senshi continued. The supreme treasure that appeared in Dark Cave Mountain this time is related to swordsmanship. The son of darkness came with the sword of darkness to find that supreme treasure. Once he finds it, we will all be in trouble. In Dark Cave Mountain, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and Sword Chi was like a rainbow. Everyone said that the supreme treasure that appeared this time was related to swordsmanship. The Sword of Darkness? Fong Chen murmured. Even profound God Realm sovereigns were attracted by the supreme treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. It wouldn't be that easy to obtain it. The Mystic Light Realm sovereigns hiding in the dark hadn't made a move yet. They were the most terrifying opponents in this trip to Dark Cave Mountain. The Son of Darkness wasn't much of a threat, and Fong Chen could even ignore the experts on the profound ranking. Only the Mystic Light Realm sovereigns were invincible in this dimension of Dark Cave Mountain. Thinking up to here, Fong Chen thought of the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman clan. I have to think of a way to kill them all. Chapter 2480. In the vast chaos void, in a land of nothingness in the territory of the werewolf tribe, there were 5 huge stone platforms. The 5 wolf gods were like statues, quietly sitting on top of them, motionless, accepting the worship of their people. Below them, countless werewolves in the vast territory of the werewolf clan were worshipping. Crack! A token in the 5th wolf god's hand shattered. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying ray of light. Is he dead? The 5th wolf god said, a trace of anger appearing on his face. Suddenly, the sky above the werewolf clan's territory was covered by dark clouds. No one is allowed to lay a finger on my remains. The 5th wolf god's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Then he stood up, waved his hand, and tore the void apart, disappearing into the black hole. The wolf god has appeared. A trembling voice came from below. After the 5th wolf god left, the other 4 wolf gods opened their eyes one after another. 5th wolf was too impulsive. You can't blame him. His remains were destroyed by a weakling, and he has repeatedly obstructed the werewolf clan's actions. This time, even the son of Sirius died. How can 5th wolf not be angry? The 4 wolf gods chatted one after another. Suddenly their minds trembled. Immediately, the 4 of them stood up and looked at a certain spot in the void with burning eyes. 5th wolf, come back. The 1st wolf god secretly transmitted his voice. His voice rippled through the void like waves, spreading rapidly. The 5th wolf god, who had already left, was called back. The blood ancestors matter is more important. Let's go to the dark kindred first, the 1st wolf god said. Just a moment ago, the blood ancestor had summoned them to discuss important matters. Let's go. The 5 wolf gods went to the dark kindred together, inside Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen and the 2 girls were looking for the inheritance treasure. Before they knew it, they had come to a mysterious valley. This valley was like an otherworldly paradise. There were delicate and beautiful flowers all over the mountains and plains. The valley was also lush, and the origin power was so thin that it could not be sensed. No matter how one looked at the valley, it was an ordinary valley. The 3 of them entered the valley and surveyed their surroundings. What a beautiful valley, Asayama Senshi said. That's right. Wouldn't it be great if I could live in seclusion with my beloved forever in such a paradise? When she said this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Chen with a smile. The latter pretended to be ignorant and ignored him. Asayama Senshi's red lips parted slightly as she said, Fong Chen, Qingqing is a good girl. If you miss her, you won't be able to find her again. Fong Chen's face darkened. How long have you 2 known each other? You're trying to pull strings for her? Fong Chen hurriedly walked into the depths of the valley. He had killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the Xian ranking. But now he was in such a sorry state. Seeing this, Asayama Senshi smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing calmly followed Fong Chen. After reaching the depths of the valley, Fong Chen's face became more and more solemn. What did you find? Bai Qingqing asked. Fong Chen shook his head. I didn't find anything. Because of this, it's even more suspicious. There was the Heavenly Master Sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. This was not an exaggeration. One could imagine how dangerous a forbidden area that was as famous as the Heavenly Master Sea was. Since entering Immortal Cave Mountain, one could feel that the origin energy here was hundreds of times more than that of the outside world. However, in this elegant valley, the origin energy was so thin that one could not sense it. There must be something that interferes with our perception, or a treasure that completely covers up the aura of the origin energy in the valley, Feng Qin said. The origin energy was the most basic and the purest power in the chaotic void. This kind of power was a very important component that formed the chaotic void and even helped the heavenly way operate. Ordinary treasures could not cover up the aura of the origin energy. Therefore, Feng Qin ruled out this idea. Interferes with perception? Feng Qin frowned. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a treasure related to the soul Tao in this valley. Dong! Just as he was deep in thought, Fairy Qian Yan's cry of surprise suddenly sounded. What's wrong? Feng Qin asked hurriedly. However, when he looked over, he was completely stunned. The cliffs around the valley were actually closing in. What's going on? Feng Qin was very puzzled. At the same time, he quickly came in front of a Siamese senshi. Boom! Mustering all his strength, he threw out a punch, striking the cliff that was getting closer and closer to him. Kacha! Unexpectedly, the cliffs only paused for a moment before continuing to close in. The power of Feng Qin's punch was something that even a mysterious star realm martial artist would not dare to take head-on. However, the cliffs did not break after receiving his punch. What a strong defense! Feng Qin frowned. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the 11th move of the Azura sword art. Whoosh! The violent sword light, carrying the power of death, slashed the cliffs. Kacha! On the cliffs, stone fragments finally fell, but it still could not stop the cliffs from closing in. In the blink of an eye, the cliffs had completely closed in. Dong! Finally, a trembling sound was heard. In the next moment, Feng Qin and the other two were trapped in the darkness. Not good. The mysterious heaven cone nails, Tool's spirit, secretly shouted and reminded them. This valley itself is a powerful space-type treasure. You entered the valley and activated it. The space-type treasure was gathering and trapping Feng Qin and the other two. A space-type treasure? Feng Qin turned pale with fright. A space-type treasure that could withstand the full blow of the hidden star sword should at least be at the space-type chaos level or above. Even I was wrong before. This space-type treasure is tainted with the ancient god's aura. The Tool's spirit said in a low voice. The ancient god's aura covered the space-type treasure's own aura. At the same time, it also completely covered the aura of the origin power in the valley. Ancient god's aura? Feng Qin widened his eyes in disbelief. Rumble. As they spoke, the space-type treasure had completely closed, trapping them completely inside. But it's okay. The Tool spirit probed and said, according to my probing, this space-type treasure should have been damaged like me. It has not been able to fully recover for a long time. Your trip into the valley just happened to activate it and completely seal it. But, Master, you don't have to worry. It is now in a state of deep sleep and has no consciousness. It will not attack you. Hearing this, Feng Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Was there really an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain? Feng Qin asked. In the past, he felt that the ancient god was an illusory existence. Although there were some rumors in the chaotic void that a few ancient gods were still alive in the current era. However, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Feng Qin always felt that the ancient god was too far away from him. And now, for the first time, he felt that the ancient god was not that far away from him. Dark Cave Mountain was tainted with the ancient god's aura everywhere. The more it was like this, the more shocked Feng Qin was. How powerful were the ancient gods that a trace of their aura could cause so much trouble? Dark Cave Mountain is far from as simple as you imagine. There are too many things involved, and I am not too sure. The tool spirit said, back then, Old Master found me by chance in Dark Cave Mountain. After that, he obtained some opportunities and broke through the cage in one fell swoop to step into the ancient god realm. As for the other ancient gods, I have never seen them. However, I have been in a deep sleep in Dark Cave Mountain for a long time and have sensed some powerful auras. The tool spirit said, although I am not sure whether it is the ancient god's aura, it should be similar. After Great Emperor Su Xian stepped into the ancient god realm, he left Dark Cave Mountain with the tool spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail. Then how do I leave now? Feng Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. The space-type treasure's tool spirit is in a deep sleep. This is good news. However, because it has been tainted with the ancient god's aura, it is somewhat unrealistic to forcefully open a gap. The tool spirit analyzed. However, any treasure will have a certain flaw. Master, don't be anxious. Give me some time. Once I find out its flaw, it will be easy to leave. Feng Chen nodded and waited quietly. He did not notice at all that a trace of formless aura was quietly approaching him. Chapter 2481. A space-type treasure was tainted with the aura of the ancient gods. All the clues were connected, and it was extremely shocking. Anything that had anything to do with the ancient gods would cause a bloodbath. Feng Chen looked around vigilantly, waiting for the artifact spirit to check. After a while, the artifact spirit spoke. Master, this space-type treasure seems to be related to the demon clan. Related to the demon clan? Feng Chen frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. In the chaotic void, only the 5 major forces could be called major clans. Any major clan had the ability to dominate the chaotic void. The demon clan ruled all the beasts in the chaotic void. In every corner, in every space, as long as there were beasts, there would be the aura of the demon clan. The demon clan was not a single clan, but a collective name for all the beasts. For example, the demon clan in the innate world was just a branch of the demon clan. The 5 major clans were the Void clan, the Holy War clan, the Blood clan, the Thunder Punishment clan, and the Demon clan. Although the Demon clan was ranked 5th, its power was not to be underestimated. Even the other 4 major clans did not dare to provoke the Demon clan easily. Since the human race and the Demon clan were at odds, the Demon clan had been fighting against the human race for countless years and occupied Buter Heaven. Only the major clans of the current era had the means to dominate the 10 super heavens. Although he had heard of the 5 major clans, he had little contact with them. Previously, Feng Chen had fought with the Son of Darkness, and now, this space-type treasure was related to the Demon clan. I checked it and found that this space-type treasure is very similar to one of your treasures, the artifact spirit continued. Very similar? Are you talking about the Beast Pagoda? Hearing this, the artifact spirit said, yes, the Beast Pagoda. This space-type treasure is many times more advanced than the Beast Pagoda. Its main function is to provide space, but it has been tainted with the aura of the ancient gods and has mutated. In addition, this space-type treasure should have belonged to the Demon clan, so I concluded that it has all the functions of the Beast Pagoda. Feng Chen was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a Demon clan's spatial treasure here. Among the 5 great clans, the Demon clan is the most proficient in refining weapons. This space-type supreme treasure is very exquisite. It must have been made by the Demon clan, said the weapon spirit. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Feng Chen asked, have you found a way to break it? After saying so much, he still hadn't said how to get out. If they were trapped here forever and couldn't get out, then what was the point of talking about this? This space-type treasure spirit is in deep slumber. You can try to use the Beast Taming Pagoda to gradually control the spirit, the mysterious heaven cone nails spirit said. Then he told Feng Chen the detailed method. The latter was a little worried. Are you sure it's okay? There's still some hope. After all, this belongs to the Yao clan. You're a human, so it'll be extremely difficult for you to control it. However, if you can control it, then the power of the beast taming pagoda will increase greatly. Since things had come to this, he could only give it a try. Help me protect them, Fangchen said. Whoosh! The mysterious heaven cone nail shot out from his body. Halos flickered and shrouded by Qingqing and Asima Senshi. Then Fangchen sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the beast-taming pagoda. Buzz! The moment the beast-taming pagoda escaped, many demon beasts were released. What's happening? Is a great battle going to happen? The fire spirit beast, the three-eyed bear king, and the eight-feathered sky sparrow all shouted. However, they were shocked to find that the space where they were was extremely oppressive. If they were careless, they would be crushed by the violent aura and crawl on the ground. What the hell is this place? The three-eyed bear king grinned and shouted. At this moment, layers of halos appeared around Fang Chen's body. In his palm, the beast-taming pagoda emitted a bright light. Buzz! Fang Chen's primordial spirit left his body and disappeared into the void with the glowing beast-taming pagoda. It must succeed. Fang Chen muttered to himself. When the beast-taming pagoda found the sleeping place of the space-type treasure's weapon spirit, it suddenly emitted spots of brilliance and began to disintegrate. This was what the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit told him. After all, the beast-taming pagoda was just an ordinary space-type treasure. It could not be compared to the demon clan's item in front of him. If he wanted to seize the opportunity to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, the only way was to disintegrate the beast-taming pagoda and use its essence to repair the damaged weapon spirit. Hiss! The beast-taming pagoda was slowly disintegrating. Meanwhile, inside Fang Chen's body, there was also an earth-shattering change. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit protected the two girls while watching Fang Chen. The disintegration of the beast-taming pagoda would take a long time. If he wanted to repair the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, he would need even more time. It would take at least 30 to 50 years, or even a few hundred to 1,000 years. As time passed, Fang Chen was fully immersed in it. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, many things had happened in Mount Dongming. The powerhouses of the profound ranking had appeared one after another to crazily compete for the Sword Dao treasure. The rankings, which had remained unchanged for millions of years, had changed hands several times in the short span of 10 years. However, from the beginning to the end, the top 3 rankings had never changed. The first on the profound ranking was Su Zichen, the Heaven's Pride of the Void clan, the #1 clan in the world. He was good at the Tao of the Void and possessed the indestructible body of the Void. His speed was unparalleled, and no one could surpass his speed. His attack was also incredible. Even the Son of Darkness did not dare to fight against it. The second on the profound ranking was Lei Pu of the Thunder Punishment clan. His thunder punishment technique was even more amazing. Any martial artist who dared to provoke him could not withstand a single bolt of his shocking heavenly thunder. So far, no one had seen Lei Pu's full strength. The third on the profound ranking was Yao Yan of the Demon Clan. Originally, the fourth on the profound ranking was Tianjia of the Holy War Clan. However, in the 3rd year when Fang Chen was trapped in the spatial treasure, the Son of Darkness obtained the treasure and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He fought with Tianjia, defeated him, and successfully ranked 4th. However, the Son of Darkness only stayed in the 4th position for 2 years. In the 5th year, Tianjia obtained the treasure and soared to the sky. Finally, he fought with the Son of Darkness on a mountain peak. The battle between the two shattered the sky, the void collapsed, and a spatial storm appeared. This was the second battle between the two in Mount Dongming. In the first battle, Tianjia was stronger than the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness escaped with the sharp Sword of Darkness. This time, the Son of Darkness activated the Sword of Darkness to the extreme, and its attack power was even stronger. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. This battle was earth-shattering, and it lasted for an entire year. When everyone thought that both sides would be injured, Tianjia suddenly comprehended the last level of the invincible battle intent. His battle intent comprehension reached another level, and his strength increased by several times. He instantly crushed the Son of Darkness. After the heaven-shaking battle, the dark sword of the Son of Darkness was lost in dark cave mountain and disappeared. The Son of Darkness himself was also severely injured. If it weren't for the arrival of the mystic light realm experts of the blood race, he would have died in the hands of Tianjia. After this battle, Tianjia was completely overshadowed by the Holy War. Everyone was shocked. The Holy War, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. The battles between the top 10 of the profound ranking were happening all the time. In the past 10 years, the most depressed person was the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan. The death of the son of Sirius had greatly affected them. In the past few years, they had almost searched the entire Mount Dongming, but they still couldn't find Fangchen. It was as if the latter had disappeared. On a towering mountain peak, surrounded by beast chi, a man in black clothes looked down at the ground with his hands behind his back. There was a trace of a smile on his handsome face. No one who saw him would think that he was the prodigy of the beast race, one of the 5 major clans, Yao Yan, who was ranked 3rd on the profound ranking. Stupid humans. Yao Yan's face was filled with disdain. The sword Dao treasure of Mount Dongming is an opportunity, Yao Yan said. We can use this opportunity to kill all the human prodigies in one fell swoop. The first thing that came to Yao Yan's mind was the blood race. Originally, he wanted to use the Son of Darkness to kill the human prodigies one by one. However, the Son of Darkness was a piece of trash. He was severely injured by Tianjia and even lost his Sword of Darkness. Chapter 2482. That damn guy. Yao Yan was furious when he thought of the Son of Darkness. However, that hallowed warrior is really good at hiding. For hundreds of years, he has been suppressed by Sky Warrior, while he has kept a low profile. If the Son of Darkness hadn't defeated Sky Warrior, he might have kept a low profile. Yao Yan said, according to the witnesses, the hallowed warrior has already cultivated the invincible battle will to the highest level. The invincible battle will was a secret technique of the hallowed warrior tribe. It was a secret technique to cultivate battle will. In the hallowed warrior tribe, anyone who could cultivate the invincible battle will to the highest level could at least reach the profound god realm. They might even have the chance to reach the legendary ancient god realm in the future. Before this, Sky Warrior was the prodigy with the highest chance of cultivating the invincible battle will. Who would have thought that Sky Warrior would lose to the Son of Darkness, and the hallowed warrior tribe would silently cultivate it? With the invincible battle will, this hallowed warrior's strength is enough to threaten me. A trace of coldness flashed past Yao Yan's eyes. After being on the profound ranking for so many years, he was most afraid of the 2 people ranked above him. He had met Su Zichen of the Void tribe once before. He didn't like the latter, so he fought with him. However, he didn't even see his opponent's shadow before he was defeated. News of this battle didn't spread, so the outside world didn't know about it. However, it was the most humiliating battle in Yao Yan's heart. As for Lei Pu, she wasn't as mysterious as Su Zichen, but she had the strongest attack power. The moment the power of lightning punishment appeared, the world was shocked. Back then, when he fought with Lei Pu, he could only barely block 3 lightning punishment heavenly blades. It seems like I have to hurry up and find the Sword Dao treasure, then leave a mortal cave mountain, said Yao Yan. He vaguely felt that the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure in a mortal cave mountain was unusual. If he wasn't careful, he might die. Young master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures arrived at the foot of the mountain. "How is it?" Yao Yen asked without turning his head. "That guy called Fong Qin seems to have evaporated from Dark Cave Mountain. Not only can we not find him, even the werewolves and vampires can't find him. Young master, although Fong Qin killed the son of Sirius, he is only ranked 8th on the profound ranking. Why do you care?" "That's right. If young master were to make a move, he would be able to destroy them with a single finger." Hearing this, Yao Yen snorted. "What do you know? Fong Qin possesses the 10,000 swords flesh and has cultivated it to an extremely high level. If I can devour him, the chances of obtaining the ultimate sword treasure will be greatly increased." And, hearing Yao Yan's words, everyone's eyes widened. Yao Yan's gaze swept over everyone before he continued. "Moreover, he is far from being as simple as he seems on the surface. If we capture him, we will be able to obtain what we want. Don't worry, young master. As long as he's still in Dark Cave Mountain, he won't be able to escape from the clutches of our Yao clan," said one of them. Yao Yen nodded and smiled wickedly. "If you discover anything about him, just inform the Dark Kindred." Yao Yen wanted to borrow the hand of the Dark Kindred to fight against the human race's prodigies. In 10 years, the outside world had changed a lot. In Mashaetian, the Jura sword Dao was now prevalent, and the Mashaetian sword Dao had long disappeared. Under the Spirit Void clan leaders' relentless efforts to spread the Azura sword Dao throughout Mashaetian, Xiao Huang and the other 3 had all broken through to the profound Qi realm. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could challenge a profound star realm expert. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in Mashaetian. The former Qiu clan had long been reduced to ashes. Mashaetian was changing with each passing day. Just as Mashaetian was rapidly developing and prospering, a crisis was quietly approaching. In the center of Mashaetian, there was a huge ocean. Splash! On this day, the calm ocean suddenly surged with raging waves. The surging waves soared into the sky and wreaked havoc in the entire sky. Rip! Above the towering water pillar, a figure suddenly appeared. He stepped on the water pillar and spread his divine sense, surveying the huge Mashaetian. Soon, his face was distorted and filled with rage. Spirit Void clan. The Qiu clan ancestors' heart was filled with rage. Back then, the Spirit Void clan didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Qiu clan territory. But now, the Spirit Void clan openly betrayed the Qiu clan, giving up the Mashaetian sword Dao and focusing on the Azura sword Dao. Betraying the Qiu clan was a crime punishable by death. Today, let me clean up the clan. With that, the Qiu clan ancestors' figure flashed and quickly arrived on the land surrounding the ocean. Spirit Void clan leader, come out and accept your death. Rumbling thunder spread through the void, shaking the entire Spirit Void Qiu clan. What's that sound? Who dares to cause trouble in my Qiu clan? You're courting death. How dare you shout at the clan leader? On the land, many Qiu clan disciples were discussing, and in the depths of the Qiu clan residence, a beam of light soared into the sky. The Spirit Void clan leader floated in the sky, stepping on a long sword. Azura sword Qi surrounded him as his dark eyes stared at the person in front of him. Who are you? The Spirit Void clan leader said coldly. He could already feel the powerful Mashaetian sword Qi from the other party. He guessed that this person should be a fish that escaped the net of the Qiu clan. Haha! The Qiu clan ancestor chuckled, his face full of mockery. It's only been 10 years, and you don't even recognize me? Spirit Void clan leader, you're so impressive. Speaking of this, the Qiu clan ancestor changed the topic and said coldly, do you remember that 10 years ago you were worse than a dog in front of the main Qiu clan? And now, you betrayed the Qiu clan and joined the enemy. You abandoned the Mashaetian sword path and focused on the Azura sword path. And you're asking me who I am? The Qiu clan ancestors' words made the Spirit Void clan leader's expression changed drastically. You're the ancestor? After all, the Spirit Void clan leader was once a member of the Chiu clan. He was forced to join Fangchen because he had no other choice. However, since the Chiu clan was destroyed by the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan, he had made up his mind to follow Fangchen. He had thought that everyone in the Chiu clan had died. Who would have thought that the ancestor was still alive? You still know that I'm the Chiu clan ancestor? The Chiu clan ancestor sneered. There's only one Chiu clan in Mushation. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that you betrayed the Chiu clan. The Chiu clan ancestor spread out his hands and said, back then the Chiu clan worked hard to build this empire, but in the end, you turned it into this. You're the sinner of the Chiu clan. Today, I'm going to clean up the clan and tear you to pieces. As soon as the Chiu clan ancestor finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, a sword rapidly formed and blasted toward the Spirit Void clan leader. Dong! The Spirit Void clan leader's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used the Azura sword path to block. The two swords collided in the void, erupting with a deafening sound. In the ocean, shocking waves surged. Dang, dang, dang. The Spirit Void clan leader retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, his pitch-black eyes stared at the ancestor. Ancestor, you, the Chiu clan ancestor, took a deep breath, and a trace of determination appeared on his face. If I hadn't been injured back then and my cultivation hadn't fallen, I could have killed someone like you with one slap, the Chiu clan ancestor said. But today, there's no point in continuing the battle. I can't do anything to you, but in 100 years, I'll come and take your head. With that, the Chiu clan ancestor's figure flashed and disappeared into the vast ocean. The Spirit Void clan leader was a little worried. He rushed into the ocean to search for the ancestor. But no matter how he searched, the ancestor seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. After that, the Spirit Void clan leader sent the Chiu clan cultivators into the vast ocean to search for the ancestor. After searching for a while without any results, he even asked Xiao Huang and the others for help. The four of them were very bored, so when they heard the Spirit Void clan leader's request, they immediately agreed. Don't worry, that old guy is heavily injured and must be hiding in the ocean. Wait for us four brothers to drag him out. Dongming Mountain, Mysterious Valley, Space-type treasure. The Beast Pagoda was still disintegrating as usual. Fangchen was fully focused on controlling it, not daring to be distracted at all. However, he was completely unaware that a shapeless and formless aura had quietly drilled into his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This aura circled around his body and finally seeped into his blood. After the blood came into contact with the invisible aura, it immediately set off huge waves in Fangchen's body. Dong! There was a sound of vibration. Fangchen's body swayed, and the Beast Pagoda in the middle of disintegrating also swayed unsteadily. Chapter 2483. Soon, Fangchen realized that something was wrong. His blood was actually moving restlessly. What's going on? Fangchen was confused as he stared at his restless blood. Buzz! At this moment, the bloodline copper mirror he got from the 9 Dragons mountain appeared. The bloodline copper mirror was used to nurture the bloodline. Fangchen had never used it since he got it. Now, the bloodline copper mirror appeared automatically. This meant that there was something wrong with his bloodline. What's going on? Fangchen vaguely felt that the restless blood had something to do with the space-type treasure. Decompose. After thinking for a while, Fangchen continued to decompose the Beast Pagoda. The Beast Pagoda was about to be decomposed. Once it was decomposed, he might be able to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure. This was an excellent method. Whoosh! A drop of blood fell on the bloodline copper mirror and instantly dyed half of the mirror red. The power contained in the blood that had been purified by the bloodline copper mirror instantly erupted and went into the Beast Pagoda. Fang Qin was surprised to find that the bloodline copper mirror was helping him to decompose the beast pagoda faster. He was overjoyed and immediately devoted himself to decomposing the beast pagoda. He made sure that the restless blood did not bring him any harm. Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The beast pagoda was decomposing very slowly, but with the help of the bloodline copper mirror, it was extremely fast. An hour was equivalent to decomposing a year's time. With this, Fang Qin was extremely confident. At this speed, the beast pagoda will be completely decomposed in a few months. Thinking of this, Fang Qin continued to urge his blood to drip on the bloodline copper mirror to speed up the beast pagoda's decomposition. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, with the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the beast pagoda's decomposition was extremely fast. After half a year, the beast pagoda was finally decomposed completely. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Then the tip of the last level of the beast pagoda gradually collapsed. Dong! The sound of vibrations could be heard continuously. Violent energy came out of the beast pagoda and went into the space-type true treasure. Whoa! Fang Qin could vaguely sense a berserk energy that seemed to be in a deep slumber. He was sure that this violent power was the device spirit of the space-type supreme treasure. Fang Qin tried to communicate with the weapon spirit. The power of the beast pagoda had completely filled the weapon spirit. The artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. Who? The artifact spirit's voice echoed out. I am your master. Fang Qin was trying to deceive the artifact spirit, but it had an unexpected effect. Perhaps the artifact spirit had been asleep for too long, causing it to lose its intelligence. It had fallen into a deep slumber because it was heavily injured. It lacked power and was unable to awaken. But now, Fang Qin had disintegrated the beast pagoda. All the violent energy had seeped into the pagoda, making it extremely rich. Another thing was that the beast pagoda was essentially the same as a space-type true treasure. They both had the aura of the demon clan. That was why the artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. Master! The artifact spirit's voice came intermittently. Fang Qin could hear that the artifact spirit's voice contained a trace of joy. However, it had been asleep for too long and was heavily injured. It would not be able to wake up for a while. Your injuries are too severe. I will take you out of here. Fang Qin gradually began to instill in the artifact spirit the idea that he was its master. At first, the artifact spirit was indifferent. However, after Fang Qin's earnest instilling, the artifact spirit finally began to stir. My blood can help you recover. Fang Qin felt that the time was right. He was secretly delighted and immediately said, a wave of energy spread out. Seeing that the artifact spirit did not object, Fang Qin hurriedly cut his finger. A drop of essence, blood, instantly dripped into the air. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the drop of essence, blood, disappeared without a trace. The artifact spirit took the initiative to absorb the essence blood and then refine it. Wang. Somehow, there was a connection between him and the space-type supreme treasure. It worked. Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect to succeed so easily. The efforts of more than 10 years were not in vain. Open. Even the artifact spirit did not know that it had unknowingly dripped blood to recognize him as its master. After absorbing Fang Qin's blood, the artifact spirit fell into a deep sleep again. It felt a trace of warmth and gradually relaxed. Fang Qin shouted in a low voice. The space-type true treasure that trapped him opened instantly. Immediately, he waved his hand and put all the monsters into the space-type true treasure. Keep. With a thought, the space-type true treasure kept shrinking until it was the size of a thumb and went into the Sumer ring. Wang. At the same time, a lot of information about the space-type true treasure emerged in Fang Qin's mind. After reading it, Fong Chan was shocked and nodded slowly. I see. This space-type true treasure was called the Demon Sealing Tower. Its effect was much more powerful than the Beast Taming Tower. It was said that the Demon Sealing Tower could seal monsters at the profound God realm supremacy level, unless an ancient God powerhouse intervened. No monster could break through the Demon Sealing Tower seal. Great. Fong Chen was overjoyed. With the Demon Sealing Tower, his monster army could grow more easily. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! Fong Chen and the other two appeared in the valley. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing asked worriedly. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. This valley is too mysterious. Let's leave quickly, Asayama Senshi said. Bai Qingqing also indicated that they should leave first. Fong Chen nodded and did not tell them about the Demon Sealing Tower. Roar! Just as the three of them arrived at the exit of the valley, a series of beast roars suddenly came. What's going on? What a violent power! We seem to have encountered a group of monsters. The two women's faces changed drastically and hurriedly said. Only Fong Chen was calm. Monsters, huh? He muttered as his eyes glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, a vast horde of demonic beasts rushed in from outside the valley. The leading demonic beast was at the Mystic Light Realm. Behind it were many Mystic Star Realm monsters, and they stared angrily at Fong Chen and the other two. Humans, this is the territory of the beast race. You will all die if you enter. The Mystic Light Realm monster spoke in the human language. Is that so? Fong Chen shrugged and said, I feel that your strength is not bad. You can be my slaves. You're courting death. The leading demonic beast roared, and the demonic beasts behind it burst forth with violent energy. Instantly, monster aura filled the valley. All of you back off. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi retreated far away and looked at Fong Chen. Roar! Many monsters charged at Fong Chen. Fong Chen wasn't afraid at all. He stood there silently without moving. Just as the monsters were about to get close to him, he opened his palm, and the Shifter Sealing Tower appeared. Wang, the Shifter Sealing Tower continued to expand. Come, Fong Chen said softly, and the Mystic Star Realm monster closest to him instantly disappeared and was sucked into the Shifter Sealing Tower. Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the monsters behind him. Whoosh! The Shifter Sealing Tower opened completely, and a crazy devouring power surged out. One Mystic Star Realm monster after another was sucked into the Shifter Sealing Tower. They couldn't resist at all. Shifter Sealing Tower? How is this possible? The leading Mystic Light Realm monster recognized the Shifter Sealing Tower, and its eyes were filled with fear. Not good. Thinking up to here, the Mystic Light Realm monster quickly retreated and disappeared. Human, the beast race won't let you go. Fong Chen wanted to chase, but he realized that the Mystic Light Realm monster had already disappeared. Whatever. Furthermore, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi still needed him to take care of them. He had gained a lot this time. After taking in so many Mystic Star Realm monsters, the strength of the monster army had increased once again. Unfortunately, the Shifter Sealing Tower was heavily damaged and hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, I would be able to take in these Mystic Light Realm monsters with just a thought, Fong Chen said regretfully. Right now, the Shifter Sealing Tower could only use a portion of its power. Absorbing Mystic Star Realm monsters wasn't a problem, but absorbing Mystic Light Realm monsters was a bit difficult. Chapter 2484. In the Land of Darkness. The Son of Darkness was surrounded by an extremely dense power. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was cultivating. Crack! Suddenly, he waved both of his hands. Suddenly, a hand blade whizzed out and slashed at the void in the distance. The void distorted, forming a terrifying black hole. Slowly opening his eyes, the Son of Darkness spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Why can't I take the last step? There was a hint of helplessness on the son of darkness's face. After being defeated by the jihadists, his heart was filled with anger. The jihadists had already taken the last step, and he was stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through. Now, the dark sword was also lost in Mount Dongming. The son of darkness was very anxious. The dark sword was the inherited treasure of the dark kindred. It was very powerful. The reason why he brought it in this time was to increase his strength so that he could seize the Sword Dao treasure. Who would have thought that the dark sword would be lost before the Sword Dao treasure appeared? I must find it. The dark sword was very powerful. With his strength, he couldn't activate it at all. Before leaving, the higher-ups of the clan used some means to seal the dark sword. Only then did he control it. Buzz. Just as the son of darkness stood up, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then a cold, murderous intent shot out from his scarlet eyes. Fong Chen. Just now, the dark kindred sent news that they had found Fong Chen's traces. You finally appeared? The son of darkness licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Then he took a step forward and tore through space. At the same time, on a mountain peak, Yao Yan, who was dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. How's the matter? Yao Yan asked. Young master, don't worry. Everything is under your control, an old man said. As soon as Fong Chen appeared, our people knew about it and immediately sent the news to the Dark Kindred. Now, I'm afraid the Dark Kindred and the Werewolf clan can't hold back anymore and have gone to find Fong Chen for revenge, right? Hearing this, Yao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Young master, the old man wanted to say something, but stopped. Speak. Our people found Fong Chen in a valley. Before he came out, a large number of demonic beasts entered the valley. The old man said, but there were no obvious signs of battle in the valley, and yet Fong Chen came out unscathed. Yao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he turned to look at the old man. He pondered quickly in his mind. After a while, he asked in a deep voice, You suspect that he has a powerful supreme treasure? Young master, do you remember the demon ceiling tower? The old man asked. The demon ceiling tower. After hearing these 3 words, Yao Yan's expression finally became serious. Are you talking about the venerable sinister dragon who betrayed the monster clan? The elder nodded and said, It's not strange for a mystic Qi realm cultivator to be able to kill a mystic star realm cultivator. But how could he be unharmed when facing a group of mystic star realm beasts and a mystic light realm beast leader? The only explanation is that he has some kind of treasure that can restrain demonic beasts. Are you sure it's the demon ceiling tower? Yao Yan asked. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be far off. The elder continued. Back then, after the venerable sinister dragon betrayed the monster clan, he took the heavenly dragon pagoda and entered the immortal cave mountain. Not long after, the immortal cave mountain spread the news of the demon ceiling tower. Back then, after the experts of the monster clan analyzed it, they confirmed that the demon ceiling tower was the heavenly dragon pagoda that the venerable sinister dragon had taken away. However, the demon ceiling tower had been modified by an ancient god expert and was tainted with the ancient god aura, so it was many times stronger than the heavenly dragon pagoda. It said that the demon ceiling tower can easily seal mystic god realm beasts. Unless it's an ancient god expert, no monster clan member can avoid it. The elder's expression changed drastically. After combining all the information, the elder was sure that Fong Chen had obtained the demon ceiling tower. Pay close attention to his every move, Yao Yan said. Fong Chen brought the 2 girls and strolled on the wasteland. He didn't know that his whereabouts had been exposed. There's someone ahead. Bai Qingqing suddenly said just as Fong Chen was deep in thought. Looking up, there were more than 10 martial artists in front of him who were hurrying on. Originally, Fong Chen didn't care at all, but when he saw a woman in the crowd, he changed his mind. Divine Sword Heaven Li family. The woman was Li Ruaqiu, the prodigy of the younger generation of the Li family, ranked 10th on the profound ranking. Seeing Li Ruoqiu, Fang Chen's heart turned cold. "Let's go and take a look," Fang Chen said. Li Ruoqiu and the others also noticed Fang Chen. Her eyes flickered with a complicated look, and she stopped in her tracks. Soon, Fang Chen appeared in front of Li Ruoqiu. "Li Ruoqiu," Fang Chen said, "I didn't expect you to still dare to appear." Li Ruoqiu sneered. It was impossible for a mystic Qi realm martial artist to leave the immortal cave mountain alive after offending the Dark Blood clan and the Werewolf clan. No matter how strong his potential was, once he died, people would quickly forget about him. This was also the reason why she chose to expel Li Ruohong. If Li Ruohong insisted on being with Fang Chen, the Dark Blood clan, the Werewolf clan, and the Tianqing Zong family would definitely not let him go. She was afraid that Li Ruohong's actions would affect the development of the Li family. "Why wouldn't I dare to appear?" Fang Chen asked in return. "Fang Chen, I admire your courage. But sometimes courage alone is not enough," Li Ruoqiu said. With a cold snort, Li Ruoqiu turned and left with the disciples of the Li family. "Stop!" Li Ruoqiu stopped in her tracks and frowned. "What? Are you going to stand up for Li Ruohong? If it weren't for you, would Li Ruohong be expelled from the Li family?" Li Ruoqiu said coldly. Fang Chen walked towards Li Ruoqiu step by step and said, "You are not qualified to mention Li Ruohong." Boom! Fang Chen's body emitted a violent power. "Fang Chen, you have already offended the Tianqing Zong family and the Dark Blood clan. Do you still want to be enemies with the Li family?" Li Ruoqiu threatened. Fang Chen was very strong and could kill the son of Sirius. She did not dare to go against him. Bang! Fang Chen punched Li Ruoqiu's delicate body. Her body flew out like a kite. "You're courting death." The disciples of the Li family glared at Fang Chen and wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Li Ruoqiu. They were too weak and were not Fang Chen's match. If they attacked, they would only be humiliating themselves. Li Ruoqiu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "What you did to me today, my Li family will pay you back 100 times in the future. If it weren't for Li Ruohong, I would have killed you long ago." Fang Chen said. Li Ruohong wanted to return to his family, even in death. He naturally did not want to see anyone in his family die. Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and did not kill Li Ruoqiu. Bang! Another punch landed on Li Ruoqiu's body. Rumble! After more than 10 punches, Li Ruoqiu's delicate body was covered in blood. Her face was pale as she lay on the ground. "You ordered Brother Li to be expelled from the Li family. This is your punishment," Fang Chen said without turning his head. "One day, I will personally go to the Li family of the divine Sword Heaven and bury Brother Li's ashes in the Li family's ancestral hall." Li Ruoqiu was extremely ashamed and angry. She swore that no one had dared to humiliate her like this for countless years. "Damn you, I won't let you go," Li Ruoqiu roared in her heart, especially after hearing Fang Chen's words. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. "Humph," Li Ruohong asked for it. "He deserved to die. There's no need to wait for you to go to the divine Sword Heaven. If you can leave a mortal cave mountain alive, my Li family will definitely turn you into ashes." Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already disappeared when she said these words. Along the way, Bai Qingqing and Asaima Senshi quietly followed behind Fang Chen. They could feel the emotional fluctuations in Fang Chen. Li Ruoqiu's appearance had successfully evoked the hidden sadness in Fang Chen's heart. Li Ruohong's death had always been the thing that Fang Chen blamed himself the most. "Why didn't you kill Li Ruoqiu?" Bai Qingqing asked. She knew Fang Chen's temper very well. If it was in the past, a vicious woman like Li Ruoqiu would have died 10,000 times. "Is it because of Li Ruohong?" Bai Qingqing continued to ask. Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at the two women. Sometimes there are many ways to make a person regret it for the rest of his life. For a woman like Li Ruochu, killing her is letting her off easy. Fang Qin looked up at the sky. One day, when he spread his wings and soared to the Li family of the divine sword heaven, he wondered how Li Ruochu would feel. Chapter 2485. It had been a few decades since they had entered the dark cave mountain. Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the mystic Qi realm from the mystic heaven realm. His combat strength had also skyrocketed. The path of soul, martial Dao, and physical Dao had all improved. His 10,000 sword body had also silently reached the 8th level. His physical strength had become even stronger. Just one punch was enough to shatter the head of an early-stage mystic star realm cultivator. Even the experts on the Xian ranking couldn't do such a terrifying thing. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the 10,000 sword body was indeed one of the strongest sword Dao physiques. After reaching the 8th level, the 10,000 sword body seemed to have completely evolved. The 10,000 sword domain had also expanded to a large enough area. With just a thought, the entire plane would be covered by Fang Chen's 10,000 sword domain. The chaotic space grade hidden star sword had 4 special attributes. Together with the sword domain, its attack power had reached its peak. No one under the mystic light realm could block his full-powered attack. The 11th move of the Shura sword art was the nightmare of many experts on the Xian ranking. But now, Fang Chen had obtained the demon sealing tower and absorbed many mystic star realm beasts. Once the beast army came out, even mystic light realm cultivators would be able to deal with them. Only now did Fang Chen truly possess the strength to challenge the various major forces. At least, he had enough power to protect himself in the dark cave mountain. His path of soul was also gradually increasing. His primordial spirit had reached the limit of the 9th origin realm. He was only one step away from completing the final transformation. The innate soul reversal technique had already reached the 5th level. He hadn't been able to find the remaining parts. Actually, what Fang Chen really valued was the path of weapon controlling. The soldier martial saint had relied on the path of weapon controlling to dominate the starry sky and was respected by countless disciples. His current mastery of the armament controlling Dao had already reached the 2nd level. The 10 years in the dark cave mountain were the 10 years Fang Chen had completely transformed. Even he didn't know how strong he was now when he used his full strength. Whoosh! A black sword light soared into the sky and finally sank into a certain piece of land in the north. On the plains, Fang Chen and the other 2 were walking. Suddenly, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the blue sky. The impact of the black sword light was too strong. Fang Chen noticed it at a glance. That's what a powerful sword qi. Could it be a legendary sword Dao treasure? Fang Chen's heart stirred slightly. A phenomenon descended from the heavens above dark cave mountain. Sword hums lingered in the air, shaking the primal chaos void. All the powerhouses believed that the supreme treasure that appeared this time must be a supreme treasure of sword principle. He had been in a mortal cave mountain for more than 10 years, but he had never found any trace of the supreme sword treasure. Today he finally discovered it. Is it a sword Dao treasure? Fang Chen muttered. Soon after, a blazing light shot out from his eyes as he said, "Let's go." The 3 of them were extremely fast as they rushed towards the place where the black sword light had landed. At the same time, the top 10 experts on the profound ranking also noticed this scene. The sword of darkness. My sword of darkness has finally appeared. The most excited one was the son of darkness. He had lost the sword of darkness and had been looking for it. Finally, he found its trace. No one can stop me from taking back the sword of darkness. The son of darkness's eyes were full of excitement. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. At the same time, in different places, many top 10 experts on the profound ranking set off. Somewhere in the north of Dark Cave Mountain, a huge black sword was inserted into the ground. If someone was here, they would definitely find that this huge black sword was the legendary Sword of Darkness, the most powerful weapon of the Dark Blood clan. In the battle back then, the saint had used his invincible fighting spirit to severely injure the Son of Darkness, causing the Sword of Darkness to be lost. Now, the Sword of Darkness had a spirit and had appeared again, causing a great sensation. The first one to come to this wasteland was Fongchen. He had activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His original body was cultivating, and so was his doppelganger. In addition, he had the help of the bone progenitor. Within the Shuri universe, his doppelganger and the bone progenitor had worked together and deduced the space-time collapse technique to the 23rd level. In terms of speed, Fong Chun dared to say that he was the fastest on the profound ranking. Roar! The deafening roar of beasts spread across the wasteland. So many beasts. Most of the beasts present were at the Mystic Star Realm, but there were more than 10 Mystic Light Realm beasts at the front. That's the Sword of Darkness? At this moment, Fong Chun realized that they were surrounding the Sword of Darkness. Roar! Seeing Fong Chun arrive, many beasts roared at him, trying to scare him away. There were even some that opened their ferocious mouths in an attempt to devour him. You're courting death. The demon sealing tower activated, and the Mystic Star Realm beasts were instantly sucked in. This sudden scene stunned all the demonic beasts. The dozen or so Mystic Light Realm demonic beasts in the lead raised their heads and roared at the sky, giving out orders. All of you back off. Fong Chin said and charged into the group of beasts. Whoosh! The demon sealing tower was simply too powerful. The Mystic Star Realm beasts couldn't resist at all and were sucked in. In the blink of an eye, a large group of beasts were sucked into the demon sealing tower. In the distance, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Senshi exchanged glances with worry in their eyes. She'll be fine, right? Asayama Senshi asked softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and remained silent. Whoosh! 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 Powerful auras came from the horizon. The Holy Warrior and Sky Warrior had arrived. Unparalleled battle intent surrounded the two of them and gave off a strong pressure. Sword of Darkness. The Holy Warrior said. Who's that guy? Sky Warrior asked. Fong Qin. The Holy Warrior had never seen Fong Qin before, but this name came to mind after seeing the latter's performance. He's Fong Qin? The guy who killed the son of Sirius and Zhong Xiangshan? Sky Warrior's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. After a long while, Sky Warrior sighed, a peerless monster. In terms of potential, even Su Zichen, who's first on the profound ranking, can't compare to him. Just as the Holy Warrior was about to speak, he suddenly turned to the other side and sensed something. Ha ha ha! The Holy Warrior tribe's unparalleled battle intent is indeed worthy of its reputation. A white-robed man walked out of the void. The Holy Warrior and Sky Warrior's expressions changed slightly. The newcomer was Yao Yen, who was third on the profound ranking. I didn't expect even the Yao to come, said the Holy Warrior. If it was before, he might have been wary of Yao Yen, but it was different now. He had mastered the unparalleled battle intent, and his battle prowess had increased exponentially. It seems like many people are eyeing the Sword of Darkness. Yao Yen grinned, and 2 more people appeared in the void. One of them exuded a lightning-like aura. He was burly and had lightning tattoos. He was second on the profound ranking, the prodigy of the Thunder Punishment tribe Lei Pu. As for the other person, he was even more mysterious. No one could sense his existence, even though he stood in front of them. They could only see him with their eyes. From this, it could be seen just how high this person's mastery of the Tao of the Void was. Among the younger generation, there was no one else besides the Void race's Su Zichen who could reach such heights. Lei Pu, Su Zichen. Do you want the Sword of Darkness as well? Asked Yao Yen. All of a sudden, almost all the experts of the profound ranking had gathered here. Whoosh! While they were talking, Fong Chen had already absorbed most of the beasts below. Only 10-odd mystic light realm beasts remained, and they were still surrounding Fong Chen. Seeing this, Yao Yan's pupils constricted. He was extremely excited. He was certain that Fong Chen definitely had the shifter sealing tower. I must get the shifter sealing tower, Yao Yan thought to himself. The sword of darkness is mine. Suddenly, a deafening voice came from the void. Then, the son of darkness in a black robe appeared in a hurry. He glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, "Everyone, the sword of darkness is the ultimate treasure of the dark blood race. I hope that you won't interfere in this matter for the sake of the dark blood race." Everyone present was stronger than him. He definitely wouldn't be able to get the sword of darkness back if he fought alone. Thus, he could only use the dark blood race to scare them. "Don't use the dark blood race to scare us," said Lei Pu. "In Dark Cave Mountain, everything depends on one's ability. If you, the son of darkness, have the ability to get it, then go and get it yourself." "That's right. I think Brother Lei Pu's words make sense," said Yao Yan, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. The Holy Warriors and Sky Warriors didn't say anything, but their undefeatable battle intent said it all. Chapter 2486. Hearing that, the son of darkness's expression turned solemn. His sharp gaze scanned everyone before landing on the sword of darkness in front of him. The son of darkness realized that the one fighting with the beasts was Fong Chen, the person he had been looking for. "It's him." The son of darkness clenched his fists as anger filled his heart. At this moment, Fong Chen had successfully sucked a mystic light realm beast into the shifter sealing tower. Whoosh! The shifter sealing tower flashed, and Fong Chen quickly retreated, dodging the attacks of the other beasts. I see. After understanding that, Fong Chen was very confident in himself. Open! The shifter sealing tower opened, and a terrifying power swept out. At the same time, Fong Chen activated the myriad sword domain and temporarily sealed the mystic light realm beast. Then the powerful illusion and the powerful formation overlapped and shrouded the 9 demonic beasts. Come! Another beast was sucked in. These beasts lived in the dark cave mountain for a long time. Although they were strong, they weren't as intelligent as humans. After Fong Chen sucked in 5 mystic light realm beasts, the experts of the profound ranking all watched from afar. The shifter sealing tower? No wonder he can fight against mystic light realm beasts by himself. The person who spoke was the Sky Warrior. These prodigies all knew a bit about the shifter sealing tower, and they finally realized what it was after watching for a while. The shifter sealing tower was very strong, and it was the bane of the Yao race. With the shifter sealing tower, fighting against mystic light realm beasts wasn't too difficult. Therefore, they weren't too surprised by Fong Chen's performance. After all, the shifter sealing tower was the main contribution. This guy is interesting. He actually obtained the shifter sealing tower? The hallowed warrior grinned and looked at Yao Yan provocatively. The latter's face turned green. Now that the shifter sealing tower had been recognized, it would be much harder for him to obtain it. He's just relying on a supreme treasure, the son of darkness sneered. Lei Pu and Su Zichen didn't comment on Fong Chen at all. They looked forward calmly. On the surface, they didn't care about Fong Chen at all, but their hearts were in turmoil. This guy is not simple. He's only in the mystic chi realm, but he's able to fight against a mystic light realm beast. The two of them had special identities and were very insightful. Their way of looking at things was different from others. Others only saw the demon sealing tower, but the two of them saw another side of Fong Chen that no one knew about. While they were pondering, Fong Chen had already used the demon sealing tower to suck in the last monster beast. The wilderness became empty, and the dark sword was right in front of him. Fong Chen was overjoyed. Not only had he obtained the sword of darkness, but he had also increased the strength of the demonic beast army. Fang Qin took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sword of Darkness. He reached out his hand, preparing to grab the Sword of Darkness. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Then a strong wind blew, and a black shadow flashed over. Voila! After the black silhouette transformed into his human form, he smiled at the crowd and said, "How can I, Heifeng, miss such a lively event?" The person who came was Heifeng, the 7th on the Xian ranking. He was also the only rogue cultivator in the top 10. It was shocking that a rogue cultivator could reach such a level. However, Heifeng could stand on the Xian ranking thanks to the Son of Darkness. He obeyed the Son of Darkness and even deliberately flattered him in order to join the blood race of darkness. Unfortunately, it was not easy to join the blood race of darkness. Seeing Heifeng's arrival, the Son of Darkness nodded. The Sword of Darkness? After Heifeng saw the Sword of Darkness and looked at the faces of the crowd, he roughly understood. It seemed that the top 10 of the Xian ranking had gathered here for the Sword of Darkness. Brother Darkness, a mere Qi realm warrior, dares to touch the Sword of Darkness. He's courting death. Heifeng said, "This kind of trash is not qualified for you to take action. Let me, Heifeng, do it for you. I'll kill this person and take the Sword of Darkness." Then, before the Son of Darkness could respond, Heifeng turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Fang Qin. At this moment, Fang Qin happened to hold the Sword of Darkness. Buzz! A violent dark force came from the hilt and drilled into Fang Qin's body. Hiss! 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 The dark force that was repulsive to him seemed to calm down after coming into contact with his blood. Fang Qin nodded. It should be because of the wolf god bloodline in his body. Otherwise, the repulsive force of the Sword of Darkness would be very strong. Rise! Fang Qin exclaimed softly. He suddenly exerted force and pulled the Sword of Darkness out of the ground. Rumble! Fang Qin raised the Sword of Darkness. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a violent storm. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thick thunder dragons swooped down and bombarded the tip of the sword. It's so powerful. Fang Qin could feel the power of the Sword of Darkness. Unfortunately, he could not fully control it. Swoosh! With a gentle wave, the sharp blade cut through the sky, leaving a black light behind. Boy, give me the Sword of Darkness. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Immediately, Fang Qin put down the Sword of Darkness, and the sky gradually cleared up. He turned to look at Heifeng and said, "Why? Is the name of the blood clan enough?" Heifeng sneered. In his opinion, Fang Qin was just a lucky guy. Although killing the son of Sirius proved that he was powerful, it was not to the extent that Heifeng was afraid of him. Fang Qin sneered, and his face was full of sarcasm. He just saw the top 10 powerhouses of the Xian board coming. He was working hard to kill the monsters, and they were just watching from the sidelines. After he used the demon ceiling tower to suck in all the monsters and swept away all the obstacles, they jumped out? Did they think he was easy to bully? To put it bluntly, you are just a dog of the Son of Darkness. Don't you feel ashamed to use the name of the Blood Clan to scare people? Fang Qin said mercilessly, "You." Heifeng was furious. His figure flashed and turned into an afterimage. Heifeng, ranked 7th on the Xian board, had amazing speed and was invincible in the way of the blade. This was the unanimous evaluation of the outside world. You are quite fast, but unfortunately, seeing the afterimage, Fang Qin shook his head. Boom! Heifeng gathered all the strength in his body and punched Fang Qin. "You are nothing in front of me, Heifeng," he said as he attacked. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Qin's body shattered and turned into an afterimage and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Heifeng's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Heifeng frowned. The Sky Warrior and the Holy Warrior in the distance were also surprised. This guy's speed is actually faster than Heifeng, the Sky Warrior exclaimed. Speed is Heifeng's forte. This person can move calmly under Heifeng's speed. Amazing, the Holy Warrior also praised. At the same time he looked at Su Zichen. Su Zichen was expressionless, as if this had nothing to do with him. However, everyone knew that in terms of speed, if the Void race claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Even Lei Pu couldn't compare to Su Zichen's speed, let alone Heifeng. Su Zichen, it seems like you have another strong opponent, Lei Pu laughed. Everyone knew that the strong opponent Lei Pu spoke of was purely a competition of speed. In terms of combat strength, Su Zichen was still the undisputed number one. Su Zichen's gaze was deep as he looked at Fang Qin. The perfect combination of time and space? Interesting. After a brief moment of surprise, Heifeng took out his blade. Kid, have a taste of my ghost-slaying blade technique. Whoosh! He raised his blade. Light flashed and afterimages appeared. His aura shook the sky. Since he didn't have an advantage in speed, he would use the way of the blade to suppress his opponent. This was Heifeng's strategy. If it was when I first entered a mortal cave mountain, I might not have been able to resist, but now Fang Qin thought to himself. He saw through Heifeng's blade technique at a glance. Although it was sharp and domineering, it had a flaw. It couldn't be compared to his Shura sword technique. Although your blade technique is strong, can you block my sword? Back then, Zhong Xiangshan and the son of Sirius both boasted of their strength and looked down on Fang Qin. However, reality proved that they were nothing in Fang Qin's eyes. Neither of the two experts on the profound ranking could block Fang Qin's shocking sword. He opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared. This was the third time he had used the sword since the son of Sirius committed suicide. This time his target was Heifeng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking. Chapter 2487. The first time he killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking. The second time he killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. And now the third time Heifeng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking and was known to be extremely fast and invincible in the Saber Dao, would he be able to withstand the power of his sword? In the distance, many experts on the profound ranking were watching with great interest. In their opinion, no matter how strong Fang Qin was, he would not be able to threaten them. To them, this was nothing more than an unimportant battle in their spare time. Heifeng, they all say that your speed is amazing, but it's just so. Under his control, the hidden star sword slashed out rapidly at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Fang Qin's body kept changing, turning into a series of afterimages. No one could tell which one was his real body. Heifeng's face finally turned solemn when he saw the scene. How can he be so fast? This was the first time Heifeng felt so powerless in terms of speed. One should know that his Heifeng movement technique was highly valued by experts in the profound light realm and even the mysterious true realm, since he had cultivated the Heifeng movement technique to the extreme. No one on the profound ranking could surpass him in terms of speed except for Su Zichen, who was good at the Tao of the Void. Fang Qin was the second. Heifeng's eyes flickered. He could not catch Fang Qin's trace at all. Boom! A powerful defense instantly covered Heifeng's body. At this moment, the saber in his hand also burst out a bright and dazzling light. Crash! Fang Qin broke through Heifeng's defense with pure speed and appeared behind him silently. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed out quickly. Whoosh! The 11th move of the Shura sword art was extremely powerful. The terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword whizzed out and suppressed Heifeng instantly. Kill! Heifeng waved the saber in his hand to the extreme. The invincible aura of the Tao of the saber burst out and collided with Fang Qin's hidden star sword. Dong! When the saber and sword collided, there was a sound of metal colliding. Die! He Feng was full of confidence. He shouted and increased the power output. However, at this moment he felt that something was amiss. Through the saber, a sharp sword qi drilled into his palm. Crack! In an instant his palm exploded, and a bloody mist gushed out. As for his body, it flew out and smashed into the ground. When the people in the distance saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They finally became serious about Feng Qin. He Feng! The Heavens warrior twitched his mouth. He Feng's strength was on par with his. Although he was once ranked 4th on the profound ranking, he was only slightly stronger than He Feng. Unexpectedly, Feng Chen defeated He Feng, who was known for his astonishing speed and unparalleled saber dao, with one sword strike. This guy is not simple. His speed is superior to He Feng's, his sword dao is superior to He Feng's, and his saber dao is superior to He Feng's. The holy warrior was filled with fighting spirit, and his eyes were burning with passion. The holy war tribe was born with a thirst for battle. Moreover, they had cultivated an invincible battle intent. What they desired the most was to exchange blows with powerful beings so that they could improve themselves continuously. Yao Yan's eyes flickered strangely. Feng Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. He had no choice but to change his strategy. It was not as easy as he thought to take the demon's ceiling tower from him. Yao Yan's gaze swept across the others and finally landed on the Son of Darkness. He could only use the Son of Darkness to injure him severely. Only then would he be able to get the demon's ceiling tower. 7th on the profound ranking is just SOSO. Feng Qin exuded a shocking aura, as if he could dominate the world with his sword in hand. His cold eyes looked at He Feng as he said, in a deep voice, "Puchi." He Feng stood up. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red as he stared at Feng Qin. How is this possible? He's a profound Qi realm cultivator. How can he be faster than me? Although He Feng was best at speed and sword dao, strictly speaking, he mainly cultivated speed. Sword dao was just a support. In all these years, only Su Zichen surpassed me in speed, said He Feng. I don't believe that you can catch up to the void race. Whoosh! The wind started to blow. The wind blew violently and dust flew everywhere. He Feng's figure disappeared into the void. Even Yao Yan and the others could not catch a trace of him. He Feng is angry. Even we can't compare to He Feng's speed. I wonder if this guy is just lucky or really confident. Sky Warrior and the others were curious when they saw Feng Qin standing on the ground expressionlessly with the hidden star sword in his hand. Buzz! Feng Qin could feel the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Although He Feng hit it well, Yi Futian still caught his aura. Are you trying to play this game with me? Feng Qin grinned. His smile was brilliant and full of mockery. His master, the Bone Progenitor, was the founder of the Tao of Space-Time. He was the one who raised the Tao of Space-Time to its peak. His understanding of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. He did not know how the Void Race's understanding of space-time was, but he knew very well that He Feng could not. In the void, He Feng used a powerful forbidden technique and quickly approached Feng Qin. Let's see how you block it this time. He Feng laughed coldly. When he got close to Feng Qin, he held his saber and accumulated power, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a terrifying sword light cut through the sky and appeared in front of him. He Feng instantly felt a hint of danger approaching. Not good. He Feng shouted, then struck with his saber. Crack! The saber slashed out and hit the star-hidden sword. Unfortunately, the power of the saber was unable to block the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Bang! The saber fell out of his hand and onto the ground. At the same time, the hidden star sword carried the powerful pressure of the Azura sword Dao and stabbed He Feng. Go! At the critical moment, He Feng used a forbidden technique to try and escape. However, the void shattered, and a mist of blood spewed out. A sword light cut through the sky and merged into the void. Buzz! The entire sky instantly fell silent. Only the continuous dripping of blood from the cracks in the sky proved that a great battle had just taken place. "Where's Hei Feng?" Everyone looked around and asked in surprise. Su Zichen, who had not said anything until now, spoke up. Hei Feng was severely injured and fell into a space-time storm. Everyone exclaimed when they heard that. A space-time storm was the most terrifying storm in the primal chaos. Generally speaking, space-time storms rarely appeared in the 33 heavens. Fang Chen's sword actually split open a space-time crack and caused a space-time storm. It was shocking. At the same time, everyone was also shocked. Hei Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking, did not escape despite his shocking speed. Instead, he fell into a space-time storm. Everyone knew how terrifying a space-time storm was. Once trapped, even a profound god realm supremacy would not be able to escape, let alone Hei Feng. At this moment, their expressions changed as they looked at Fang Chen. Amazing! Sky Battler shook his head. After this battle, he knew that he was no match for Fang Chen. Even if he used the unparalleled battle intent, he would only be able to escape unscathed. In a way, Fang Chen's ability to banish Hei Feng had already gained the recognition of the top 6 experts of the profound ranking. They already regarded Fang Chen as an outstanding genius of their level. Su Zichen, in particular, was very interested in Fang Chen. His movement technique seems to have the aura of space-time, Su Zichen said to himself. Su Zichen thought to himself, his comprehension of space-time is very, very strong. Even in the void race, a genius like him would definitely be heavily nurtured. Su Zichen looked at Fang Chen with interest. Dong! A trembling sound rang out from the cracks in the void, and Hei Feng's miserable cry could be heard. After the trembling sound, the cracks in the void began to heal. This meant that the space-time storm had retreated. The Son of Darkness looked coldly at Fang Chen. He was surrounded by a dark aura, and his gaze was threatening. "Brat, take out the Sword of Darkness and kill yourself here," the Son of Darkness threatened. "Otherwise, the blood race of darkness will definitely kill you." At this point, the others were no longer willing to act rashly. Although Fang Chen was not as strong as them, his speed was shocking. He was much faster than Hei Feng. Among everyone present, only Su Zichen was confident that he could stop Fang Chen. Chapter 2488. To be honest, with Fang Chen's current strength, no one would be able to stop him unless Su Zichen personally intervened. The consequences of being targeted by such a monstrous genius would be unimaginable. Think about it. Although you're stronger than your opponent's speed is astonishing. He could escape after sneaking an attack on you. He wouldn't be able to threaten you in the short term. However, as time passed, his opponent's strength would definitely increase. The enemy was in the dark, while I was in the light. It would be troublesome. Moreover, there wasn't much competition between them. The demon sealing tower? Only Yao Yen would care about it. The Sword of Darkness? Even if they obtained it, they would be threatened by the dark vampires after leaving. Therefore, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The Son of Darkness was currently 5th on the profound ranking. After him was the Holy War Clan's Sky Warrior. Sky Warrior believed that he wasn't as strong as Fang Chen, so he was only watching. The Son of Darkness was different. He believed that he was extremely strong, had the dark bloodline, and could activate the memory inheritance. Unless Fang Chen had the same invincible battle intent as the Holy War clans, there was no way he could defeat him. Speed! The Son of Darkness sneered. He waved his hand, and a shocking beam of light shot out from his sleeve. Dong! The shocking light exploded in the air, turning into countless meteors that fell from the sky. Rumble! A majestic dark formation instantly appeared and enveloped Fang Chen. "This is the bloodthirsty dark formation," Sky Warrior exclaimed. He didn't expect the Son of Darkness to be able to set up such a formation. "No, this isn't the real bloodthirsty dark formation," said Lei Pu. "Brother Lei is correct. Brother Lei Pu is right. This is at best a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness array." The upper echelons of the dark vampires actually condensed such a model and gave it to the Son of Darkness. It seems like they have high hopes for him. All signs showed that the dark vampires cared a lot about the inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. The Son of Darkness came with the Sword of Darkness and the pseudo-bloodthirsty dark formation. No wonder you were so confident, even though you knew that Fong Qin was very fast. It turns out that it was because of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, the Holy Warrior said. The power of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation is very strong. It can confine this void. Even if Fong Qin has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to escape. Yao Yan said, if they were to fight head-on, how would he be able to resist the Son of Darkness who possesses the bloodline of darkness? Obviously, Yao Yan thought that Fong Qin was going to lose. Humph, it's just a mere formation. Just shatter it. Lei Pu's personality was overbearing and unyielding. She loved to break formations with brute force the most. As he spoke, lightning runes flickered on his body, and lightning surged in his eyes. Although the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation can confine the void, it also has its flaws. I wonder if he can find it? Su Zichen thought to himself. Actually, to him, this formation shouldn't be able to trap the ladder. After all, the ladder's comprehension of space-time had reached a very high level. Dark, cold, and bloody. This was the main theme of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Fong Qin stood in the empty wasteland, surrounded by a sea of scarlet. The smell of blood in the air continuously corroded his body. A pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation? Fong Qin turned his eyes and glanced at it. There were records of the bloodthirsty darkness formation in the 3,000 scrolls on the Tao of Formations. The true bloodthirsty darkness formation was rumored to be a powerful formation capable of binding profound gods. Although the formation in front of him looked strong, it gave Fong Qin a feeling that its insides were in chaos. "Die, kid," said the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness said sinisterly. Taking a step forward, he charged into the formation and started a merciless massacre of Fong Qin. Time passed bit by bit. The people outside were filled with curiosity about the formation. "That kid couldn't have been killed by the Son of Darkness, could he?" said the Sky Warrior. "I don't think so. The Son of Darkness isn't much stronger than Black Wind," said the Holy Warrior. While they were talking, cracks suddenly appeared on the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Crack! A crisp sound came from within the array. Whoosh! A shocking sword light whizzed out, enlarging the cracks. A storm was coming, and the formation shook. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shook and was about to shatter. Condense! The Son of Darkness was shocked and frantically injected energy to maintain the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. However, it was already too late. Whoosh! Another shocking sword light completely broke the last barrier of the Son of Darkness. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shattered, and the dark and bloody aura dispersed. The sky and the earth returned to calm. Fong Qin held a long sword in his hand, like a sword god descending upon the earth. If it was the true bloodthirsty darkness formation, I might be afraid. But it's just a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, and it's controlled by a half-baked formation master like you. It's really not a threat. Fong Qin grinned. The Son of Darkness's face was ferocious. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation was his greatest reliance. Without the formation, how could he stop Fong Qin from escaping? Damn it! The Son of Darkness had already fallen into a state of madness. As the Holy Son of the Dark Kindred, the fifth strongest on the profound ranking, he had been high and mighty for countless years. Anyone who saw him had to respectfully address him as the Holy Son. Even Lei Pu and the others, who were at the top of the profound ranking, had not forced him into such a sorry state. Most importantly, the person in front of him had taken away the dark sword, the most precious treasure of the dark kindred. If he lost the dark sword, he would lose his position as the Holy Son. He would take back the dark sword at all costs. This was what the Son of Darkness thought. Terrifying runes appeared around his body, together with layers of black halos. The whole sky was completely dark. Darkness invasion. The Son of Darkness roared, and black light filled the sky. His arms shook violently, and he immediately grabbed at Fang Chen's head. Whoosh! In the face of the Son of Darkness's counterattack, Fang Chen naturally would not sit still and wait for death. As he used the space-time collapse technique, he slashed out with his sword. The 11th move of the Shura sword art appeared, and a sword light flashed and shot out. Crack! The Son of Darkness used all his strength to block the first attack, and the web between his thumb and forefinger started to bleed. The second attack shattered the Son of Darkness's defense, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on his body. With the third strike, the Son of Darkness's body was sent flying. His defenses were shattered, and he was practically useless. The fourth attack. Fang Chen cut off half of the Son of Darkness's body, severely injuring him, and his Yuan spirit escaped. The fifth attack. When Fang Chen slashed out the fifth attack, the Mystic Light Realm experts of the Dark Kindred arrived. At the same time, the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race also arrived. After seeing the situation, everyone was enraged. After protecting the Son of Darkness's Yuan spirit, the Mystic Light Realm cultivators surrounded Fang Chen. Bastard! How dare you go against the Dark Kindred? Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough. One of the Mystic Light Realm experts roared. Lei Pu and the others watched this scene thoughtfully. The old one jumped out after I hit the young one. Fang Chen said coldly as he stood on the plains with the hidden star sword in his hand. It's useless to say anything. Today, I'll slay your soul and make you stay in the dark cave mountain forever. As he spoke, the Mystic Light Realm cultivators prepared to attack. If that's the case, then... Fang Chen shrugged and said, there's no need to hold back. Right after Fang Chen spoke, a tall tower with a strong aura suddenly appeared around him. The Demon Ceiling Tower? Seeing this, Yao Yan's eyes constricted and he exclaimed. After the Demon Ceiling Tower appeared, an endless stream of demonic beasts came out. Roar! In the blink of an eye, beasts covered the entire plains, and there were more than 10 Mystic Light Realm beasts at the front. Kill! Following Fang Chen's order, the beast army started an intense battle with the Mystic Light Realm cultivators of the Dark Kindred and the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race. Rumble! This battle shook heaven and earth. Even Lei Pu and the others didn't expect things to turn out like this. The battle lasted for half a month, and the plains were sunk. The Wolfman race's Iron Wolf had all died. The Mystic Light Realm experts of the Dark Kindred also suffered injuries and deaths. Of course, Fang Chen's side also suffered great losses. 7 Mystic Light Realm beasts had died, and countless Mystic Star Realm beasts had died. After this battle, the number of beasts in the Demon Ceiling Tower decreased by 60%. After the intense battle, Fang Chen vanished without a trace. The Dark Kindred, on the other hand, had suffered great losses and had to heal the Son of Darkness. Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Dark Cave Mountain. Chapter 2489. Although they suffered heavy losses in this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Immortal Cave Mountain. Those nameless people who wanted to take advantage of the situation became much more obedient. Even the Son of Darkness, who was ranked 5th on the Profound ranking, couldn't defeat Fang Chen. It wasn't hard to imagine just how strong the latter was. The Son of Darkness' physical body was destroyed, and only a sliver of his Yuan spirit was left. If it weren't for the Dark Blood race and the Dark Wolf race's Mystic Light Realm experts, his Yuan spirit would have been shattered. The destruction of one's soul was true death for a cultivator. Even the dark blood race couldn't withstand such a natural death. At the side of the wasteland, the ground was in a sorry state and was full of potholes. It was obvious that an intense battle had taken place here. There was still a terrifying aura lingering in the air. In the sky above the desolate plains, there were 4 figures looking at each other. Shock also surfaced in their eyes. Impressive. A profound Chi realm cultivator was able to force the dark blood race to such an extent. I, Tian Battler, am unable to do so, Tian Battler exclaimed. Heaven Warrior sighed, feeling great admiration for Fong Qin. The Holy War race was detached from worldly affairs. Although they were one of the 5 major races, they didn't compete with the rest of the world. The only thing that drove them forward was the illusory peak of the martial Tao. Everyone in the Holy War race loved to fight. Every time they saw a powerful opponent, their hearts would burn. It was the same now. Tian Battler admired Fong Qin very much. At the same time, he wanted to fight with Fong Qin. However, Tian Battler knew that he wasn't Fong Qin's match, even if he used the unparalleled battle intent. If he wanted to defeat it, the only one who could do so was the Holy Warrior before him. Seeing Tian Battler's gaze, the Holy War race's eyes burned with battle intent. It's not time yet. There will definitely be a battle between him and me in the near future, said the Holy War race. The saint said, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This battle had nothing to do with the grudges between factions or treasures. It was just a real battle. I can't do it if we're at the same level. The overbearing Lei Pu had never admitted defeat. Even when facing Su Zichen of the Void Race, she didn't admit defeat. However, facing Fong Qin, he had to admit that if the 2 of them were at the same cultivation level or age, he would be far inferior to Fong Qin. This was the best evaluation of Fong Qin and also the best compliment. Su Zichen nodded calmly, but inwardly he was rather shocked as well. Fong Qin's attainments in the Tao of space-time had vaguely threatened them. After this battle, they regarded Fong Qin as a martial artist of the same level. Unless there was a deep grudge between them, they wouldn't easily make a move against such an opponent. The 3rd on the profound ranking, Yao Yan, had already left quietly. Yao Yan wants to obtain the Demon Sealing Tower. Lei Pu sneered. The Thunder Punishment clan controlled all the power of Thunder Punishment in the primal chaos void. They didn't have a good impression of the Demon Clan. In fact, several trillion years ago, the Thunder Punishment clan had fought against the Monstrous clan. After Yao Yan left, he knew what the latter was planning. He merely sneered, thinking that Yao Yan wouldn't succeed. Yao Yan wanted to use the Son of Darkness to incite internal strife among us humans. Unfortunately, his plan didn't succeed, said the Heaven Battler. The Holy Warrior clenched his fists and said in a low voice, if I see him again, I'll definitely fight it out with him. Let's see whose fist is harder. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Su Zichen had been keeping a low profile since the beginning. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the other 3 left as well. After this battle, the profound ranking changed once again. A familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in the top 5 of the profound ranking. Fong Qin, the unknown guy before entering Dark Cave Mountain, actually made it to the top 5 of the profound ranking. Furthermore, there was a lot of information about him in Dark Cave Mountain. Some people said that he must have obtained an inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain, which was why he was so strong. Some people also said that the rumors were fake and that there must be a top expert of the profound ranking supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the dark blood race. For a time, the news of Fong Qin snatching the Sword of Darkness spread like wildfire. Many people were discussing this. They knew that the dark blood race wouldn't let this go. However, the truth was that the dark blood race wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time after the serious injury. In a dark and terrifying place, the dark blood race's mystic light realm experts sat cross-legged on the ground with a ball of Yuan spirit light floating between them. "Endure," one of them said in a low voice. One of them said in a deep voice, "Our priority now is to treat the saint's injuries and then seize the sword of darkness." That damned bastard. How dare he challenge the dark blood race? He will definitely die. The dark blood race's members clenched their teeth in hatred when they mentioned Fong Qin. Meanwhile, on another plane, the Yao race's members were in a hurry. Whoosh! 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 Yao Yan's figure whizzed over from the distant horizon. "How is it?" Yao Yan asked. The Yao race's mystic light realm cultivator shrugged, then shook his head. "Young master, that guy is very cunning. We lost him." Hearing that, Yao Yan's expression changed. He was clearly displeased. "You lost him when he's only in the mystic energy realm?" Furthermore, that mystic energy realm guy had just gone through a huge battle and had used up a lot of his energy. How could Yao Yan not be angry when the Yao race actually lost him under such circumstances? "Young master, please calm down. That guy's attainments in the Tao of space-time are very high. He's almost on par with Su Zichen. You saw the battle between him and Black Wind. Even if we tried our best, we wouldn't be able to catch up to him," one of the Yao race's members said. The other nodded. "No one can match his speed unless they're in the mystic true realm. No matter what, we have to get the shifter sealing tower and the sword of darkness." Yao Yan's eyes flashed. The shifter sealing tower was a huge threat to the Yao race. No matter what, they had to get it and bring it back to their race. As for the sword of darkness, it was just a side benefit. After all, it was the inherited treasure of the Dark Blood clan. It was very powerful, but it was sealed at the moment. "Don't worry, young master. We Yao race's members have already spread all over Dark Cave Mountain. As long as that guy appears, we'll definitely discover him." Yao Yan nodded. The Yao race's members spread out and quickly left the place. Rip. After Yao Yan left, the void tore open, and 3 figures slowly walked out from it. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at Yao Yan's departing figure. His heart was filled with murderous intent. "Yao Yan of the Yao race?" Fong Chen muttered. "Master, the shifter sealing tower's existence is a huge threat to the Yao race. As a prodigy of the Yao race's younger generation, Yao Yan naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen," the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said. Just now, after the battle, it was the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit's reminder that Fong Qin hid himself. "If we were in the outside world, I might be afraid of the Yao race. However, this is Dark Cave Mountain after all," Fong Qin sneered. There was the Heavenly Sovereign Sea in the south, and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. The 2 great forbidden lands of the chaotic void were not an exaggeration. There were many dangerous places in Dark Cave Mountain. He could use these dangerous places to deal with the Yao race and the Blood Clan of Darkness. The Blood Clan of Darkness fought a bloody battle with my demon beast army. They shouldn't come out for a while. It's a pity that they couldn't crush the Son of Darkness primordial spirit, Fong Qin muttered. If the Son of Darkness did not die, he would still be a great threat. However, since things had come to this, there was no other way. He could only raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. "Fong Qin," Asayama Senshi said softly. "I'm going to look for my senior brothers." After this period of time together, Asayama Senshi knew that the gap between her and Fong Qin was getting bigger. She would only be a burden if she stayed by his side. She did not want to be a burden to Fong Qin. She also did not want to see Fong Qin besieged by the great clans of the world. Therefore, she chose to leave. The Blood Clan of Darkness and the Yao race know that you and I know each other. If you leave now, you will definitely be targeted by the 2 great clans, Fong Qin said. Asayama Senshi shook her head. She had already thought about it. Dark Cave Mountain is so big. I will find my senior brothers and hide to cultivate. Fong Qin looked at Bai Qingqing. The latter turned her head and pretended not to see it. In the end, Fong Qin spread his hands and agreed to Asayama Senshi's request. Watching Asayama Senshi leave, Fong Qin sighed. Another person who changed the trajectory of her fate because of him. I hope you are safe. Fong Qin murmured. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2490. By Qingqing's slender hands, wrapped around Fong Qin's arm with a sweet and blissful look on her face. The latter reached out and rubbed her head. Why don't you enter the demon's sealing tower to cultivate first? Bai Qingqing's face was full of reluctance, but she still nodded in the end. Firstly, she didn't want to distract Fong Qin, nor did she want him to worry. Secondly, she did need to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, she would really become a burden to Fong Qin. After making arrangements for Bai Qingqing, Fong Qin began to look for opportunities to break through. He felt that his cultivation had already reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. However, this step was incomparably long. The Yao race had been searching for Fong Qin's traces. The latter changed his appearance and spread all over dark Cave Mountain. During the battle with Heifeng, Fong Qin clearly felt the terror of the space-time collapse technique. In terms of speed, Heifeng is almost invincible on the profound ranking. Fong Qin said, because he didn't know Su Zichen's situation, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Unfortunately, although he's fast, he didn't comprehend the Tao of space-time. Therefore, he's only fast. As for his Tao of the Saber, it's simply a joke. There was a reason why the demon Sword Venerable was able to shake the chaotic void. He created the Azura Sword Tao, which was extremely powerful and became the most sacred sword Tao in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. Unfortunately, something happened to the demon Sword Venerable, causing the Azura Sword Tao to deteriorate. Furthermore, with the Chiu family's interference, the demon-killing Sword Tao gradually took over Mashaishan, while the Azura Sword Tao fell. Fortunately, there was Venerable Black-Red. Otherwise, the Azura Sword Tao would have disappeared in history. In fact, Venerable Black-Red didn't think too much when he taught the Azura Sword Tao to Fong Qin. Who would have thought that his unintentional actions had already given birth to such a genius? If Venerable Black-Red knew about the situation in Dark Cave Mountain, he would probably be very excited. After all, the demon Sword Venerable was his best friend. He also hoped that the Azura Sword Tao would rise here. I vaguely feel the path of the Azura Sword Tao. Fong Qin continued. He stood on top of a cliff, his body emitting a sharp sword qi. His figure was straight, like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground. His gaze was deep as he looked down the cliff. It was pitch black, and the biting cold sword qi blew from the bottom of the cliff. As the sword qi blew on his face, he could feel the stinging pain on his face. Fong Qin closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the sword qi. The Azura Sword Tao was undergoing a major change in his mind. 1. A vortex of sword qi suddenly appeared in his mind. Terrifying Azura sword qi continuously gushed out from the vortex. At the same time, Fong Qin's thoughts were clear. The way of the sword. Fong Qin muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and jumped off the cliff. Hoo hoo hoo! Fong Qin heard a strong gust of wind. He relaxed his body and allowed himself to fall freely. In the process of falling, the sword qi vortex had undergone a major change. In his mind, the 9 golden figures were brandishing their long swords and performing a messy swordsmanship. When his body fell to a certain extent, it finally stopped. From here, he could see the sword qi below him soaring into the sky as if it had formed a world of its own. Soaring sword qi, forming a world of its own. Then the next move of the Azura Sword Tao is the Sword Realm. Speaking of this, his thoughts were clear. The star-hidden sword appeared, and his body flashed as he suddenly brandished it. Whoosh! Streaks of sword qi whizzed out one after another, forming the shape of waves at the bottom of the cliff. Then, these waves overlapped and finally formed a world of its own. forming a huge space of sword chi. In this space of sword chi, the star-hidden sword was the absolute overlord. This was like the origin of the Azura sword Dao. Whoa! Fang Qin flicked his finger, and suddenly, a sword blade bombarded the space of sword chi. Suddenly, the space of sword chi was fragmented and turned into dense Azura sword chi, bombarding a certain point. Dong! A deafening sound echoed through the clouds. The entire cliff was trembling, and Fang Chen's robe was also fluttering. Who? After the explosion below him calmed down, Fang Chen could still see the distorted space and cracks slowly recovering. Sword Realm. Fang Chen's eyes shone with a golden light. This was the sword realm that he wanted. After half a month, Fang Chen had found this place to practice his sword. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? He stood on the cliff and carefully sensed it. He discovered that there was a sword lake below the cliff. It contained boundless sword chi and formed a space of its own. His sword realm was influenced by it. After countless refinements, it had finally reached its current state. The 12th move of the Azura sword Dao sword realm. Not only can the sword realm bind the enemy, but it also has the effect of confinement, especially when the sword realm shatters at the end and all the energy is focused on a certain point. Even a mystic light realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand such power, right? Fang Chen grinned. After creating the 12th move, sword realm, he was truly invincible in the mystic star realm. If he fought the Son of Darkness again, he would be able to kill him with one strike. As for the holy warriors Lei Pu and Su Zichen, Fang Chen was very confident even though he hadn't fought them yet. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and put away the hidden star sword. Then his figure flashed and he landed on the sword lake below. Buzz! Sword chi swept across the area. Monstrous sword chi swept over from the sword lake. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the surging sword chi. After cultivating for so many years, I'll break through on the sword lake today. With that, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy in the sword lake. He started to break through to the mystic star realm. Han Tianqin had reached the mystic heaven realm, and his control of the miniature universe had reached a high level. In the miniature universe, they were the sky. The mystic chi realm was to completely merge one's energy, mind, and soul. At this time, the creation of the miniature universe was almost complete. Once he broke through to the mystic star realm, he would be able to swallow mountains and rivers and refine the sun, moon, and stars for his own use. At this time, the miniature universe would undergo a qualitative leap. While Fang Chen was trying to break through to the mystic star realm, there was also a great shock in the distant Azura universe. Dong! After countless years of evolution, the first level of the Azura universe had been completed. Many explorers of the universe were developing this place together. At the highest point of the Azura universe, Fang Chen's clone and the bone progenitor sat cross-legged. Buzz! Their surroundings were filled with a rich space-time aura. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Fang Chen's clone opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. What's going on? The bone progenitor asked hurriedly. Master, I'm about to succeed in the first level of the Azura universe, Fang Chen said with a smile. Really? The bone progenitor asked excitedly. Let's go, Master. I'll take you to have a look. The perfection of the universe contained the evolution of many laws. This was a rare opportunity for the bone progenitor. He could take the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of space-time again. In the void, the master and disciple stood side by side, looking down. The first level of the vast universe was gradually being perfected. In Fang Chen's plan, the Azura universe was divided into 3 levels, not 2 like the mystic star universe. The first level was the mortal world, the secular empires, and of course, some secrets of the cultivation world could be found there. The second level was the real world of cultivation, and the third level was the supreme world of the gods. The first level was the most important because it was the foundation of the Azura universe. So Fang Qin didn't dare to be careless. Rumble! A layer of invisible light gradually shrouded the earth and divided the azure universe. Hiss! The invisible light slowly healed, which meant that the first level, the mortal world, was being perfected. The bone progenitor had already entered a state of epiphany. Fang Qin, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This state lasted for 3 years before the mortal world was truly perfected. Dong! A sound that shook the 9 heavens was heard. Fang Qin's clone looked over and found that the invisible light had completely wrapped the first level. Many laws were also born in the first level. Fang Qin flicked his finger, and a trace of origin power entered the first level. The mortal world has been perfected, but it will take some time to create all things, Fang Qin said. At the same time, his original body in a mortal cave mountain broke through the bottleneck and reached the mysterious star realm. Chapter 2491. Whoosh! Dark cave mountain under the mysterious cliff in the Sword Pond. The moment Fang Qin opened his eyes, light shot out in all directions, and a violent aura assaulted him. The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds rustled. After a long time, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the Sword Pond returned to its calm state. The sword qi inside had long been sucked dry by Fang Qin, and only an ordinary pond of water was left. Fang Qin's body was bursting with power. A crescent moon appeared in the void, and Fang Qin reached out his hand, grabbed it, and refined it. Hiss! After refining this illusory crescent moon, Fang Qin clearly felt that his strength had increased a little. This was the so-called qi-devouring mountains and rivers, and refining the sun, moon, and stars for one's own use, right? This was just a crescent moon. With Fang Qin's current cultivation, he could even refine the real sun, moon, and stars. No wonder the sun, moon, and stars are within reach as soon as I enter the mystic star realm. Fang Qin smiled. He didn't understand it before, but now he finally understood. The reason why mystic star realm cultivators' strength increased faster was because they could refine the sun, moon, and stars to increase their strength. Whoosh! Fang Qin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the sword pond. Fang Qin glanced at the sword pool that he had sucked dry and bowed to it, after which he leaped and arrived at the cliff. The cold wind rustled as he looked down at the earth. There was an aura of a monarch coming from his body. After reaching the mystic star realm, Fang Qin's strength had increased in all aspects. The mortal world of the Shura universe has been completed. All that's left is time, Fang Qin said. The Shura universe that he had created was very vast. It wasn't something that the universe of stars could compare to. Therefore, the process of perfecting the universe was very difficult. For example, Fang Qin was confident that he could complete the universe of stars in the mystic Qi realm. According to his plan, the second layer of the azure universe, which was the cultivation world, needed to be at least at the mystic light realm before it could be built. As for the last level, the God realm, it was also the gathering place of the most elite forces in the entire universe. He had to at least reach the mysterious true realm to be able to perfect it. The strength of a miniature universe was largely determined by the strength of its creator. From the very beginning, Fang Qin had intended to establish the azure universe as the strongest miniature universe. In the primal chaos void, many great races had some powerful miniature universes. These miniature universes were where they stored their talents. With these powerful miniature universes, they would be able to provide an endless supply of geniuses from the younger generation. This would allow the great clans of the current era to last for a long time. Ever since he found out that his wife, Star and Moon, had been kidnapped, a strong thought had emerged in his mind. One day, he would become a great clan all by himself, and the azure universe was his origin. After completing the mortal world, Fang Qin was in a good mood. The bone progenitor and his clone were still calculating the Tao of space-time while his main body continued to roam around the dark cave mountain. With my current strength, I don't fear even mystic light realm experts, Fang Qin muttered to himself. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword World, combined with the myriad sword domain and sword domain, had 3 restrictions. Normal mystic light realm cultivators wouldn't be able to escape if they were trapped. Now, it's time to collect some interest. After that, the news of Fang Chen's appearance spread. The Heavenly Pillar Zong family, the Blood Race, and the Devil Race were all searching for him. After dozens of days, Fang Chen set his eyes on a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family. In a dense forest, Fang Chen stood on a towering tree and looked down. Not far away, a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family was resting. There were a total of 10 people in this group. 6 of them were Mystic Light Realm Elders, and 4 of them were from the younger generation. Fang Chen directly ignored the younger generation. As for the remaining 6, Fang Chen was confident that he could kill them in one fell swoop. The beast army in the demon ceiling tower can stall for Mystic Light realm experts. As for the remaining 2, the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow and the 3-eyed Bear King can stall them for a while. I'll kill one of them quickly, Fang Chen muttered as he made a detailed plan. Within the group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family, Elder, who do you think that Fang Chen is? I don't believe that a rogue cultivator like him dares to challenge the Heavenly Pillar Zong family, a junior asked in puzzlement. Yeah, I heard from others that he's only at the Mystic Chi realm, but I don't understand. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? He defeated the Son of Darkness with one sword and destroyed his physical body. He almost killed him. Moreover, his army of demonic beasts almost wiped out the Dark Kindred. That battle back then shook the heavens and earth, and it spread throughout the dark cave mountain. He's just an ant. The leading elder snickered coldly. The mystic ranking is a ranking for the younger generation. It doesn't have any authority. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for someone at the mystic light realm. That's right. If he appears now, I'll make him wish he was dead. See, the towering tree shook as Fang Chen walked out. He smiled at the members of the Heavenly Pillar Zong family and asked, "Who wants to make me wish I was dead?" Everyone didn't know who this cultivator was, but they were stunned after hearing his words. "Fang Chen, it's you?" Many elders stood up and glared at Fang Chen. "You killed Zong Xiangshan?" The leading elder scolded. "If you're talking about the idiot ranked 9th on the mystic ranking, then he was indeed killed by me." Fang Chen said faintly, "Is there no one else in the Heavenly Pillar Zong family? How can such a weak person be ranked in the top 10 of the mystic ranking? What a joke." Fang Chen's words infuriated the members of the Zong family. "How arrogant! Let me deal with you." The 4 juniors couldn't take it anymore and attacked. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and a murderous aura swept over. Bam! 4 heads fell to the ground. Damn it! The remaining 6 Mystic Light Realm Elders roared furiously and attacked together. "Attack!" Fang Chen roared and the demon ceiling tower appeared. The beast army charged out and instantly surrounded the Mystic Light Realm Elders of the Heavenly Pillar Zong family. "You guys stop these bastards. I'll go kill him." One of them leaped out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts and charged towards Fang Chen. The other one also charged toward Fang Chen, but he was surrounded by the 3-eyed Bear King and the 8-feather Sky Sparrow. This is the 8-feather Sky Sparrow. This person's eyes widened when he saw the 8-feather Sky Sparrow. Ha ha ha, the 8-feather Sky Sparrow. Even the heavens are helping me. After that, this person started to attack the 8-feather Sky Sparrow. The 5 Mystic Light Realm Elders were stopped, and only one of them was able to get close to Fang Chen. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Fang Chen, he was overjoyed. However, he didn't know that this was all part of Fang Chen's plan. With a thought, the 10,000 sword domain was released. At the same time, the Hidden Star sword domain also spread out and stacked with the 10,000 sword domain. At the same time, Fang Qin used the 12th move of the Shura sword art, Sword Realm. Whoosh! A beam of light that could pierce the sky suddenly appeared from the hidden star sword. The instant the sword realm clashed with the 10,000 sword domain, the mystic light realm elder that was charging over was restricted. This mystic light realm elder finally realized that something was wrong. You broke through to the mystic star realm? He sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! The power of the sword realm crushed everything. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced through space and stabbed into the mystic light realm elder's chest. Rip! The mystic light realm elder's body exploded. His Yuan soul wanted to escape, but it was shattered by a wisp of sword energy from Fang Qin. Early stage mystic light realm, not worth mentioning, Fang Qin said. He then held the hidden star sword and appeared in front of the mystic light realm cultivator that was being attacked by the 8-feathered sky sparrow and the 3-eyed bear king. He did the same thing and successfully killed the mystic light realm cultivator. After that, Fang Qin had a much easier time. The beast army killed 3 mystic light realm cultivators, and the remaining 3 were killed by Fang Qin. The entire battle only lasted for an hour before it ended with Fang Qin's absolute victory. Fang Qin was determined to kill everyone from the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family that entered Dark Cave Mountain. In the following time, he continued to gather information. After a month, the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family completely disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. The Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. Fang Qin obtained some information about the star and moon from the bodies of the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. The latter was fine, but he had lost his freedom. This was a blessing in disguise for him. Chapter 2492. The annihilation of the Sky Pillar Zong family didn't cause much of a stir in Immortal Cave Mountain. After all, Immortal Cave Mountain was enormous. If they didn't deliberately spread the news, almost no one would know about it. Many people were running around for their fortunes and inheritances, while others were trapped in dangerous places, waiting to be rescued. At the same time, people died in Immortal Cave Mountain every day. It was just that no one knew about it. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the great clans. The Yao and Dark Vampires were the first to receive the news. They didn't even need to guess to know that Fang Qin was behind it. We can't let him continue to grow, or he'll become a great enemy of ours. This was the news of the Dark Vampires. They wanted to kill Fang Qin as soon as possible. The latter's growth speed was beyond their imagination. It's urgent to seize the Yao Ceiling Tower. The Yao also spread the news. Even Yao Yen felt uneasy. The 2 great clans pursued Fang Qin with all their might. At that moment, Fang Qin ran into someone unexpected. Su Zichen, a young genius of the Void race. Su Zichen. Su Zichen cupped his hands at Fang Qin and smiled. Fang Qin. The 2 of them looked at each other, then smiled. I could tell that Brother Fang was extraordinary when we fought back then. Now that I see it, it's true, Su Zichen said politely. Su Zichen replied politely, how long has it been? Brother Fang, you've already stepped into the profound star realm. I'm afraid you're already on par with me, right? Fang Qin shrugged and said, the Void race's Tao of the Void can shake the entire primal chaos. You, Su Zichen, are ranked first on the profound ranking. I know my limits. Despite his words, Fang Qin didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Haha. Su Zichen smiled. Since we've met, it must be fate. How about we have a little competition? Oh. When Fang Qin heard that, he exclaimed softly and looked at Su Zichen. Su Zichen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but no malice. Brother Fang, in your battle with Black Wind, your Tao of space and time shone brightly. I'm itching to compete with Brother Fang, said Su Zichen. All right. Fang Qin readily agreed. In fact, after cultivating the space-time collapse art to this point, he knew very well where his limits were. Azura Universe, Mortal World. Fong Chen's avatar and bone progenitors is calm. Ha ha ha. I still have to thank you this time. If not for you letting me watch the creation of this mortal world, I don't know when I would have been able to comprehend this final step. Ancestor Bone laughed excitedly. Although his cultivation was inferior to Fong Chen's, no one could compare to his comprehension of the space-time Tao. He told Fong Chen the general framework in his mind. Wonderful. When Fong Chen heard that, he slapped the table in praise. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. On Immortal Cave Mountain, the main body and Su Zichen had already begun to compete. Brother Fong, let's begin. Su Zichen smiled. Fong Chen nodded. Then the two of them turned into afterimages and shot forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the start, Su Zichen had the absolute upper hand and pulled Fong Chen far ahead of him. Su Zichen lives up to his reputation as a void race genius. He can borrow the power of the wind to escape. Fong Chen sighed inwardly. Su Zichen's control of the void had already reached perfection. When he thought about how some people had said that Black Wind's speed was comparable to Su Zichen's, Fong Chen found it laughable. Black Wind probably couldn't even touch Su Zichen's clothes. They weren't on the same level at all. Brother Fong, this isn't your style. Su Zichen's voice rang out from up ahead. Fong Chen grinned, then activated the space-time collapse technique at full power. He instantly closed in on Su Zichen. Now this is the Fong Chen I know, said Su Zichen with a smile. At the same time, he fully unleashed the Void Race's innate divine ability. Wherever the two of them passed, space would distort and violent energy would sweep over. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen pursued Su Zichen relentlessly. This made Su Zichen sigh. Fong Chen's mastery of space-time was even greater than he'd imagined. Finally, after fighting for a period of time, a vast ocean appeared in front of the two of them. Brother Fong, let's use that vast ocean as our destination. What do you think? Said Su Zichen. All right. Fong Chen nodded. Buzz. With that, Su Zichen's speed soared. In the blink of an eye, he'd pulled away from Fong Chen. Whoosh! 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 As they neared the ocean, Su Zichen turned and glanced at Fong Chen. He saw that Fong Chen was still the same as before. He hadn't accelerated at all. Could this be his limit? When he considered this, Su Zichen shook his head. Although Su Zichen's potential was great, in the end, he wasn't a member of the Void Race. For him to reach this limit was already incredible. Even so, he couldn't threaten Su Zichen. As he considered this, Su Zichen took a step forward and pushed his speed to the limit. At the same time, Fong Chen sped up as well. Dong! His mind suddenly shook. Fong Chen sensed that his space-time collapse technique had reached a whole new level. Charge! He spat out a single word. Then his speed suddenly increased by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Su Zichen. His sudden burst of speed caused Su Zichen to tremble. How could this be? Su Zichen was stunned. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. However, to his shock, he discovered that Fong Chen's speed was still soaring. He watched helplessly as Fong Chen whizzed past him. In the end, Fong Chen landed on the vast ocean before him. Su Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd clearly sensed that Fong Chen had already reached his limit. How could Su Zichen's speed increase by dozens of times at the last moment? How could he overtake him in one fell swoop? Even some of the Void Race's elders couldn't possibly be that fast. Could it be that he's been hiding all this time? That thought popped into Su Zichen's mind. When he considered this, Su Zichen's expression grew grave. When he looked at Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with reverence. The Void Race was best at speed. On the profound ranking, he was known as the fastest. Even Heifeng was no match for him, and yet he'd lost to a nobody. Freak! Su Zichen spat out 2 words. Fang Chen's speed had already surpassed the limits of Su Zichen's imagination. Even if he went all out, there was no way he could beat him in speed. When he thought of this, Su Zichen sighed and walked up to Fang Chen. Meanwhile, in the distant Azura universe, Fang Chen's clone and the bone progenitor cheered excitedly. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is," said the bone progenitor. "That's right. We've been on the wrong path all this time. The Tao of space-time should have developed in this direction," said Fang Chen. The bone progenitor nodded. "The Tao of space-time is one of the ways to escape. All this time we focused on increasing our speed while simultaneously increasing our attack power. Now that I think about it, we were gravely mistaken. Focus. Only by focusing on speed can we achieve success." The 2 of them had benefited greatly from this epiphany. At the same time, they'd gained a clear understanding of the Tao of spacetime's cultivation path. To them, this was more important than anything else. Mount Immortal Cave, in front of the vast ocean. Fang Chen looked at Su Zichen and grinned. It went without saying that Su Zichen was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the fact that his clone in the Azura universe had comprehended something at a critical moment and refined the space-time collapse technique to a higher level, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to catch up. "Brother Su's speed is truly breathtaking. You were just lucky this time," said Fang Chen. Su Zichen waved his hand. "In a way, I've already lost." The Void Race's many resources, as well as some heaven-defying space-type cultivation techniques, had created Su Zichen's monstrous genius. In comparison, Fang Chen was just a wandering cultivator. He'd reached his current level entirely on his own. That was why Su Zichen accepted his loss wholeheartedly. "If you have time, Brother Fang, please come to the Void Race and we can discuss things together." Su Zichen extended his hand. When Fang Chen saw this, he reached out and shook hands with him. "I couldn't ask for more." The growth of the space-time cultivation system couldn't solely rely on him and the bone progenitor. It required many external factors. If he could get some pointers from the Void Race, he'd definitely be able to avoid many detours. Furthermore, Su Zichen was trying to befriend him. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse. "Ha ha ha. All this time, none of the experts on the profound ranking have been able to surpass me in speed. Today, I got to spar with Brother Fang. It's truly delightful." Su Zichen released all the pent-up emotions he'd suppressed for so long. Chapter 2493. His fight with Su Zichen made Fang Chen realize his own shortcomings. He'd only defeated Su Zichen because he'd broken through at the last minute. "The Void Race's Tao of the Void is truly amazing," sighed Fang Chen. Of the current generation, it was easy to imagine how many youths could earn Fang Chen's praise in the Tao of time and space. Su Zichen's foundation was solid, unlike Black Wind's. This indirectly reflected the Void Race's strength. After bidding farewell to Su Zichen, Fang Chen's mood grew even heavier. He defended too many factions. Just the current era's great clans alone numbered 2. They were the Yao and the Dark Vampires. There was no need to mention the Yao. They were humanity's enemies to begin with. As for the Dark Vampires, they ranked 3rd. Not only had Fang Chen destroyed the 5th Wolf God's remains, but he'd also taken the Sword of Darkness. If he left the outside world, he'd definitely be hunted down by the Dark Vampires. The Dark Vampires were too terrifying. No matter how monstrous Fang Chen's potential was, he might not be their match. So, for the time being, Fang Chen's goal was to increase his strength. As Fang Chen watched Su Zichen leave, his eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. In the shadows, the Dark Vampire's experts were already in position. "Are you ready?" "Everything's ready. This time, we have to capture that kid." "Humph. A mere profound Qi realm cultivator dares to provoke us Dark Vampires? He's doomed to die." While Su Zichen and Fang Chen were fighting, the Dark Vampires had already grasped their movements. As soon as Su Zichen left, the dark vampires took action. Many profound light realm experts hid in the surroundings, waiting for their final chance. Fang Qin was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly and looked up into the sky. Dark vampires? A cold, murderous intent flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. The dark vampires were stubborn and stubborn. They wanted to kill him at every turn. Kill! Suddenly a loud roar sounded. Then countless kindred powerhouses swarmed over. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he hid in the void. There were too many of them, so they couldn't fight them head-on. Thinking of this, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and brandished the hidden star sword. The 12th move of the Azura sword skill, Sword World, was displayed. The wild power formed a space of sword energy that restricted a mystic light realm martial practitioner who was close to Fang Chen. Die! Fang Chen shouted loudly, and the star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced into the chest of this person, and his body instantly exploded. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. Fang Chen had just dodged when a violent force attacked him. In the following time, Fang Chen constantly traveled through the void and hid in the void. He used a roundabout method to fight against the dark kindred. Form the formation. After a while, someone roared. The light of the formation suddenly flashed, and a wild aura of the formation spread out. A huge array enveloped Fang Chen's body. This is... Fang Chen frowned. He was shocked. As for the many powerhouses of the blood tribe, they took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot out from the formation. It pierced through the void and almost pierced through the formation. In the end, it slammed into the formation. Rip! The formation shook, but it barely blocked the dark light. Kill! Fang Chen's eyes were sharp as he switched the hidden star sword to the sword of darkness. Since the dark kindred wanted to kill him, he didn't need to hold back. He wanted to use the sword of darkness to kill the dark kindred. Rumble! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The dark kindred had activated the power of their bloodline and used a forbidden technique. They used the formation to restrain Fang Chen. The forbidden technique finally made Fang Chen feel threatened. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted. The attack of the Sword of Darkness was instantly defeated. His body flew out and smashed into the ground. Pucci! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a little pale. Kid, the Dark Kindred is one of the 5 great clans. How can a mysterious star realm martial artist like you provoke us? Humph! Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Kill him. Many voices entered Fang Chen's ears. He struggled to stand up. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. He looked around and opened his palm. The mysterious sky all appeared. Buzz! A violent force came roaring. This was the biggest crisis Fang Chen had encountered since he entered the cave, Kingdom Mountain. The Dark Kindred were aggressive and wanted to kill him at all costs. It would be difficult for him to escape unscathed with his strength alone. The Dark Kindred should have all gathered here, right? Fang Chen mumbled to himself. The ugly faces of the Dark Kindred were all imprinted in his eyes. Fang Chen grinned. His smile was full of mockery. Ha! Fang Chen laughed softly. Seeing that the Dark Kindred's mysterious light realm martial artists were approaching, he decisively activated the mysterious Sky All. The mysterious Sky All was the weapon that had followed Emperor Su Xian for his entire life. It was very powerful. Whoosh! In an instant, the mysterious Sky All exploded with a blinding light that illuminated the entire land. What is this? The menacing Dark Kindred suddenly cried out loudly. His voice was filled with terror. They quickly retreated, but it was too late. Crack! The mysterious Sky All had completely exploded. Even a mystic true realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. A mere mystic light realm martial artist was not even worth mentioning. The mysterious sky all instantly pierced through one of the Dark Kindred's elites. Then, it rushed into the crowd as if it was cutting tofu. Pucci! One by one, the Dark Kindred were killed by the mysterious sky all. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious sky all returned to Feng Chen's hand. The space was distorted and the dark storm attacked. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. Feng Chen opened his palm and the bloodline copper mirror appeared. He was absorbing the Dark Kindred's blood. Hiss! Hiss! Drops of Dark Kindred's blood were absorbed into his body. Under the bloodline copper mirror's transformation, the Dark Kindred's blood quickly merged with his bloodline power. After a long time, Feng Chen's expression returned to normal. The bloodline power in his body erupted. The wolf god's blood changed again. There was a faint trace of Dark Kindred's aura. This was the process of the wolf god's blood transforming into the Dark Kindred. Dark Kindred. The Dark Kindred was one of the strongest kindred in the chaotic void. Feng Chen only obtained the wolf god's bloodline, and he felt extremely powerful. With the bloodline copper mirror, his wolf god's bloodline was very likely to become one of the strongest kindred. Whoosh! After a long while, the Dark Kindred's blood was completely absorbed. Feng Chen's expression returned to normal. He put away the mysterious sky all and stared at the many corpses lying on the ground. After this, in Dark Cave Mountain, except for the Son of Darkness, many martial artists of the Dark Kindred and the Werewolf clan had fallen. And all of this was Feng Chen's masterpiece. Whoosh! Tearing the void, Feng Chen fled far away. He found a safe place to hide and recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Feng Chen left, the Demon Clan people, led by Yao Yan, arrived at the battlefield. When they saw the desolate land and the corpses that littered the ground, their faces turned grave. Who did this? Yao Yan asked coldly. There are sharp wounds on their bodies. It seems to be caused by a very strong weapon. An elder of the Demon Clan analyzed. It shouldn't be Feng Chen. He is best at swordsmanship, and there are no sword wounds on their bodies. Another elder of the Demon Clan said. Could it be that there are other forces in Dark Cave Mountain? The Void Clan, Thunder Punishment Clan, and Holy War Clan could all be ruled out. Who dared to attack the blood ancestor of darkness? It was worth discussing. For a moment, the Demon Clan people fell into deep thought. After a long while, Yao Yan's eyes flashed. No matter what, the death of the Dark Kindred is a wake-up call for us. From now on, the Demon Clan can't be separated. Don't worry, young master. With the strength of the Demon Clan, as long as the Void Clan and Thunder Punishment Clan don't join forces, no force can pose a threat to us. Yao Yan nodded and said, Find Feng Chen as soon as possible and seize the Demon Sealing Tower. As long as the Demon Sealing Tower was not obtained, Yao Yan's heart would be filled with worry. Feng Chen was hiding and recovering from his injuries. While Yao Yan was searching everywhere, a shocking piece of news came. The ultimate treasure of swordsmanship had appeared. At long last, the most attractive and powerful precious treasure of Immortal Cave Mountain had appeared. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2494. The reason why Immortal Cave Mountain had been so lively in recent decades was because of the legendary sword Principal Treasure. It was a treasure that could allow a profound god realm venerable to advance to the legendary ancient god realm. Some people saw the sword Qi piercing through the sky like a rainbow. Some people also saw a shocking giant sword pressing down on Immortal Cave Mountain. When the sword appeared, heaven and earth were shocked. In short, for a time, the news about the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure was endless. Even the Son of Darkness, who had been hiding in the dark, began to move. His ultimate mission this time was to obtain the Sword Principal Treasure. It didn't matter even if his body was destroyed. In a dark place, a few warriors in the profound Qi realm were exploring cautiously. Big brother, the Sword Principal Treasure has appeared. Why are we here instead of fighting for it? One of them asked in confusion. Bang! The guy who was called Big Brother slapped the guy who asked the question on the head and glared at him. Many experts will fight for the appearance of a Sword Dao treasure. Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths with our strength? Big Brother is right. Instead of courting death, it's better to seize the time to improve our cultivation. They felt that Big Brother's words made sense and nodded. I heard that there seems to be an inheritance treasure in this dark place, Big Brother said mysteriously. If we can get it, we'll make a fortune. After saying that, Big Brother led them into the depths of the dark place. Let's split up and search. Big Brother turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, Big Brother appeared in front of a gloomy and terrifying cave. He cupped his fists and said, Lord Holy Sun, I've tricked them into coming here as you instructed. After a long time, a primordial spirit light ball floated out of the gloomy cave. You've done well. His voice was hoarse, but it contained a terrifying aura. He was the son of darkness, whose body had been destroyed by Fong Qin. Then, Lord Holy Sun, the thing I said, Big Brother grinned and was very happy. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the son of darkness. Whoosh! A dark ball of light instantly entered Big Brother's head. With a bang, the latter's head shattered. If it weren't for the fact that your body is not suitable for me, I would have possessed you long ago, the son of darkness said eerily. Then he turned into a wisp of black smoke and approached those people, hiding in the darkness. The son of darkness observed them. Finally, he decided on his target. Compared to the others, this blue-clothed man's potential is not bad, the son of darkness said. What's even more precious is that his physical body actually has a special physique. At this stage, the son of darkness had to find a physical body to store his primordial spirit in. After leaving Immortal Cave Mountain, he would change his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured, so he could only possess the body of a profound Qi realm martial artist. A few martial artists were investigating when the blue-robed man's figure suddenly swayed for a moment before he regained his composure. Pucci! The son of darkness grabbed one of the people's head and crushed it. What are you doing, Shaolon? The others were dumbfounded and shouted loudly. Crack! Another person was killed by the son of darkness. Finally, the remaining people began to fight back. Why? Shaolon, why are you doing this to me? The son of darkness sneered and said, I'm not Shaolon at all. Unfortunately, they didn't know who had killed them even when they died. Crack! After attacking continuously, he killed all of them. Then the blue-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed in the dense forest. This was a rare and peaceful mountain range in Immortal Cave Mountain. In this mountain range, there were no cries of monsters, nor were there any fierce and terrifying auras. There was only a peaceful aura. In the depths of the forest, towering trees spread out. Countless branches blocked the entrance of a cave. Fong Chen was recuperating. Pucci! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression eased a lot. The Blood Race's mystic light realm martial artists were determined to kill him. Fortunately, he had the mystic sky cone nail. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. After all, the Blood Race was one of the 5 major races. He couldn't compare to them. Only in Immortal Cave Mountain, he could bully them. Son of Darkness. Fong Chen's eyes flashed. After this incident, he couldn't let the Son of Darkness go. Buzz! While Fong Chen was deep in thought, the inside of the tower suddenly trembled. With a thought, Fong Chen entered the spirit ceiling tower. Bai Qingqing stood up with a surprised expression on her face. What's wrong? Fong Chen asked. I was just cultivating when I suddenly felt a very strong energy fluctuation. Then I saw the scene. At this moment, many demon beasts were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as if they were terrified. The eight-feathered sky sparrow walked to Fong Chen with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Master, the demon tiger and beast's imprint seems to be awakening." Fong Chen approached the imprint and felt the demon aura rolling inside. All this time, Fong Chen had been raising the demon tiger and beast with powerful resources. Buzz! A fluctuation came from the imprint. "You need the demon dragon fruit?" Fong Chen looked at the imprint in surprise. "Don't." The imprint rolled as if it was responding to Fong Chen's words. "But I don't know where the demon dragon fruit is." Fong Chen shrugged. He had heard of the demon dragon fruit. It was useless to humans, but it was very useful to demons. But where could he find it now? Soon, a fluctuation came from the imprint again. "You mean in this cave?" After communicating with the imprint, Fong Chen finally understood. The demon tiger and beast's imprint had sensed the aura of the demon dragon fruit, so it was shaking. If it wanted to recover quickly, it could only rely on the demon dragon fruit. "Okay, wait for me." If the demon tiger and beast could fully recover, it would be a great thing. At that time, Fong Chen would have another great fighting force. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen left the demon ceiling tower and took the eight-feathered sky sparrow with him. "You should be very familiar with the aura of the demon dragon fruit." "Help me find it," Fong Chen said. One man and one demon quickly searched the cave. In the depths of the cave, on a fruit tree full of fruit, a thick python coiled around the branches. It spat out its tongue, and its dark eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. "Rip!" The thick python seemed to have sensed that someone was approaching, and its body emitted a biting, cold battle intent. "There's a demon aura." The eight-feathered sky sparrow stopped and said, "Could it be the demon beast guarding the demon dragon fruit?" Fong Chen asked in confusion. Whoosh! Just as he spoke, the void suddenly tore apart, and a thick python opened its bloody mouth and attacked the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Crack! The eight-feathered sky sparrow couldn't dodge in time, and a large wound was bitten open on its head. Blood flowed out. Damn it! The eight-feathered sky sparrow held its head and felt some pain. At this time, Fong Chen saw clearly that the demon beast attacking him was actually a python. "You're courting death." Fong Chen took a step forward and punched the python's neck. Don't! The python was forced to retreat. Fong Chen chased after it, but was stopped by the eight-feathered sky sparrow. "Master, be careful. This is another python." Boom! When Fong Chen chased after it, the python spat out a trace of green liquid and instantly sealed the entire space. Fortunately, Fong Chen dodged in time and didn't get contaminated. Hiss! The green liquid was very corrosive and directly corroded the void. Another python. Fong Chen retreated to the side of the eight-feathered sky sparrow and asked, "It's the nemesis of our clan." The eight-feathered sky sparrow smiled bitterly. "The nether python feeds on our people and often fights with us." Fong Chen nodded. "They have a special ability that specifically counters our clan." The eight-feathered sky sparrow continued. "Moreover, they never travel alone." In other words, where the nether python appeared, there must be many nether pythons. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face became serious. He was confident that he could deal with one nether python, but if it was a group, it was a different story. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2495. The nether python was guarding the monster dragon fruit tree. When it saw Fong Chen approaching, it attacked. Swoosh! The nether python spat out a green liquid from its mouth. The green liquid was not only corrosive, but also poisonous. As Fong Chen retreated, he heard the eight feathers, Heavenly Sparrow's voice. The thick and solid nether python was coiled around the demonic dragon fruit tree. Its eyes were fixed on the eight-feathered Heavenly Sparrow. Just like what the eight feathers, Heavenly Sparrow had said, their tribe and the nether python tribe were mortal enemies. The nether python was born to feed on them and was the nemesis of their tribe. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The nether python spat out its tongue as if it was trying to intimidate the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow. When the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow saw this, it spread its wings and did not want to be outdone. It had evolved to the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow and was only one step away from making history and becoming the only 9 feathers heavenly sparrow in the past few hundred years. It needed an opportunity, and perhaps the nether python this time was the opportunity. Roar! A loud cry came out of the 8-feathered sky sparrow's mouth. Its aura was like a rainbow as it faced off against the dark, hellish python. When the nether python saw this, it was furious. To it, the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow was just food for its tribe. How dare a mere food challenge it? This was a blatant humiliation. Rip! The nether python quickly moved away from the monster dragon fruit tree and charged towards the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow. It opened its mouth and spat out a thick green liquid. When the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow was about to be engulfed by the green liquid, Fong Chin stood in front of it. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The green liquid stained Fong Chen's body and quickly corroded his black, vibrantly golden armor. What a strong corrosive force! Fong Chin could not help but exclaim. He activated the flames in his body and started to burn the green liquid. After a while, the green liquid gradually disappeared. When the nether python saw this, it was furious with Fong Chin. Go and get the monster dragon fruit. I will deal with it. Fong Chin transmitted his voice to the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow, and the latter nodded. Immediately after, Fong Chin took a step forward. With a whistling sound, he entangled the dark hellish python and threw out punch after punch. Bang! Fong Chen's fist was very powerful. It contained a biting cold sword chi as it ruthlessly smashed into the nether python's head. Crack! The nether python's head exploded, and it let out a miserable shriek. Fong Chen was too strong, and the nether python was no match for him. In just a few seconds, the nether python was subdued by Fong Chen. At this time, the 8-feathered sky sparrow also arrived in front of the demon dragon fruit tree. Whoa! The suppressed, dark, hellish python let out a long roar toward the sky, unwilling to give up. After this powerful voice spread out, Fong Chen instantly felt that something was wrong. Countless hissing noises could be heard from the surrounding void. What happened? Fong Chin frowned as he suddenly realized that a swarm of nether pythons was closing in on him. Be careful! Fong Chin shouted. The 8-feathered sky sparrow also felt the danger. It grabbed the 2 demon dragon fruits and prepared to escape. Rumble! The flood of nether pythons instantly drowned the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Damn it! Fong Chin cursed. He pulled out the hidden star sword and slashed at the nether python from before, killing it. Then he took a step forward and charged into the swarm of nether pythons. Whoosh! The Azura Sword Art's 12th move, Sword Realm, was displayed. A terrifying aura enveloped the swarm of nether pythons. The combination of the Sword Realm and Myriad Sword Realm temporarily hindered the nether python's movements. Fong Chin took the opportunity to drag the 8-feathered sky sparrow out and threw it into the demon's ceiling tower. Kill! Fong Chen's sword chi was like a rainbow as he started his massacre. Of course, he did not really kill the nether pythons, only severely injuring them. Crash! Every time the hidden star sword heavily injured a nether python, it would be sucked into the demon's ceiling tower. After a long while, not only did the nether pythons fail to get close to Fong Chin, many of them were sucked away. At this time, the remaining nether pythons finally realized the severity of their loss. They flicked their tongues as if they were communicating. Soon, they retreated like the tide. Phew! Fong Chin heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the demonic dragon fruit tree and started to harvest the fruits. Soon, the demonic dragon fruit tree was completely harvested. There were a total of 32 demonic dragon fruits. With such a bountiful harvest, Fong Chin prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the main trunk of the demonic dragon fruit tree suddenly exploded, and an enormous python roared out from within. At the same time that the giant python appeared, the nether pythons that had retreated before once again surged forward like a tide. Nether Python King. Seeing this, Fong Qin quickly retreated. The Nether Python King's aura gave him a dangerous feeling. Human, return the demonic dragon fruits. The Nether Python King spoke in human language as it stared at Fong Qin. Impossible, Fong Qin refused. If that's the case, then you can die. The Nether Python King's cultivation was equivalent to a human mystic light realm cultivator. Pa! The Nether Python King swung its huge tail towards Fong Qin. The latter stomped his foot and leaped into the void. Damn it! Fong Qin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was thinking of a way to suck the Nether Python King into the demon ceiling tower. Bang! The Nether Python King's destructive power was too strong. Fong Qin didn't dare to face it head-on. Pa! While dodging, he was accidentally hit by the Nether Python King's tail. Fong Qin felt a burning sensation on his body. Luckily, he had the black vibration golden armor to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Master! The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit spoke. Although the Nether Python King is in the mystic light realm, its intelligence is very low. What idea do you have? Fong Qin asked as he dodged. The Nether Python King cares about the demonic dragon fruit the most. You just have to disguise the demon ceiling tower and open the door. The demonic dragon fruit will definitely attract the Nether Python King. Will that work? Fong Qin asked uncertainly. Of course. Without even thinking, Fong Qin leaped and fled far away. Then he flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and burrowed into the ground. He secretly opened the demon ceiling tower and disguised it as an underground cave. Then he placed the 32 demonic dragon fruits at the entrance of the demon ceiling tower. Buzz! The demonic dragon fruits' aura gradually spread out and instantly attracted the Nether Python King. Boom! The Nether Python King's tail fiercely slapped the wall, causing debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Fong Qin was long gone. The Nether Python King glanced in the direction Fong Qin had fled and spoke in human language. Damn human, you're lucky to have escaped fast enough. Its pitch-black eyes looked down into the ground. Demonic dragon fruit. The Nether Python King didn't even think and directly rushed into the underground. Do you think that I won't find the demonic dragon fruit if you hide it here? How naive! The Nether Python King sneered and quickly slithered to the demonic dragon fruit. Looking at the 30-odd demonic dragon fruits in front of it, the Nether Python King was very excited. Crunch! It put a demonic dragon fruit into its mouth. After eating these demonic dragon fruits, I can completely evolve. After saying that, it twisted its huge body and entered the underground cave. Dong! When its body was completely inside and it was feeling complacent, a sudden vibration came. Then it found that the surrounding scene changed. A violent force suppressed it and made it unable to move. What's going on? The Nether Python King cried out. It had never encountered such a thing. What was this place? Why was it suppressed to such an extent? Rip! The void tore, and Fong Qin walked out. It's you? Seeing this, the Nether Python King roared in anger. Idiot! Fong Qin punched the Nether Python King's head. The latter's head was instantly smashed into a big hole. Blood flowed out, and it screamed in pain. This is my territory. How dare you challenge me? Fong Qin sneered. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 3 demon dragon fruits. In order to lure the Nether Python King, he had paid the price of a demon dragon fruit. You lied to me? The Nether Python King finally reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, the injured heavenly sparrow 8 Feathers also appeared. Master, can you give me the bile of the Nether Python King? The 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow asked. Fong Qin nodded in agreement. The 8-feathered Sky Sparrow was very excited. That's great. With the bile of the Nether Python King, I will definitely be able to complete my evolution. Originally, it was still a little worried, but seeing that the Nether Python King was trapped in the demon ceiling tower, it was relieved. Damn it. The Nether Python King struggled desperately. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2496. The demon ceiling tower itself was the bane of the monster clan. How could a mere Nether Python King escape? After subduing the Nether Python King, Fong Chen left the demon ceiling tower and stored the remaining Nether Pythons into the tower. After doing all this, Fong Chen threw all the demon dragon fruits he had obtained to the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Rip. The demon tiger and beast's imprint instantly swallowed more than 30 demon dragon fruits. Then a majestic power surrounded it, as if it was recovering. At the same time, Fong Chen used the power of the demon ceiling tower to kill the Nether Python King. He took out the bile and gave it to the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Thank you, Master. This time, I will definitely evolve into a 9-feathered sky sparrow. The 8-feathered sky sparrow thanked him excitedly. Then it found a quiet place and began to evolve. The Nether Python King's body was eaten by the 3-eyed Bear King. As for the remaining Nether Pythons, they were all trapped in the demon ceiling tower. In fact, Fong Chen could have kept the Nether Python King, but he did not do so. In his opinion, cultivating the 8-feathered sky sparrow was better than cultivating the 9-feathered sky sparrow. If it could evolve into a 9-feathered sky sparrow, it could wipe out the entire tribe of Nether Pythons. Keeping these Nether Pythons was just to serve as food for the 8-feathered sky sparrow. In the monster clan, the food chain was intertwined. The Nether Pythons treated the sparrows as food, and conversely, the sparrows could treat the Nether Pythons as food. Dong! A series of hurried sounds came from the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Then a vast power swept over. Fong Chen stared at the demon tiger and beast's imprint and could feel the energy fluctuations within it. Do you need my help? Fong Chen asked. The imprint shook as if it was communicating with Fong Chen. Boom! The power of the demon dragon fruit was completely released in the imprint. The violent medicinal effect constantly stimulated the growth of the imprint. In just a few minutes, the imprint had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the originally empty imprint, there was now a thumb-sized black dot. And this black dot was precisely the former body of the demon tiger and beast. The former king of the desolate wilderness demon race was recovering. Crack! The entire demon ceiling tower was filled with extremely rich energy. A few days later, the demon tiger and beast's imprint suddenly cracked. A ball of black light emerged from the mark. This ball of light quickly condensed in the void. A moment later, a tiger was formed. Demon tiger and beast. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, his eyes blazing. The eyes of the illusory demon tiger and beast changed. Finally, he nodded at Fong Chen and said, "Thank you, Master, for your grace of reincarnation." Hearing this, Fong Chen was overjoyed. When he first obtained the demon tiger and beast imprint, he had repeatedly considered whether it was worth nurturing. In the end, he still chose to nurture them. Now, he could finally put down his worried heart. He had already formed a contract with the demon tiger and beast, and had acknowledged him as its master. Although it was still very weak and could only exist in its illusory form, it was enough to make Fong Chen pleasantly surprised. How much longer do you need to recover to your peak? Fong Chen asked. Recovering to my peak is too difficult. It requires a huge amount of resources and a huge opportunity, the illusory demon tiger and beast said. Fong Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Then what kind of power can you unleash now? This was what Fong Chen was most concerned about. Among the demon beast army in the demon ceiling tower, the one he had the most hope for was the demon tiger and beast. Now, the demon tiger and beast had successfully recovered after swallowing a large amount of demon dragon fruits. He wondered what kind of power it had. After thinking for a moment, the demon tiger and beast said, I'm currently in my illusory form, so my attack power won't be too strong. At most, it's equivalent to the human race's mysterious true realm. Mysterious true realm. Fang Qin was so happy that he was about to burst out laughing. Didn't this mean that from now on he had a mysterious true realm fighter? If he met the blood race or the mysterious light realm of the demon race again, wouldn't he be able to kill them at will? As if it saw through Fang Chen's thoughts, the demon tiger and beast said, "Master, it's not what you think." Speaking up to here, the demon tiger and beast paused for a moment before continuing. Although my strength is equivalent to the mysterious true realm, I can attack without limit. Oh, there's a limit? The demon tiger and beast nodded. If I use my full strength once, I'll need to rest for at least a year. In other words, it could only attack once a year. Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded. It seemed that the demon tiger and beast could only be his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it easily. Of course, with the demon tiger and beast, his life would have another layer of protection. At the very least, he would have the confidence to face an expert at the peak of the mysterious light realm. Thinking up to here, Fang Qin was still very happy. Just properly recover in the demon's ceiling tower. If there's anything you need, just tell me, Fang Qin said. The demon tiger and beast nodded, and its incorporeal body slowly dissipated. It turned into specks of light that gathered together and fell into a deep slumber. After a long while, Fang Qin finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. Turning his head, he saw that the 8-feathered sky sparrow and the 3-eyed bear king were also in the process of evolving. It seemed like they would need some time. This feeling is too wonderful. Fang Qin grinned. In the dense forest, there were a few members of the demon race resting. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The members of the demon race cursed. They had been following Fang Qin in secret, but they had lost him after a short period of time. If we can't find Fang Qin, how are we going to answer to the young master? Whatever, let's rest here for a while. If we can't find him, we'll have to go back and report. Plus, the young master doesn't have time to deal with Fang Qin. His target is the Sword Dao treasure. Speaking of the Sword Dao treasure, the members of the demon race had a heated expression on their faces. With the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure, many experts will fight for it. Many people will die. Yeah, the experts hiding in the dark have all come out. Even the prodigies in the top 10 of the Xian ranking might not be able to protect themselves. Let's not join in the fun. Let's go. They cultivated for a while and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, they felt a strange aura. What aura? One of them frowned and said, "It seems to be the aura of the nether python. Let's go and take a look." These few people went around the towering tree and found a pitch-black cave. Then they took a step forward and entered the cave. Nether python? That's the demon dragon fruit tree. The members of the demon race were very excited when they found the demon dragon fruit tree. Someone has been here. They picked all the demon dragon fruits. Yes, the nether python should be guarding the demon dragon fruit tree. Let's look around. Just as they were looking, Fang Qin appeared. "It's you?" Seeing Fang Qin, they were stunned for a moment and then exclaimed, "Demon race?" Fang Qin frowned and felt the killing intent in their eyes. "Send a message to the young master." Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword and killed one of them. Following that, he slashed out a few more demon clansmen. Bang! Fang Qin didn't kill the last one, but subdued him. "Who is your young master?" Fang Qin asked coldly. "Yao Yan. It's him. Why is he chasing me?" "The demon ceiling tower on you is too big of a threat to the demon race. Our young master wants to get rid of you and take back the demon ceiling tower." "I see." Fang Qin smiled eerily and crushed the head of the last demon race member. From this demon race member, Fang Qin found out about the appearance of the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Has it finally appeared? After being in Dark Cave Mountain for more than 10 years, he finally heard some clues about the Sword Tao Supreme Treasure. Tao-seeking mountain? There were many dangerous mountains in Dark Cave Mountain, and Tao-seeking mountain was one of them. It was rather famous. Someone had seen the Sword Tao Supreme Treasure appear in Tao-seeking mountain. Countless martial artists flocked there. Yao Yen was currently on Tao-seeking mountain. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price, Fong Qin said eerily. Moreover, now that he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, he could compete for the legendary Sword Tao Supreme Treasure. Let's go to Tao-seeking mountain. At the same time, the entire Dark Cave Mountain was in an uproar. Countless experts gathered at the foot of Tao-seeking mountain, and they all had the same goal. The Sword Tao Supreme Treasure was really on Tao-seeking mountain. Everyone was shaken, and they all went crazy. However, at the same time that the greatest opportunity appeared, everyone also encountered the greatest crisis in history. Chapter 2497. The Tao-seeking mountain was located at the center of the cave Dark Mountain and was surrounded by the ocean. A tremendous ocean surrounded the entire Tao-seeking mountain, causing it to be impenetrable. The sky above the ocean was filled with an extremely dense killing aura. One needed to be extremely strong to cross the ocean and enter the Tao-seeking mountain. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, figures flew over from the Tao-seeking mountain one after another. They stood at the peak of the Tao-seeking mountain and looked at each other with solemn expressions. After all, this was an inheritance treasure that could allow one to become an ancient god. It was something that all 5 major clans wanted. Once they obtained it, it meant that a new ancient god would be born. All the cultivators present had a powerful force behind them. Before they entered the cave Dark Mountain, they had received orders that they weren't allowed to obtain the sword treasure at all costs. Only Su Zichen, Lei Pu, Yao Yen, the holy warriors, and the sky battler of the younger generation had arrived. As for the older generation, there were more mystic light realm experts from all the major forces. There were even some peak mystic light realm experts. After the treasure appeared, the cave Dark Mountain was separated into 2 spaces. Experts of the mystic true realm and above couldn't enter this space. This also gave everyone a chance. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast and turbulent. Many weak cultivators wanted to cross the sea, but they died midway. Whoosh! A cultivator in the top 20 of the profound ranking leaped onto his saber and crossed the ocean. His eyes were filled with disdain. Humph! A mere ocean dares to stop me? However, just as he finished speaking, a huge wave soared into the sky and swept him into it. No. Then his cry of agony sounded out. Whoosh! The waves calmed down, and a pool of blood appeared where the cultivator had just stood. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who still wanted to try their luck became even more afraid. They were terrified and kept retreating. They could only watch as the experts fought. Sigh, the treasure has appeared in the Tao-seeking mountain. We're not fated to obtain it. That's right. In the vast ocean, there are many water monsters. Their strength is so strong that it makes us feel despair. Whatever, it's worth it to be able to witness the birth of the treasure. Many people decided to retreat. They didn't want to take the risk anymore. However, they had no idea that even if they withdrew, they would still be in danger. In the vast ocean, water monsters were gathering one after another. They were preparing to deal a fatal blow to the humans. The heavens are helping me. The leading water monster was a peak mystic light realm water monster. It was so strong that it was hard to find a match in this space. It sneered in its heart, wanting to catch all of the humans in one fell swoop. The appearance of the supreme treasure at the Tao-seeking mountain was a great opportunity for them. They could not afford to miss it. 3 days later, the water monsters were assembled. Let's go. The leader of the water monsters gave the order, and immediately a dense group of water monsters rushed out from the sea. Crack! Outside the vast sea, The many cultivators who were looking at the Tao-seeking mountain in the distance were attacked by the water monsters. Everyone on the Tao-seeking mountain noticed this as well. Not good. The water monster is attacking. Someone shouted, but no one did anything. Because their goal was the sword Tao supreme treasure, no one was willing to be distracted. Even if those weak martial artists died, what could they do? Pucci. One cultivator after another died under the attacks of the water monsters. In just half a breath's time, almost all the cultivators had died. Only a few of the stronger ones managed to escape. Charge! The leader of the water monsters glanced at the Tao-seeking mountain and gave the order. The water monsters charged toward the Tao-seeking mountain. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators became serious. About 1,000 miles away from the ocean, a blue-clothed male felt fear in his heart. Damn it! The blue-clothed male cursed. I was almost killed by those water monsters. Then, a helpless expression appeared on his face. The appearance of the water monsters had messed up his plan and made it so that he could not get close to the ocean. He was destined to not have the supreme sword treasure. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I admit defeat this time. After I leave the dark cave mountain safely, I will take back the dark sword. After saying that, the blue-clothed male's figure flashed, and he prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a crack appeared in the air, and Fong Chin walked out. Seeing this, the blue-clothed male's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm. What's happening in front? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Fong Chin asked. The blue-clothed male told him everything that had happened. After hearing this, Fong Chin frowned, then took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, the blue-clothed man's heart was filled with rage. Fong Chin, I will not let you go. Fong Chin did not know that he had brushed past the Son of Darkness. When Fong Chin arrived in front of the vast ocean, it had already turned into a sea of blood. That is, densely packed water monsters surrounded the Tao-seeking mountain, confronting the humans. Master, those are water monsters. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, in the dark cave mountain, the water monsters are unusually powerful. Their appearance here must be caused by the birth of the supreme treasure. Is there any way to cross the ocean and ascend the Tao-seeking mountain? Fong Chin did not think that he could force his way up. The mysterious heaven cone nail pondered, then said, Back then, I followed Master to the Tao-seeking mountain. There is a shortcut, but I don't know if it still exists. After saying that, the mysterious heaven cone nail's vessel spirit brought Fong Chin and dived into the vast ocean. After a while, they dived into the sea. What a strong pressure! Fong Chin could not help but say. The water pressure here squeezed the black vibration golden armor until it was deformed. Let's go this way. The mysterious heaven cone nail led the way, and soon they arrived in front of a black hole. Inside the black hole, an extremely rich power emerged, and it was very vast. Go in, the spirit said. Fong Chan hesitated for a moment, and the mysterious heaven cone nail continued, Master, this black hole is a teleportation formation, and the other end is the Tao-seeking mountain. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the black hole. When Fong Chin opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the Tao-seeking mountain. Roar! The air was filled with the smell of blood. Many mystic light realm martial artists were fighting with all their might. At this moment, they were unprecedentedly united. Even Yao Yen and the others of the Yao race had joined hands with the humans. Kill them all, or we will all die here, Yao Yen roared. These water monsters are using the environment here to fight above their level. If we don't kill them, no one will be able to get the sword treasure. Many people were roaring, including Su Zichin and the others. They were also fighting with all their might. No one noticed that Fong Chin had already arrived at the Tao-seeking mountain silently. Whoosh! Fang Chen felt the ground sink as soon as he stepped onto the Tao-seeking mountain. Then a rainbow of sword energy shot into the sky, and his body fell into the endless darkness. Treasure! The martial artists who were fighting against the water monsters opened their eyes wide and shouted excitedly. The moment the rainbow of sword energy appeared, the water monsters that swarmed over also retreated slightly. They also looked at the center of the Tao-seeking mountain in fear. However, after a short tremor, the Tao-seeking mountain returned to its original state. The sword treasure flashed and disappeared. While everyone was looking for it, the water monsters attacked again. Kill! Thus, the curtains of a vast battle were drawn. As for Fang Chen, he came to a dark place. What is this place? Underground it was dark all around. Fang Chen only knew that he was brought here by the rainbow of sword energy. Could the sword treasure be here? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If that was really the case, then wouldn't his luck be too good? Whoosh! He opened his palm, and a flame lit up the underground. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that the place he was at was littered with broken swords. Sword mound? Fang Chen exclaimed. Every broken sword was stuck in the ground, giving off a feeling of scrap metal. However, Fang Chen could clearly sense that these broken swords contained a shocking amount of power. It was no exaggeration to say that every broken sword could cause a bloody storm in the outside world. This is the real sword mound. Fang Chen believed that behind every broken sword, there must be a moving story of a peerless sword cultivator. Chapter 2498. Inside the Sword Tomb. Broken swords stood in great numbers. The sword energy was like a rainbow. Thinking that the treasure that appeared this time was a sword treasure, Fang Chen suspected that the treasure that the people of the outside world were fighting for was here. Master, an ancient god powerhouse, came here before. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said. It was a native of Dark Cave Mountain, so it was more familiar with the situation here. I'm not sure which ancient god it was, but I can feel the ancient god's aura. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said in a deep voice, Every broken sword has the ancient god's aura. It seems that the news back then was true. What news? Rumor has it that there was an ancient god powerhouse who cultivated in Tao-seeking Mountain. He was a powerful sword cultivator who pursued the peak of the sword path all his life. The people he killed were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Since he was weak, every time he killed an ambitious and ruthless opponent, he would take the opponent's sword. Over time, when he reached the peak of the sword path and became an ancient god, he felt the loneliness of the sword path. He lived in seclusion in Tao-seeking Mountain and placed all the swords he took here. That was the origin of the sword tomb. But why are they all broken swords? Fang Chen was puzzled. Because that ancient god expert believed that the masters of these swords had all been defeated by him. So he personally broke each of the swords. In the end, he used some heaven-defying method to gather heavenly Tao energy and nourish these broken swords. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said, This sword tomb should be the source of the sword path treasure's emergence this time. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Every broken sword was tainted with the ancient god's aura. Moreover, they had been nurtured by the power of the heavenly path for countless years. He carelessly stroked a broken sword beside him. Suddenly, a violent force erupted from the broken sword and attacked Fang Chen's body. His body staggered a little. He took a few steps back and barely steadied himself. In his mind, a magnificent scene appeared. Two peerless swordsmen were fighting. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In the end, a hazy figure with a sword in hand looked down on the world. He defeated his opponent and took away his sword. This is... Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. He took a few steps forward and casually stroked another broken sword. Just like before, the same scene appeared in his mind. However, the battle this time was not as intense as the one he had seen before. Then, Fang Chen tested it again. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Those small and weak scenes should be the opponents that the ancient god expert defeated when he was young. His gaze was somewhat fearful as he looked at the broken swords in the center of the sword mound. His scalp went numb from fear. Those broken swords were at least left behind by a profound god realm expert, right? The stronger the owner of the broken sword, the more powerful the broken sword would be. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times appeared in Fong Chen's mind. What is Sword Dao? Fong Chen remained silent and looked around. What is Sword Dao? The voice echoed once again. Fong Chen still did not answer. Instead, he calmly looked around. Humph, you can't even answer what Sword Dao is, yet you dare to step into this place. This voice was clearly somewhat displeased. Fong Chen felt a berserk force pressing against his body. The countless broken swords in the sword mound swayed as if trying to expel him. Everyone's Sword Dao is different. You ask me what Sword Dao is. How can I answer? How could my Sword Dao be the same as your Sword Dao? Your question is very idiotic. Fong Chen was somewhat speechless, his brain cramping as he bluntly replied. After saying this, he somewhat regretted it. This voice was very likely left behind by an ancient god expert. The dignity of an ancient god was not to be blasphemed. If his words angered an ancient god, he would undoubtedly die. However, the force pressing against him suddenly stopped, and the sword mound returned to its calm state. The air was heavy, and the silence was frightening. After a long while, laughter could be heard. Everyone's Sword Dao is different. Ha ha ha, well said. The voice said with a smile. Little fellow, you're rather interesting. The illusory voice sounded again. In the past, many Sword Dao geniuses came to me, and I asked them the same question. Their answers were all different, but no one was as bold as you. At this point, the illusory voice changed the topic and said coldly, What are they? They're just a bunch of inexperienced Sword Dao beginners. What qualifications do they have to comment on Sword Dao? What qualifications do they have to represent Sword Dao? What qualifications do they have to talk about Sword Dao in front of me? What's laughable is that everyone is full of confidence in their Sword Dao, but they ignore the most fundamental thing. The illusory voice said coldly. Fong Chen froze for a moment. If he were to say the Sword Dao in his heart, wouldn't he be like those people before him? Every sword cultivator who answered incorrectly was killed by me. Ancient god experts were temperamental, and Fong Chen had experienced it firsthand. They only answered one question, and you killed them. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fear. Fortunately, he had been impulsive and said what he wanted to say. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But you're different. Your understanding of Sword Dao is many times stronger than those people. Although you're still very weak now, I think you're a true sword cultivator. The illusory voice praised Fong Chen. Fong Chen stood in the sword tomb, motionless and listening seriously. I've roamed the chaotic void and have never been defeated. Although I stand at the peak of Sword Dao, I feel lonely and lonely. Every once in a while, I'll release a trace of the aura of the inheritance treasures I left behind to attract some geniuses to come here and choose. Unfortunately, no one can satisfy me. Fong Chen curled his lips. The once in a while you're talking about is tens of billions of years in the eyes of the outside world. However, what was this little bit of time to an ancient god expert? It was just a snap of a finger. I deliberately left those water monsters outside the Dao-seeking mountain to obstruct you, the illusory voice said. The more people they kill, the easier it will be for them to be free. The thinking of an ancient god was really different from that of an ordinary person, using the Sword Dao treasure as bait to lure many warriors here, and then using the water monsters to block them. Only those who could survive were qualified to enter the sword tomb. I've always thought that one can't blindly cultivate the Tao. Isn't it the same in dark Cave Mountain? If you don't use your brain and think that you can crush everything with your strength, You'll regret it in the end. Intelligence is the biggest barrier that determines the growth of a human warrior, the illusory voice continued. If you climb the Tao-seeking mountain directly, you'll definitely be attacked by the water monsters. However, very few people have thought of diving into the sea to find other ways. Fang Chen was surprised, but he did not say anything. Are you willing to inherit my treasure and bring glory to the way of the sword? Suddenly, the illusory voice said. Fang Chen was stunned. He was chosen just like that? Wasn't this too easy? On the Tao-seeking mountain, many warriors fought hard to kill the enemy, but he easily obtained the approval of an ancient god powerhouse. As if seeing Fang Chen's doubts, the illusory voice continued. I see a tenacious sword Tao heart in you. The ancient gods were not ordinary people. They could see through your past at a glance. Fang Chen started from an insignificant grassroots and relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. Indeed, he had the same growth trajectory as the ancient gods, and his Sword Tao philosophy was similar. If you want to go further on the Sword Tao, everything else is fleeting. Only a tenacious Sword Tao heart is the foundation, the illusory voice said. He had also seen the Sword Tao heart in others. However, none of them were as firm as Fang Chen's. They were all wavering. For them, as long as they could improve their strength and dominate the chaotic void, they could even change to other martial Tao. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had transmigrated from Earth because of a giant golden sword. At that time, a label was branded on his body, a sword cultivator. He was a pure sword cultivator. Treasures are given to those who are fated. If not, everything is just empty talk. The illusory voice sighed. The many warriors outside the Tao-seeking mountain are destined to have no fate with my treasure. No matter how they fight, it will be in vain in the end. Chapter 2499. Swoosh! Just as Fang Chen came to a sudden realization, a golden sword light suddenly pierced through the dark void, as if coming from the end of time. Rip! The space was distorted, and a giant golden sword appeared in front of him. This huge golden sword contained a majestic power. There were some complicated runes flowing on the sword's body. Quaint and shocking were the synonyms of this giant golden sword. This is... Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In a trance, he seemed to resonate with this giant golden sword. The monstrous sword chi in his body swarmed out and finally all penetrated into the giant golden sword. This sword is called the illusory sword. The illusory voice came again and explained to Fang Chen. In the heart of every sword cultivator, there's a sword that belongs to them, a sword that is unique. The illusory sword in front of you is based on the true portrayal of your heart. It is not a real weapon, but a kind of sword principle obsession. After hearing the explanation of the illusory voice, Fang Chen understood. The illusory sword contains many sword principle comprehensions, each of which is unique. Find your own sword principle comprehension and integrate it with the illusory sword to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. Illusory sword. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the giant golden sword. The sword in front of him was based on the true portrayal of his heart. In fact, all these years he had always remembered the giant golden sword that made his life a success. Therefore, the illusory sword evolved into a giant golden sword and reappeared in front of him. After his palm touched the giant golden sword, the violent aura of sword principle seemed to be endless, engulfing his body and bringing him into the sea of sword principle. Sword principle. Fang Chen's heart resonated. This was the true sword principle. Was the sword principle comprehension of an ancient god so powerful? Do you feel it? The illusory voice came again. Fang Chen felt a vibration in his body, and the aura of sword principle filled his body. He nodded heavily. This was the first time he felt that sword principle was so wonderful. It was as if the sword Tao he had come into contact with in his previous cultivation was not the real sword Tao at all. The shock that the illusory sword gave him was simply too great. He couldn't wake up for a long time. Whoosh! The illusory voice said, "The illusory sword has a spirit, and it is willing to recognize you as its master. One day, when your understanding of the sword Tao is high enough to fuse with the illusory sword at will, that will be when you step into the ancient God level. A supreme sword treasure that could allow a profound God venerate to reach the level of an ancient God was probably referring to this. Everyone thought that the sword Tao treasure was a divine weapon. However, no one knew that it didn't exist at all. It was only an illusion. Voila! The illusory sword turned into a ball of sword chi and burrowed into Fong Chen's mind, finally residing in his nascent spirit. Whoa! The illusory sword that hovered in his essence, soul, constantly emitted the aura of sword Tao. These sword Tao auras were of great help to Fong Chen. So strong! Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. With the help of this illusory sword, his understanding of the sword Tao could rapidly improve. This was the true understanding of the sword Tao. Senior, Fong Chen cupped his fists in thanks. The illusory voice sighed and said, "You are not qualified to thank me now. Say that when you step into the ancient God level." Rumble. A deafening sound came from within the sword tomb. Fong Chen could vaguely feel that the illusory voice was quietly sighing. "The mark I left is about to dissipate. It is fate that I was able to find you before that." The illusory voice was already extremely weak, as if it would collapse at any time. "Voila! I will give this sword tomb to you. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, the illusory voice fell silent. No matter what Fong Chen said, it didn't respond to him. The great pressure that the sword tomb had brought to him also disappeared instantly. Fong Chen found that he could control the sword tomb at will. Keep. With a thought, he tried to put the sword tomb into the Suma ring and actually succeeded. Fong Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the sword tomb in the Suma ring. Let's give it a try. He wanted to try and see if he could use those broken swords. The result made him a little helpless. Only a small portion of the broken swords could be controlled by him. The rest of the broken swords couldn't be controlled. It seems that the owner of those broken swords must have been very strong when he was alive. The closer the broken swords were to the center of the sword tomb, the stronger the pressure they emitted, making it harder for Fong Chen to get close. That's right. When I completely integrate with the illusory sword, I will probably be able to control the sword tomb at will. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen felt relieved. Looking at the illusory sword in his primordial spirit, Fong Chen felt as if he had cultivated for millions of years in just a few minutes. The accumulation of sword Tao had surpassed the past. For the first time, he felt that the Azura sword Tao was so transparent. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword Realm, saw through the essence at a glance and repaired some of the previous flaws. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Fong Chen's mood gradually calmed down. He couldn't imagine that the sword Tao treasure that everyone was fighting for would be so easily obtained by him. If the outside world knew about this, wouldn't they besiege him? Is there any place I can leave? Fong Chen asked. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you planning to leave just like that? The artifact spirit asked. Fong Chen was stunned. This is the place where an ancient god, Powerhouse, died. It is tainted with the aura of an ancient god. It is simply a paradise for sword cultivators. You don't want to cultivate here? The artifact spirit was a little speechless at Fong Chen. I see. After the artifact spirit's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood. In that case, I will cultivate here for a while. With that, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the illusory sword in his mind. On the Tao-seeking mountain, dong! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the Tao-seeking mountain. The intense battle stopped abruptly, and the flood of water monsters quickly retreated. This scene surprised many of the human race cultivators who were fighting a bloody battle. What's going on? Su Zichin and the others opened their eyes wide as they looked at the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the sky was clear and an illusory voice sounded out like an explosion. Disperse! This voice seemed to be talking to itself, but it also seemed to be talking to the cultivators. So strong! When this voice entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood. They couldn't withstand the powerful pressure of this voice. The eyes of the mystic light realm cultivators at the very front flashed as they became wary. Is that the voice of an ancient god? Disperse? What does this mean? Has the inheritance already been obtained by someone else? Impossible. We were all fighting against the water monsters. Who could have obtained the treasure? Many people couldn't believe it and yelled. Boom! A beam of sword light struck the Tao-seeking mountain, creating a deep ravine. Disperse. It was still the same voice. However, this voice contained a biting, cold, killing intent. No one doubted that if the owner of this voice wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Let's go. Some of the major races retreated. Some of the independent cultivators were unwilling to give up and continued to search. Crack! Sword light flashed in the sky, and some of the independent cultivators were instantly killed. All of the cultivators instantly retreated from the Tao-seeking mountain. On this day, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Tao-seeking mountain. The sword Tao treasure that they had gone crazy for had been obtained by someone else before they had even seen it. Who is it that obtained the sword Tao treasure? The Void race, the Blood race, the Lightning Punishment race, the Yao race, and the Holy War race are all here. It can't be them. The Zong family was destroyed long ago. It can't be them either. I haven't seen anyone from the Xiu family in the Azure Net Plain. Could they have obtained it in secret? Many people were analyzing the situation. Only the major races were unwilling to give up. It can't be the Xiu family, an elder of the Void race said in a low voice. Then who could it be? Asked Su Zichin. The Xiu family doesn't have that kind of ability, continued the elder of the Void race. Chapter 2500. The elder of the Thunder Punishment clan nodded. It must be one of the 5 great clans. I think it's very likely to be the Dark Blood clan. Dark Blood clan? The son of darkness had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. No matter what, Immortal Cave Mountain is a holy land for cultivation. It wasn't easy to get here. We can't miss this opportunity. A few days later, some weaker martial artists had already returned. Of course, the stronger cultivators chose to cultivate in Immortal Cave Mountain. Outside Immortal Cave Mountain, in the rippling lake. Rip! Suddenly, a figure shot out from Immortal Cave Mountain. Someone came out. The elders of the Dark Blood clan had just arrived when they noticed the anomaly in Immortal Cave Mountain. Who is it? Rip! When they saw the blue-clothed man, they reached out and grabbed him. Who are you? Elders, it's me. The blue-clothed man hurriedly said. I'm the Son of Darkness, said the Son of Darkness. You? The elders checked and found that it was indeed the Son of Darkness. They were even more confused. How did you become like this? Where are the others? What about the supreme sword treasure? A series of questions came from the other elders. The Son of Darkness's face darkened. My physical body was destroyed by a rogue cultivator. What? The elders of the Dark Blood clan were shocked. They looked at the Son of Darkness solemnly. What happened? After the Son of Darkness recounted everything that had happened in the Immortal Cave Mountain to the various elders, the elders were stunned. They were furious, and their faces were filled with madness. That damned guy! How dare he attack the Dark Blood clan? This is unforgivable. We must kill him. The supreme sword treasure belongs to the Dark Blood clan. The elders roared angrily. In the following days, people walked out of a mortal cave mountain every day. The elders of the 5 great clans were waiting here for their clansmen to return. Some rogue cultivators were extremely excited to be able to walk out of a mortal cave mountain. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Su Zichin and the others came out one after another. Whoosh! Su Zichin's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light. Like a rock, his speed was extremely fast. At the back, the tall Lei Pu curled his lips and said, "This guy's speed has increased again." Tian Battler and jihadists also left Dark Cave Mountain one after another. Soon, the news that someone else had obtained the sword principal treasure spread like wildfire. Many people were guessing who had obtained it. Even the 5 great clans stopped every martial artist who came out of Dark Cave Mountain and carefully inspected them. However, he did not find any sword Dao treasure. Within Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Qin spent 3 years cultivating in the Dao-seeking mountain. Part of the illusory sword had been digested, and Fang Qin took this opportunity to upgrade the Azura sword skill to the 15th move. He had comprehended 3 moves in a row, and their might had surpassed the sword realm. Especially the 15th move, once it was executed, its might was unparalleled. Even Mystic Light realm cultivators wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. During this time, the recovery of the demon tiger and beast also sped up. Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Calculating the time, it had been less than 20 years since he had entered Dark Cave Mountain. In such a short time, Fang Qin had gone from the Mystic Heaven realm to the Mystic Star realm. His combat power was close to the Mystic Light realm. If he used all his abilities, even Mystic Light realm cultivators would be able to handle him. Currently, his Azura sword skill had reached the peak, but he had temporarily reached a bottleneck. The Azura sword skill had become his signature move. Apart from that, his myriad sword body had also reached the peak of the 8th grade. With just his physical strength, he could kill a Mystic Star realm cultivator with one punch. How terrifying was that? As for his external strength, it was shocking. Apart from the illusory demon tiger and beast, there were many Mystic Star realm beasts within the demon ceiling tower. Once the beast army came out, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Mystic Light realm. Because of the illusory sword, his weapon controlling Dao had also reached the 3rd level. With just a thought, he could control all the weapons within 1,000 miles. Of course, if it was a Mystic True Realm cultivator, they would only be able to interfere with it, but they wouldn't be able to control it completely. This was Fang Chen's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Otherwise, if others knew that he had the weapon controlling Dao, he would become the target of everyone. After all, the weapon controlling Dao was too powerful, and the shadow of the martial soldier sovereign still existed. Those who were suppressed by the martial soldier sovereign wouldn't allow a second martial soldier sovereign to appear. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Fang Qin came out of the ground. Standing on the Dao-seeking mountain and looking down at the vast land, he felt small. Where are the others? Seeing the sorry state of the Dao-seeking mountain, Fang Qin knew that this was caused by the battle between the humans and the aquatic monsters. But where did they go? Could they have been defeated by the aquatic monsters? After thinking for a while, Fang Qin couldn't think of anything. So he took a step forward and arrived above the ocean. Rip! The waves formed into a long sword, and Fang Qin stepped on it and flew forward. Soon he arrived on land. Roar! A double-horned rhinoceros appeared in the distance, and when it saw Fang Qin, it roared into the sky. Let's try the Shura sword technique. This double-horned rhinoceros was at the limit of the Mystic Star realm. Fang Qin used the 12th move of the Shura sword technique, Sword Realm. Puchi! The majestic sword light pierced the double-horned rhinoceros body, but it only made a bloody hole. The double-horned rhinoceros is known for its defense, but the sword realm only made a bloody hole. Fang Qin curled his lips. If the outside world knew that a sword could break the double-horned rhinoceros defense, it would definitely cause an uproar. Again. Then, Fang Qin used the 13th move of the Shura sword technique. Whoosh! 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 The violent sword chi whistled, and no matter how the double-horned rhinoceros tried to block it, it was useless. The sword light pierced through the double-horned rhinoceros' fat body, and the latter let out an unwilling roar before falling to the ground. The power of the 13th move is at the limit of the mystic star realm. Fang Qin muttered to himself. The power of this move was enough to sweep through the mystic star realm. As for the 14th and 15th moves, they were used to deal with mystic light realm cultivators. Thinking up to here, Fang Qin's eyes burned with passion. Once upon a time, mystic light realm cultivators were high above, but now he had the power to challenge them. He was already halfway to the mystic god realm, and the ancient god realm wasn't far away. Continue to work hard. Fang Qin put away the hidden star sword and continued walking on the ground. It was impossible for him to save his wife, the star and moon, from the sky pillar ancestral family with his strength. Borrowing power. This phrase appeared in Fang Qin's mind. But apart from the 5 major families, the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven, and the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven, who else could he borrow power from? Only these major families could make the Sky Pillar Ancestral family submit. There's no need to think about the 5 major families. There's no way I can borrow power from them. The Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven has Li Ruochu. Only the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven can succeed. Fang Qin muttered to himself. But how difficult would it be to get these major families to support him? Anyway, with Venerable Heiqi as a bridge, he could try his best. Walking aimlessly in the dark cave mountain, he encountered many demon beasts, but none of them could withstand the power of his sword. This allowed Fang Qin to be out of danger. A few days later, he came to a strange place. After stepping into this area, Fang Qin felt his heartbeat quicken. Let's go. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit suddenly shouted. At the same time, Fang Qin felt an overwhelming aura coming toward him. Oh no! He cursed and hurriedly activated the space-time collapse technique to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Qin escaped from this strange place. The powerful pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Fang Qin felt a lingering fear in his heart and looked into the distance. Just a moment ago, he had seen numerous mountain peaks, but now they were all empty with nothing in sight. Was it an illusion? Master, the dark cave mountain is very dangerous. Don't go in recklessly. The weapon spirit said, that strange place just now is very dangerous. Even a venerable of the profound god realm would not dare to enter it. Hearing the weapon spirit's words, Fang Qin was even more shocked. The danger of the dark cave mountain was far from what he imagined. Chapter 2501. Do you know this place? Fang Qin tried his best to calm the panic in his heart and asked. If he had escaped just a little slower, he would have died 10,000 times over. It was too powerful. Even in the sword tomb of the Tao-seeking mountain, he did not feel such an aura of death. At that moment, Fang Qin felt that death was so close to him. I'm not sure, but I remember that the old master once entered a place by mistake and lost an arm in just a breath. He never found out who the enemy was or how his arm was lost. The artifact spirit said in shock. Regrowing a severed arm was a simple matter for the old master. However, after that experience, the old master's methods seemed to have changed, the artifact spirit continued, because the old master's severed arm was tainted with a trace of a special aura. After the severed arm was regrown, his strength reached the heavens. When he was in the profound god realm, he could break the defense of an ancient god with a single punch. How is that possible? Fang Qin exclaimed. He did not expect great Emperor Su Xian to have such a strange experience. According to the old master himself, the place he set foot in should be related to the ancient gods, the artifact spirit said. Moreover, the old master also said that the real danger of Dark Cave Mountain is actually these strange places. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Feng Chen felt that he was too lucky. He actually escaped from such a strange place by mistake. Recalling the dangerous scene just now, Feng Chen felt his scalp go numb. His figure flashed and left this place. It seems that Dark Cave Mountain is not what we see on the surface. Feng Chen muttered to himself. The current him was still unable to explore those supreme secrets. When he became an ancient god or profound god realm supremacy, he would come in to explore. At that time, he would have the preliminary qualifications to explore these secrets. Just like that, Feng Chen walked for more than half a month. Wherever he passed, there was no one except for demonic beasts. Feng Chen guessed that everyone should have left Dark Cave Mountain. Since I've already obtained a Sword Dao treasure and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in continuing to stay here. Feng Chen said softly, "Let's leave first." When he left, Feng Chen paid some attention. He knew that outside Dark Cave Mountain, there would definitely be many powerhouses from various great forces waiting for him. The supreme sword treasure was worth it for them to do so. Therefore, he did not leave from the front. After obtaining the inheritance of the illusory sword, a simplified map of Dark Cave Mountain appeared in Feng Chen's mind. One of them was clearly marked as a shortcut to leave Immortal Cave Mountain. Let's leave from here. Feng Chen made his decision. The Immortal Cave Mountain was located in the north of the Primal Chaos Void. Its entrance, the Rippling Wave Lake, was located in the south of the Immortal Cave Mountain. The place Feng Chen chose this time happened to be the back of Dongming Mountain, which was its north. A few days later, Feng Chen successfully arrived at the shortcut. He did encounter many beasts along the way, but those below the mystic light realm couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Occasionally, he would encounter a mystic light realm beast, and after exchanging blows with it, it would quickly flee. This is the place. Feng Chen arrived at the top of a mountain. There was a black altar here. A teleportation array? Feng Chen asked. Feng Chen soon discovered that this was a one-way teleportation array. This meant that he could only leave from Dark Cave Mountain, and the outside world couldn't enter. After stepping onto the black altar and injecting his power into it, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the next instant, there was a flash of white light, and Feng Chen disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. One day I will come back. A thought appeared in Feng Chen's mind. To the north of Dark Cave Mountain was the Kungsu Forbidden Ground. The Kungsu Forbidden Ground was extremely large, and the three great families ruled it. Because the Kungsu Forbidden Ground was far away from the Primal Chaos Void, almost no experts were willing to come here. To put it simply, this place was actually equivalent to a barbarian land. Whoosh! Feng Chen suddenly appeared above the Rippling Wave Lake in the north of Dark Cave Mountain. According to the map, this should be the Kungsu Forbidden Ground. Feng Chen looked around and found that no one was waiting for him, so he quickly left this place. After a while, Feng Chen left the Rippling Wave Lake and appeared on land. Now, Feng Chen wanted to save his wife, Star, and Moon, and he needed to borrow the power of the Xiu family in Azure Net Heaven. Therefore, he had to go to Azure Net Heaven. The Kungsu Forbidden Ground is extremely far away from Azure Net Heaven. Even an abstruse god realm supremacy would need a few decades to get there. Feng Chen curled his lips. With his current strength, the journey to the Azure Convocation Plane was far too long. It would take at least a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Moreover, the journey was very long, and he might encounter some dangers. Sky Crossing Array. Feng Chen thought of this. This brilliant Void Extreme Ground is at least stronger than a low-level heaven domain like the Void Star Heaven. There must be a heaven crossing formation. Feng Chen said, Let's see if there is a heaven crossing formation in the brilliant void extreme ground. On a vast piece of land, a group of ferocious-looking men were chasing after an old man. Upon closer look, there was a 7 or 8-year-old child in the old man's arms. Grandpa. The old man was seriously injured because he was protecting the child. Blood flowed out of the wound. Seeing this, the child cried and made a noise. Kong, you go first. The old man knew that he couldn't escape today, so he only wanted to stall for time and let the child go first. Boom! The old man used a forbidden technique to force the pursuers back, and then threw the child away. Kong, go quickly. Grandpa, I won't go. I want to go with you. The child called Kong said while weeping. Kong, could it be that you want to watch your grandfather die without doing anything? Go back to the family and get reinforcements to save Grandpa. Hearing the old man's words, the child finally began to run for his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The child ran for his life, wiping the tears on his face at the same time. Bang! After running for a long time, the child accidentally bumped into something heavy and his body was sent flying. The child endured the pain, stood up and continued to run. Can you tell me where this is? Fong Chen's voice entered the child's ears. I have to go back and get reinforcements to save my grandpa. I don't have time to answer you. I'm sorry. The child politely refused and ran away in a panic. Fong Chen felt that this child was very interesting. He took a step forward and came in front of him. Don't stop me. I have to save my grandpa. The child took a detour and was stopped by Fong Chen again. Tell me the details of this place. I can save your grandpa, Fong Chen said. Huh. The child stopped when he heard this. He stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes and said, Can you really save my grandfather? Plop. As he spoke, the child knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, hoping that Fong Chen could save his grandpa. Who is chasing your grandpa? Fong Chen asked. The people of the Bai family are chasing my grandpa. They are all Mystic Heaven Realm martial artists and are very strong. Grandpa is no match for them at all, the child said anxiously. Take me there. On an empty land, an old man was covered in blood and was being besieged by some people. Old man, not only you have to die, but also that bastard has to die, the leader sneered. Kong. The old man's heart was bleak. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from afar. Grandpa. The old man turned his head and saw Kong. Why did you come back? The old man's face was ashen and he gave up resisting. Huh. Where's fifth brother and the others? Seeing this, the leader frowned and said, You mean the people chasing him? Fong Chen suddenly said, I seem to have killed them. Before they came here, they did encounter a few people chasing after Kong. But Fong Chen took care of them. Grandpa, I found a helper. This big brother is very powerful. He killed the bad guy with a single finger, Kong said. Hearing this, the old man became even more confused. Brat, you want to stop our Bai clan? The leader threatened. I just want to save this old man, Fong Chen said calmly. Looks like you're determined to go against my Bai clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the 100 clans attacked together. Young hero, be careful, the old man called out worriedly. Fong Chen gently shook his head. Then she flicked her finger. Puchi! Every ray of light shot out would pierce through the body of one of them. After a few flicks of the fingers, only the leader of the Bai clan remained. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of my clan's revenge for wantonly killing members of my Bai clan? For the latest novel updates, please visit